The eldest lady said excitedly. Master, does the emperor like our Fuer and want her to be the crown princess? Shangyan looked at the pearl, and his knees hurt even more. Put it away, and don't show it to others. Upon hearing this, the eldest lady didn't take these things to heart, but just kept comparing the pearl with her. Oh, my daughter is so blessed. She is not comparable to the born by that little. Our Fuer will be a queen in the future. Knowing that the eldest lady was talking about Shang Ruoi, Shang Nian said coldly, Shang Ruoi has been in the mansion for so many years. Has she come into contact with anyone? How should I know? That little used to live with your ignorant aunt. I felt dirty just by looking at her. After she died, I never cared about her again. I didn't expect that she was so lucky and survived. Her eyes were always on the Oriental Pearl, and she said nonchalantly, Why do you care about her? She has been exiled. Maybe she has died outside. Shang Yin finally couldn't help but swearing. Where did Shang Ruoi die? She was living a fairy-like life in exile. Why did I just come back from the palace? Isn't it? He clenched his teeth tightly and sighed. Forget it. I can't reason with you, a woman. After saying that, he waved his sleeves and turned to walk out of the main hall. The eldest lady was scolded for no reason and felt very aggrieved. She looked at the dongju in her hand and said bitterly, That little has been dead for so many years, and you are still thinking about her daughter. On this day, He Jingheng finally came back from the county town. He lay on the couch very tired. He didn't even notice Shang Ruoi walking in. Shang Ruoi never asked about what he did, but it was the first time she saw him so tired. Suddenly, she smelled a faint smell of medicine. Are you injured? He Jingheng sat up and shook his head no. He looked up at the woman in front of him, and after a while, he smiled self-deprecatingly. What was so good about this woman? For her, he even gave up his legs. He remembered Su Zimo's shocked and clear expression when he said that he was incurable. At this time, Divine Dr. Jiang was sitting in Taixiangju with an angry face. Young Marquis, I traveled thousands of miles to this far north to treat his leg for your sake.
What does he mean by this?
Divine Dr. Jiang looked at his daughter, who was sitting beside him and crying silently. I only have one daughter like her. Would it be too high for her to marry him? Hearing him say this, Su Zimo's attitude was not as warm as before, but due to the other party's medical skills, he just smiled. Jingheng is already married, and it is indeed not suitable for him to marry your daughter again. Humph, I heard that his wife is just a concubine's daughter. If she wants to divorce him, then divorce her. What can she compare with my daughter? He snorted coldly. If Anur had not insisted on marrying him, how could I marry my daughter to the family of an exiled deposed king?
Deposed king?
Su Zimo stood up, shook off the non-existent dust on his body, and pulled out an unfriendly smile. Maybe Dr. Jiang is old and doesn't know what to say and what not to say. Since Jingheng said he can't cure it, then he won't cure it. What do you mean, young Marquis? Dr. Jiang stood up. Could it be that young Marquis thinks that my Anur is unworthy of He Jingheng, and that's unfair to him?
Hee.
Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. It's more than unfair. The smile on his face disappeared in an instant. It seems that most of the rumors in the market are not credible, and Dr. Jiang is not as kind-hearted as the rumors say. It is my fault to ask Dr. Jiang to come, but I have a word for Dr. Jiang. Things change over time. The world is unpredictable and feng shui is changing. Dr. Jiang must be careful in what he says and does. Dr. Jiang looked at Su Zimo with a sullen face. The young Marquis's advice. I will keep it in mind. He took Jiang's hand and said angrily, I hope the young Marquis is healthy, and it would be best if no disease or disaster befell me. Thank you for your good wishes, he said in a deep voice. See you out. After seeing off the father and daughter of Dr. Jiang, Su Zimo sat on the chair, and the corners of his lips unconsciously raised. He didn't expect that He Jingheng would be blinded by one day. Dr. Jiang said that there was a 50% chance of curing his leg. Dr. Jiang was already the best doctor in Tianshan. There were countless people from the 4 countries who came to him for medical treatment. If he said there was only a 50% chance, then other people might not even have a 10% chance. The weather was getting colder and colder. The last rain of this year fell a few days ago, and it was about to enter winter. The vegetables in the greenhouse were ripe. The workers working in the greenhouse felt incredible that such good vegetables could grow in such an extremely cold place. I don't know if it was their illusion. The vegetables here are more tender and juicy than the vegetables they planted before. Boss, the dishes have been prepared as you ordered. Do you want to see them? Urju said with a smile. The charcoal basin in the car is also ready. No need, let's go. Shang Ruai walked onto another carriage, which was covered with thick mats. Xiaorao also prepared a hot water bottle for her. Shang Ruai drank spiritual spring water every day, and her body was more than 100 times stronger than when she just crossed over. She didn't feel cold at first, but after Xiaoyao's tossing, she felt a little cold. When she came to Tangxiangju again, Qianyang saw her coming in person and hurried out to greet her. Oh, what wind brought my sister here today? Of course, there are good things I want to show you. She ordered the servants to take down the basket of vegetables from the car. Sister, take a look. Do you like it? The cloth covering the basket was lifted, and various vegetables appeared in front of Qianyang. You know, in this season, you can never see fresh vegetables on the market. At most, they would store some cabbage and potatoes for the winter. The vegetables that Shang Ruai brought were hard to find in summer. My dear sister, where did you find these good things? Qianyang's eyes lit up. What price are you going to sell these vegetables for? I have cooperated with Sister Qian more than once. Sister, please give me an idea. Shang Ruai said with a smile. I believe that sister will definitely not lower my price. Qianyang smiled. Sister, I like your thoughtfulness. How about this? 5 taels of silver for each basket of vegetables.
Shang Ruai nodded. Okay.
This time, a total of 10 baskets were brought, and Qianyang paid 50 taels of silver. It seems that 5 taels of silver is not much, but for vegetables, it is a sky-high price. The diners looked at the baskets of fresh vegetables being moved into the kitchen, and they couldn't help asking, Shopkeeper Qian, are these vegetables for sale? Qianyang covered her lips and chuckled. My dear guest, isn't this dish meant to be eaten? Why isn't it for sale? She said loudly. Tangxiangju will launch new dishes in the near future, and everyone is welcome to come and taste it. She turned to Shang Ruai and said, Sister, do you have time to go upstairs with me to reminisce about the past? That's what I meant. When they reached the second floor, Qianyang poured her a cup of tea. Try it quickly, my new tea just got is very fragrant. It's really fragrant. Shang Ruai took a sip and said with a smile, Sister, I have always had a question, and I hope you can help answer it.
Tell me about it.
Although this is a county town, it is located in the border area. Most of the land in the far north is poor. Why are there so many rich families here? Qianyang smiled. You are new here, so you may not know that although this is a border area, it borders Shanheng in the western regions, where the products are rich and many people come here to do business. As time goes by, this place has become rich. In addition, the people here have a strong appetite, so the food business is still easy to do.
So that's it.
On the way back, Shang Ruai thought about how to make money. After all, who would complain about having too much money? She returned to the mansion and found that the room in their yard was closed, and the Yingxue sisters were standing outside the yard. Why are you here? Shang Ruai walked up and asked. My son-in-law doesn't let us in. Shang Ruai frowned and suddenly remembered that today was the day when his poison took effect. It was not dark yet, and when it was completely dark, he would be like frozen. She walked up quickly and knocked on the door. Before she could say anything, she heard a man's cold voice from inside. Get out. It's me. Shang Ruai said softly. There was silence inside for a moment, and then his voice softened a little. What's the matter? I'll help you suppress it.
Come in.
Shang Ruai pushed the door open and walked in. This scene was seen by Yuntian and Yunqi, who were standing on the big tree in the distance. Yunqi said with a sour tone, Tsk, tsk, tsk. It's true that people are dying when compared to others. We have followed the master for so many years, and we were not allowed to enter when the master was poisoned. It's not long since the prince's wife got married, but she can come and go freely. Yuntian gritted his teeth and said, I don't know what kind of magic potion she gave the prince. Yunchi glanced at him and whispered, What do you know, you blind man? Shang Ruai walked in and found He Jingheng sitting on the couch drinking tea. His body had not yet begun to stiffen. You said you can help me suppress the ice bone poison in my body? Shang Ruai took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to him. Drink it. There was undiluted spiritual spring water in it. He Jingheng didn't doubt him and drank the water. Aren't you afraid that I will poison you? Seeing his clean and neat movements, Shang Ruai had to admit that she was pleased. If you want to poison me, you don't have to wait until now. He smiled. Besides, I have nothing now and the entire He family still needs you to support me. What's the benefit of poisoning me? It must be said that his analysis was very rational and accurate, but Shang Ruai was inexplicably irritated when she heard it. Lie down and take off your shirt. Her words made He Jingheng pause while holding the teacup. What? Take off your clothes.
Why? Just take them off when I tell you to.
Why are you talking so much nonsense? When He Jingheng saw her take out the silver needle, he realized that she was going to give him acupuncture. He took off his coat slowly, revealing his strong back. Seeing the crisscrossing knife wounds on his back, Shang Ruai immediately lost the intention to tease him. She walked forward and touched the scars unconsciously with her fingers. Does it hurt? Feeling her fingertips, the muscles on He Jingheng's back stiffened. No. A man can't even bear this little bit of hardship? His voice was very soft, but Shang Ruai inexplicably felt a little distressed. Looking at these scars, it seemed as if she could see him fighting bloody battles on the battlefield again and again. The two of them were in the room, and they didn't expect to be eavesdropped. Originally, Yuni wanted to find Shang Ruai to discuss the moves that she had not learned recently, but she unexpectedly overheard their conversation. Hiss. Take off clothes? Sister-in-law is so old now. It seems that the grandchildren that mother has been looking forward to are coming. She covered her red face and trotted out of the yard. Shang Ruai applied a few needles on the acupuncture points on his back, and He Jingheng felt a warmth flowing from his back to his organs, which was extremely comfortable. After a moment, she put away the silver needle, frowned, and said solemnly, The ice bone poison is not so easy to cure. There is no antidote at the moment.
I can only suppress it this way every time.
If I want to really detoxify it, I need some time.
Can you cure this poison?
Shang Ruai nodded. It should be possible. She took out a knife and cut his hand. Blood gushed out instantly. Shang Ruai put it into a porcelain bottle and said lightly, Wait until I find out what kind of poison is used to cure this ice bone poison. I can help you detoxify it. She picked up the white handkerchief next to her, wiped his fingers a few times, and threw it on the bed. Her eyes fell on the two legs that were obviously different in length, and she said in a deep voice, You can start treatment for your legs in a while.
What?
Treat the legs? He Jingheng couldn't help but be stunned. How to treat it? Your leg is injured. If you want to treat it, you need to break it and use the medicinal materials I developed to restore it to its original state. Restore it to its original state? How is this possible? Even the divine Dr. Jiang said that he could only try to look like a normal person, but Shang Ruai actually said that she could help him recover to his original state. The last silver needle was put away, and He Jingheng's consciousness disappeared in an instant, and he fell into a coma. Shang Ruai walked out of the room, and Hyuni came to her again. Seeing Shang Ruai drinking tea in the yard, she walked up quickly and asked, Sister-in-law, you are healed so soon? Shang Ruai nodded. What else? It's just acupuncture. How long can it take? But in Hyuni's ears, it didn't mean that. Her brother, wouldn't it be? Really not be able to do it? Sister-in-law, you have worked so hard. She forgot why she came here for a moment. The next morning, just after daybreak, He Jingheng suddenly opened his eyes, and an unprecedented sense of satisfaction appeared in his body. He hadn't slept so well for many years. Hearing the sound coming from the courtyard, he got up and walked to the window, only to see Shang Ruai doing morning exercises. Looking at her movements, a gentle and affectionate smile appeared on the corner of his lips. After the acupuncture yesterday, He Jingheng sweated a lot all over his body. The used mattress needed to be replaced. Ingxue was about to wash it when she saw a white handkerchief falling from it, with bright red bloodstains clearly printed on it.
Wait.
Qin picked up the white handkerchief on the ground, looked at the bloodstains on it, and asked a little excitedly, "Where did you get this from?" "This handkerchief is on the bed." The young lady said that the sheets are full of sweat. "You can ask me to wash it or throw it away." Qin was stunned at first, and then she was instantly delighted. The handkerchief on the bed must be blood. It seems that she has a chance to have a grandson. This realization made Qin very excited. At the table, Qin kept serving dishes to Shang Ruai. "Eat more. You are too thin. You must increase your nutrition." Shang Ruai looked at her in confusion. What happened to Qin? Why was she so enthusiastic suddenly? "Mother, you eat by yourself, don't worry about me." Shang Ruai smiled. "Please sit down quickly. Mother is not hungry, you eat more, and I will feel relieved when I see you eat well." He Yuni looked at her with her eyes and nose, but smiled without saying a word. After breakfast, she was so full. After breakfast, Shang Ruai went to give Zhao Juni acupuncture.
Sir.
After Shang Ruai took his pulse, she smiled and said, "Judging from the recent pulse, it is much stronger than before. I believe that in a few months, your illness will be cured." "How many more months? Then can he keep his arm? Is there no other way?" "Not that there is no way," Shang Ruai said hesitantly.
What way?
"Come and listen. I have read a lot of medical books recently for your condition and found that there is a kind of herb growing in the western regions, which is of great help to your condition." Shang Ruai said nonsense seriously. Zhao Juni heard it, and his eyes lit up. "What herb?" Because the medical book is old, many words have been blurred, and the specific name can no longer be seen. We only know that it is a kind of herb growing in the western regions. We definitely don't have it here. Western regions. Zhao Juni thought for a while. "Why don't you draw this herb, and I will send someone to find it." Shang Ruai laid so much groundwork just to go to the western regions in person. Why would she let him send someone to find it? "Your Excellency, you may not know that herbs can only be found by people who know medicine. If you are an outsider, you may not be able to find them even if you look for them according to the painting. After all, there are so many plants in the world, and there are too many that look similar." Zhao Juni nodded in agreement. This was indeed the truth. "Then what should we do?" Zhao Juni sighed. Except for Shang Ruai, no one else could recognize this herb. Shang Ruai saw that he had no intention of giving in, so she said lightly, "Otherwise, please hold on for a few months, and this silver needle may be able to cure it." After a few months, it is only possible to cure it. This is a very frustrating thing for anyone. "Otherwise, Madam Shang, why don't you go there in person?" Zhao Juni hesitated and said, "It's just that the weather is cold now, and I don't know if the herb can still grow." Shang Ruai smiled. "The herb is not afraid of the cold. If I go to the western regions, I should be able to bring the herb back to you, sir."
Oh.
"Really?" Zhao Juni looked at her suspiciously. "You don't want to take this opportunity to escape." "How dare I lie to you, sir?" Shang Ruai smiled and said, "Besides, I built this he mansion so well. How could I escape?" Zhao Juni heard this and thought about it carefully, and it was indeed the case. "Okay. In this case, Madam Shang, please go to the western regions to help me look for it." Zhao Juni lowered his voice. "As for this side, I will help you cover up a little. Normally speaking, exiled prisoners are absolutely not allowed to leave the place of exile, let alone go to other countries." "Lord Zhao, you are too polite." She called the court doctor and taught the acupuncture points for the next few times. The court doctor looked at the extremely thick silver needles and the complicated acupuncture points and couldn't help but feel a little scared. After getting Zhao Juni's approval, Shang Ruai began to pack her luggage and prepare to go to the western regions.
What?
"Sister-in-law, you are going to the western regions?" Hiyuni said enviously. "Me. I want to go too." "Ruai, why are you going to the western regions?" Qin whispered. "How dangerous." "It's okay, mother." Shang Ruai brought a few cotton jackets. "This trip to the western regions will take at most 10 days, and we will be back soon." "Take Ah Chung with you." He Jingheng whispered. The western regions is not as peaceful as Tianshan. Shang Ruoi nodded. Qin looked at the relationship between the two, which was not much stronger than before, and couldn't help wondering if she was overthinking it. How could they be like a couple? They were more like ordinary friends. The next morning, before dawn, Shang Ruoi took Ah Cheng and the sisters Ing Xue and Xuanmei out under the moonlight, and with the documents issued by Zhao Junyi, they successfully left the territory of Tianshan. Madam, the western region is Shanheng ahead. Ah Cheng smiled and said, Shanheng is very rich, and there are many people doing business with our Tianshan. Shang Ruoi nodded. Then let us stop in Shanheng, and I can dress like a young master now, so don't call me miss anymore. Okay. Ah Cheng raised the whip, and the carriage galloped into Shanheng City. After entering Shanheng, Shang Ruoi found an inn to stay. When the shopkeeper saw that she looked like a person from Tianshan and that she was accompanied by maids and guards, he knew that she was a wealthy person from Tianshan and walked up to her enthusiastically. Sir, do you want to have dinner or stay overnight? The third upper room. Okay. Please come into the third upper room. The shopkeeper was from Tianshan, and he felt particularly friendly when he saw Shang Ruoi and the others. Sir, when are we going to look for medicinal herbs? Ing Xue asked.
No need to look for them.
Shang Ruoi smiled and said, We are not actually going to look for medicinal herbs on this trip. She looked at Ah Cheng's look of understanding and knew that He Jingheng must have told him about it early in the morning.
Ah Cheng.
I'm here. Shang Ruoi's eyes locked on him. Who is your master? Ah Cheng was shocked. He naturally knew what Shang Ruoi meant by this sentence and hurriedly said, Of course, it's the young master. Shang Ruoi nodded. In that case, do you know what to say and what not to say? I know. Please rest assured, young master. Ah Cheng looked at Shang Ruoi and was slightly surprised. She knew from the beginning that she was the prince's person. The next day, Shang Ruoi dressed up as a man, holding a folding fan in her hand, looking like a handsome young man. Walking on the street, many girls stopped to watch. The customs of the western regions are open-minded, and some girls even ask their maids to come forward and ask her which mansion she was from. Ing Xue, who was following behind, said softly, As expected of a young master, even dressed like this, he still attracts people's attention. Xuanmei nodded and said, I think if our young master didn't look so cold and arrogant, those girls would come over to talk to him. As soon as she finished speaking, a girl came over gracefully and stood beside Shang Ruoi. May I ask your name, young master? Her little face was flushed, and she stood opposite Shang Ruoi with a shy look. Shang Ruoi looked at her and said coldly, What does it have to do with you? The woman didn't expect that she would have such an attitude. She was stunned for a moment and asked in disbelief, What did you say? You know, she is the daughter of the mayor of Shanheng City. Normally, others can't curry favor with her, but the person in front of her actually treats her like this. I say, what does it have to do with you? Shang Ruoi looked coldly at the shocked woman in front of her, glanced at her, and then retracted her gaze. She just saw clearly that the maid behind her was just a step slower and was slapped hard by her. Now one side of her face is still swollen. She naturally disdains to pay attention to such people who rely on their good family background to be domineering and arrogant. The woman clenched her fists and said angrily, Do you know who you are talking to? Who do you talk to? Shang Ruoi sneered. This young master is least afraid of threats. You. She stretched out her index finger and pointed at the tip of her nose. Just wait for me. Shang Ruoi looked at the finger that was about to be stuck on the tip of her nose, and her eyes suddenly turned cold, making people feel as if they were falling into an ice cellar. If you don't know where to put your hands, why don't I find a place for you? As soon as she finished speaking, the woman immediately retracted her fingers. You. How dare you be so disrespectful to this young lady? I will make my father punish you. Shang Ruoi smiled. Miss, I just don't want to reveal my name. What crime have I committed? Humph. Now that you are in my territory, I say you are guilty. Even if you are innocent, you are guilty. She smiled complacently. This young lady is the daughter of the city, lord of Shanheng City. You have offended me, and you still want to stay here? Dream on. The daughter of the city lord? Shang Ruai looked at her coldly. The mayor's daughter, so what?
You.
She had introduced herself, but she still received a dismissive reply. Just wait for me. She left angrily. She thought she would be able to have some peace and quiet after leaving, but a man suddenly walked up to her with a smile on his face. Young brother, be careful. That girl is not easy to mess with. Shang Ruai smiled. Thank you for your reminder, sir. She turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped again. At this point, her patience had run out. She couldn't help but secretly elbowed him, thinking that she didn't check the almanac before going out today. Was it not suitable to go out? Why were there so many stumbling blocks? Anything else? Ling Feng looked at the man who had lost all patience, smiled and said, I see you look like a newcomer. I have lived here for many years. If you need any help, feel free to come to me. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard a loud shout from behind. He's there. Ling Feng was startled when he heard this, and hurried forward, shouting as he ran. I'm at Fulayan.
Fulayan.
What a coincidence. I also lived there. This episode was quickly forgotten by Shang Ruai. After asking around, she came to a ranch. This was also the purpose of her trip, to buy cows. To Shang Ruai's surprise, the owner of this ranch was actually from Tianshan. What do you want to buy, sir? Do you have cows for sale? Shang Ruai smiled and said, for sale. The man said enthusiastically, How many do you want, sir? Shang Ruai held up 3 fingers. 3? He smiled. 3 was already a lot. At 15 taels of silver per head, 3 could be sold for 45 taels. If the deal was done, he would be rich today. Just as he was feeling proud of the 3 cows, Shang Ruai said calmly, 30. How much more? 30? Sir, you're not kidding me, are you? He said excitedly, really 30? Shang Ruai nodded. If your cows are good, I will buy more later. The man was overjoyed when he heard this. How could this be a young master? He was simply the god of wealth. Shang Ruai looked at the cows grazing leisurely in the pasture, as if she saw a mountain of gold and silver. In the end, she bought 30 cows for 420 taels. It was easy to buy, but it was extremely difficult to bring them back to Tianshan. Livestock were not allowed to pass through customs. Ah Chung came over and said, Sir, how are you going to take these cows back? Shang Ruai smiled and said, Of course I have a way. In her space, not to mention 30 cows, even 300 or 3,000 can be accommodated. She whispered a few words in the rancher's ear. Okay, sir. Although the rancher was not happy with her, the request felt a bit strange, but he had to agree to the guest's request. Shang Ruai paid the silver and left, leaving Ah Chung and the others stunned. Sir, are we going to take those cows with us? Ing Shua asked, puzzled. Take? Take where? Shang Ruai smiled. A few of us, taking 30 cows to the market? Several people imagined this scene and found it a bit scary. Someone will help us take the cows to Tianshan. At this moment, a slightly familiar figure appeared in front of her. He was sweating all over and his face was flushed. Even though the weather was cold now, there were still beads of sweat on his head. Help! Help! At this moment, the pursuers behind him had arrived. Shang Ruai was not familiar with this place, and she didn't want to meddle in other people's business. However, when the group of people ran past her to catch people, one of them knocked Xuanmei to the ground, and another man stepped her white shoe surface. TSK. Shang Ruai frowned, and there was a hint of anger in her heart.
Wait,
she said lightly. However, none of the people who ran over paid any attention to her. She waved her hand lightly, and Ah Ching shot out and stood in front of those people. My young master asked you to wait, didn't you hear me? Those people were blocked and said coldly, Get out of the way. Ah Chung looked at them. Although he was outnumbered, there was no fear in his eyes. My young master asked you to wait. Who is your young master? Is he worthy of making us wait? That's right. Get out of the way now. If you delay my business, I will beat up the young master you mentioned. A burly man said, And you? You look as thin as a chicken. I guess you can't even take a punch from me. You Tianshan people are trash. I heard that your Tianshuan's god of war general is called something? What's the name of He Jing? Even he is a useless person, and you still want to show off here with us?
Bah.
Ah Cheng's pupils shrank, and just as he was about to take action, he heard Shang Ruai's voice. Really? Shang Ruai walked closer, with a sneer on her lips. Do you want to try? She walked step by step to the front of those people. Her eyes were full of coldness, looked at the black footprints on the back of her shoes, and curled her lips. You dirty my shoes, and said rude things. Either apologize or... She set her eyes on them. Choose a way to die. Those people looked at her frail appearance and couldn't help but burst into laughter. You're not afraid of being blown away by the strong wind when you say that. A man walked up to Shang Ruai, raised his hand, and hit her face. Today I'll let you know what it means to be careful with your words and actions. As he spoke, his hand was about to hit Shang Ruai's face. The onlookers couldn't help but let out bursts of exclamations, lamenting that such a handsome face was about to be broken. Shang Ruai slowly stretched out her hands and held the man's arm. No matter how hard the man tried, the hand was tightly held and couldn't be shaken at all. At this moment, Shang Ruai slowly exerted force, and the man's face was as red as a pig's liver, and a wailing sound came out of his mouth. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Shang Ruai's face did not change, and the strength of her hand did not decrease at all. The man felt that if he continued to be held like this, his hand would be useless. Seeing this, others rushed over to help. Before they could get close, Ah Chung stepped forward and stopped them. Compared with these burly men, Ah Chung was indeed thin, but these men were all fat and big-eared. They looked strong, but in fact they were all silver-plated guns, good-looking but useless. Ah Chung flew up and kicked the men to the ground in no time. For a moment, the whole street was quiet, with only the cries of ouch, ouch from the men echoing. Young master, hero. The man who was held in Shang Ruai's hand was about to cry out in pain. Ancestor, please show mercy, and let us go. We won't dare to do it again. Shang Ruai sneered. I hate people like you who bully the weak and fear the strong, and look down on others the most. At this moment, a middle-aged man came forward and bowed to Shang Ruai and said, Young master, I am Qian Jinyan, the owner of Tianyun Casino. Shang Ruai turned around and glanced at him indifferently. I wonder what can I do for you, Manager Qian? Qian Jinyan smiled and said, I wonder why these useless people under my command offended you, young master? Just speak up, and I will definitely punish them severely. So, it was Manager Qian's people. Shang Ruai smiled and exerted force. With a click, the man's wrist was broken, and his screams echoed on the street for a long time. Shang Ruai finally let go, took out a handkerchief to wipe her hands, and a smile appeared on the corner of her lips. It's not a big deal. It's just that these people don't know the rules, and what they say is really unpleasant. My subordinates don't know the rules. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Manager Qian's face did not change, and he bowed his hands and said, Our boss admires you very much and would like to invite you to come over and have a chat. By the way, there is an acquaintance who may be of interest to you. Shang Ruai raised her eyebrows. Acquaintance? When did she have an acquaintance in this western region? At this time, Ah Chung walked to her side and whispered, Sir, this Tianyun Casino is the largest casino in the entire western region. It is rumored that this boss is very mysterious. So that's it. No wonder the owner of a casino seems to be very cunning. In this case, please lead the way, Manager Qian.
Please.
The man lying on the ground looked at the direction she left with a face full of resentment, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his lips. Once you enter their casino, don't expect to come out in one piece. Shang Ruai came to the most prosperous street and came to a luxurious building. A huge plaque Tianyun Casino was hung on it. Shang Ruai looked at the plaque and smiled. You are really willing to spend money. I saw that the plaque is made of gold. Young master, you have good eyesight. Shopkeeper Qian made a gesture of invitation. Young master, please come in. Shang Ruai walked into the casino and saw that the huge main hall was full of people, surrounding hundreds of gambling tables with red faces. Sometimes there was laughter from winning the bet, and sometimes there were bursts of curses, which must be the loss of the bet. Such a scene would make people's blood boil just by looking at it, and they would want to have a try immediately. Sir, do you know how to gamble? Shang Ruai shook her head and smiled. My father is strict, and anyone who gambles will be punished. The two came to the third floor, and shopkeeper Qian took her to a door and whispered, Sir, please wait a moment. After that, he walked into the room. After a while, shopkeeper Qian came out and said with a smile, Sir, please come in. After that, he stretched out his hand to stop the three people standing behind her. Sir, please wait outside.
But
It doesn't matter. Shang Ruai smiled. The owner of this gambling house invited me in public, so there should be no malice. Shang Ruai followed shopkeeper Qian into the room. Unlike the noise outside, the shouting outside disappeared the moment she walked in here. The room was lit with a faint sandalwood scent. In the middle of the room, several dancers were dancing, and on the high platform, a middle-aged man wearing half a mask was drinking. Seeing Shang Ruai coming in, his eyes did not change at all. He just said lightly, You are the one who hurt my people?
yes,
You are so straightforward. The man sat up straight, waved his hand, and the dancers retreated. I wonder why you asked me to come here? The man smiled and said, You beat my people in public, which means you don't take our casino seriously. Tell me, why did I ask you to come here? I see. She looked around, found a chair, and sat down casually, and said casually, I didn't expect that the owner of such a big casino would be so narrow-minded. I overestimated you. Huh, it's just a joke. Why do you take it seriously? He smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes at all. I wonder if you know how to gamble? My father is strict and doesn't let me get involved.
ha, take the dice.
He whispered. Only people with good gambling skills would say that. Shang Ruai smiled and said nothing. She really didn't like gambling and never got involved, but this did not affect her ability to master the skill of gambling. Soon, the servants brought 2 sets of dice. The man made a gesture of invitation, letting Shang Ruai choose first. What do you mean, sir? Shang Ruai said coldly. Young master, you hurt my people, which is like slapping me in the face in public. I, Lu Mingzhou, am also a well-known figure in the western regions, and I have to save my face. If you beat me today, our grievances will be written off, and I will give you all the profits of our gambling house today. But if you lose, your friend's life will belong to me. Friend? Shang Ruai was stunned. Where did she get a friend? At this time, Ling Feng was and pushed in by several men. Shang Ruai frowned. Why is it him? If you lose, I want his life. Shang Ruai curled her lips when she heard that. She sat opposite him indifferently, picked up a dice cup, smiled, and said, In this case, it doesn't matter if I lose today. I don't know him. When Ling Feng heard that, he became anxious. You don't know him. We talked a few hours ago. Does talking mean you know him? Shang Ruai glanced at him. What's my name? You. Ling Feng was choked for a moment. He really didn't know her name. Lu Mingzhou raised his eyebrows and said, It's okay. Let's use his life as one of the bets. After all, such a bet is more interesting. Shang Ruai's fingertips curled slightly, but there was no change on her face. She just nodded and said, You are welcome. Since the young master said that he doesn't understand gambling, then we can use the simplest comparison of size and decide the winner in one round. How about it? Shang Ruai shook the dice cup in her hand and nodded, Okay. Then whoever has the highest score wins this round. After saying that, Lu Mingzhou held the 3 dice and shook them in his hand. Shang Ruai slowly picked up the dice cup, shook it a few times casually, and put it on the table. Seeing this, Lu Mingzhou smiled and opened the lid. He saw 3 dice, each with 6 points. What a coincidence, 18 points. Seeing this, Ling Feng's face turned pale. It's over. 18 points is the highest. I'm afraid my life will really be over. Shang Ruai reached out and opened the lid, only to see the 3 dice standing in a strange shape in the dice cup. Hiss. Each of the 3 dice was touching the ground with its tip. Shang Ruai smiled and looked at Qian Jinyan and said, Please count. Manager Qian, how many points do I have?
This.
Manager Qian was a little confused for a moment, as this was the first time he had seen dice in this shape. At this moment, Lu Mingzhou waved his hand. No need. You win this game. Thank you. Lu Mingzhou looked at her for a long while. May I know your name? Senior, you are too polite. I am Ling Jun. Shang Ruai made up a name. Lu Mingzhou waved his hand, and someone untied the rope that was tied to Ling Feng. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. I will do what I promised you, young master. From now on, all the grudges between you and me will be written off. After he finished speaking, shopkeeper Qian stepped forward, took out a 5,000 tael silver note, and handed it to her. This is the casino's profit today, and it all belongs to you, young master. Shang Ruai took the silver note in her hand, smiled, and said, Thank you very much. Lu Mingzhou stood upstairs, watching Shang Ruai's back as she left, and murmured, I didn't expect that I would lose to a little girl today. Girl? Shopkeeper Qian was shocked. Master, do you mean that the Lingjun just now is a girl? I guess the name Lingjun was just something she came up with to fool me. Lu Mingzhou's eyes were rarely filled with a smile. It's really interesting. Ling Feng followed her out of the casino and said with a smile, Thank you very much, Brother Lingjun, for saving my life today. Shang Ruai glanced at him and walked forward quickly. Seeing that she had not stopped, he was about to catch up with her, but was stopped by Ah Cheng. Stay away from my young master. Ling Feng smacked his lips and had to follow slowly. After walking for a while, Ah Cheng saw that he still hadn't left and couldn't help but ask coldly, Why are you following us? Hearing this, Ling Feng shouted, Who followed you? I'm going back to the inn. The next morning, Shang Ruai was about to go out when she heard a noisy sound downstairs. What happened? She opened the door and saw a woman holding a child in her arms and crying loudly. The people watching nearby kept shaking their heads.
How could a healthy child die?
This seems to be the wife of the Qiao family. The one who just died is the young master of the Qiao family?
Wow.
The Qiao family has been waiting for so many years to have such a unique child. Tut tut tut. It looks like he was poisoned to death. Qiao family? At this moment, Ah Cheng came over and whispered, The Qiao family is the largest family in Shanheng. More than half of the industries here belong to the Qiao family. So that's it. At this moment, Shang Ruai found that the child's hand moved slightly. She pushed through the crowd, stepped forward quickly, and whispered, Madam, your son is not dead yet. The lady was stunned for a moment and hurriedly said, Really? Shang Ruai laid the child flat on the ground, took the pulse, and whispered, He is still breathing. As soon as she finished speaking, Ingxue handed over the medicine box. Shang Ruai took out the silver needle and was about to stab it when she heard the woman next to her trembling and said, Is the young master a doctor?
Yes.
Shang Ruai inserted several silver needles into the boy's body. Then he heard people around him say, Such a young doctor? I've never heard of it. A child, still pretending to be a doctor here? Madam Qiao, don't be fooled by her. Now, anyone dares to claim to be a doctor. The young master is precious. Don't let her treat him badly. That's right. Don't be a charlatan. In order to cheat you of some gold and silver, he uses the young master's body to perform rituals here. Shang Ruai snorted coldly. Are all your mouths used to stir up trouble and confuse right and wrong? We are also doing this for Madam Qiao's good. For Madam Qiao's good? She couldn't help but sneer. In that case, why don't you help invite a doctor over? Instead, you keep making sarcastic remarks here? At this time, she had already inserted 7 needles into the boy. Shang Ruai didn't look up, but said coldly, If your mouth has only this function, it's better not to use it. After she finished speaking, the last silver needle fell, and she gently flicked the end of the needle, only to see that the silver needles actually shook strangely. Many people were amazed. The people who had just been making sarcastic remarks shut up when they saw this miraculous scene. At this time, the boy's face had returned to normal, no longer as blue as before. Shang Ruai stabbed the boy's index finger, and a stream of black blood suddenly spurted out and fell to the ground, emitting a fishy smell. This is... Madam Qiao asked softly, What is this? This is the culprit that almost caused your young master to die. Shang Ruai said softly. Your young master was poisoned and not poisoned. What do you mean, sir? Forgive my stupidity, and I don't understand what you mean. This thing is poison, but it was not given by others. It was brought by the young master from his mother's. She pointed to the still unconscious boy and said, he must have been sick all the time when he was young. That's right. Basically, he needs to take decoctions every day, and he has to ask the court doctor to see him every few days. Madame Chiao clutched the handkerchief tightly. The young master is really a miracle doctor. He can even see these. At this moment, a woman in the crowd said, you just said that we only know how to stir up trouble. Then why hasn't young Master Chiao woken up yet? Shang Ruai glanced at her, but didn't answer. The woman thought she had found her weak spot, and curled her lips and said, Humph, I told you. She's a liar. She's a doctor. She's really good at flattering herself. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw young Master Chiao's eyelashes move slightly. After a while, his fingers also lifted up. It moved. It moved. The onlookers shouted, it really moved. Mrs. Chiao saw this, and a look of joy appeared on her face. You're. Not long after, the boy slowly opened his eyes and said in a daze, Mom, what happened just now? Mrs. Chiao hugged him in her arms and cried with joy. That's great. It's so great that you're okay. She turned to look at Shang Ruai. Thank you very much for your help, young master. My Chiao family will reward you handsomely for such a great favor. Shang Ruai smiled. It's just a small favor. May I ask your name, young master? My Chiao family also wants to know who your benefactor is. My name is Ling Jun. Shang Ruai stood up, took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to her. Young master, take 1 pill a day for 6 months, and you will be completely cured. Completely cured? Mrs. Chiao was shocked. The Chiao family was extremely wealthy, and the doctors who treated Chiao Yu were all hired at great expense. Among them were experienced doctors, including Dr. Jiang, who was known as the best doctor in the world. Although there was some improvement after they were invited, it was still only a temporary solution. Now, this young master named Ling Jun actually said that he could make her son heal. She smiled and said, if the young master keeps his word, I will give him 10,000 taels of gold and thousands of acres of fertile land. Hiss. Hearing Mrs. Chiao's words, the onlookers couldn't help but gasp. What kind of overwhelming wealth is this? Okay. As soon as Shang Ruai finished speaking, she heard disdainful sneers from the crowd. What kind of miracle doctor? Isn't it for the gold and silver? I thought he was some otherworldly master. Shang Ruai sneered. Come on, come out. She pointed to a thin and small man with shifty eyes in the crowd and said, what's wrong with a miracle doctor? Don't you need to eat? He is a miracle doctor, not a god. Look at yourself. You are dressed in rags, you have nothing, and you still have the nerve to talk about others here. You are poor and destitute, so everyone should eat coarse food with you? Who do you think you are? Shang Ruai's rapid-fire words left the man speechless. He turned around and left with a red face. Madame Chiao stepped forward, took out a stack of banknotes and put them in her hand. Young master, I was in a hurry to go out today, and I only brought 500 taels with me. You take it first, and I will ask the servant to go back to get the silver. Shang Ruai smiled and took out 300 taels from it. There are a total of 15 pills in it, 20 taels each, a total of 300 taels. As for the consultation fee, forget it. Madame Chiao was stunned. Just 300 taels? I never charge an extra consultation fee for treating patients. Shang Ruai took out a pen and paper and wrote an address. For the pills at the back, please send someone to pick them up here. Madame Chiao took the note and was stunned for a moment. Isn't this Tianxuan's place of exile? At this moment, a laugh came from the door. Madame Chiao, how are you? An old man walked in slowly, with a young woman. Divine, Dr. Jiang. Mrs. Chiao said with a smile, I didn't expect to meet you here. I went to Tianshan Qingzhou to treat a patient, and I came to see your young master on the way. Her eyes fell on Xiao Yu, who looked normal, and she was stunned for a moment. This child could actually live until now. When he treated him 2 years ago, he knew that the child's life would not be too long. Only 2 years at most, but when he saw him today, there was no sign of weakness. It seems that my treatment is very effective for your young master. The young master looks radiant and almost recovered. Hiss. The onlookers heard it and couldn't help but take a breath. This is more shocking than seeing the young Master Chiao wake up with their own eyes. Who doesn't know the famous divine Dr. Jiang? If he can make him say that he is almost cured, it must be true. The patient that divine Dr. Jiang couldn't cure was actually cured by the young man in front of him. Could it be that this young man's medical skills are better than his? Mrs. Chiao didn't say anything, just smiled. Dr. Jiang saw that Madame Chiao's attitude was not warm, and his face was a little unhappy. At this time, he glanced at Madame Chiao holding a porcelain bottle in her hand. Madam, are you feeling unwell?
No.
Madame Chiao smiled and said, These are the pills that this little doctor gave to my son. Little doctor? Dr. Jiang frowned. Someone actually dared to call himself a doctor in front of him. He set his eyes on Shang Ruai, his eyes full of coldness. I wonder who is this little brother's master? My master lives in seclusion and doesn't like to be disturbed by outsiders, so I won't tell you his name. At this time, Jiang Ener, who was standing next to Dr. Jiang, sneered and said, Don't you want to tell me, or don't dare? The person who comes has bad intentions. Shang Ruai said in a deep voice, Young lady, are you being mean-spirited? Upon hearing this, the smile on Jiang Ener's face instantly disappeared. Say it again. Isn't it? Shang Ruai sneered. Is your master the best in the world? You must remember that there are always people better than you. Dr. Jiang looked at her unkindly. Brother, do you think you look down on me when you say that? It turns out that a master will teach like disciples. Shang Ruai sneered. Senior, you worry too much. I don't reveal the name of my master because I abide by his teachings. I don't know how I have offended you too. In other words, what does it have to do with you whether I say it or not? Jiang Ener glanced at her. My father finally cured young Master Chiao. You don't know how much effort he put in and how long he worked without sleep. If you take the medicine you got from who knows where, can you bear the responsibility? Jiang Ener looked at the porcelain bottle in Mrs. Chiao's hand with contempt and snorted. There are so many swindlers in the world now. Mrs. Chiao should not take advantage of small gains and suffer big losses. Every time Jiang Ener said a word, the faces of the onlookers became more funny. The person who Jiang Shini had used so much effort to cure was cured by this little Shini doctor named Ling Jun with only one silver needle. The gap is too big. For a while, they all looked at Shang Ruai with fiery eyes. Shini. This is the real Shini doctor. When Mrs. Chiao heard this, the look on her face was also very wonderful. You know, how much effort and money their Chiao family had spent to invite Shini Jiang. In the end, he was cured by a few needles from others. Jiang Ener's original intention was to let Mrs. Chiao know how hard her father worked to save her son, but she didn't expect that her cleverness backfired. Shang Ruai smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Jiang. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone around her laughed softly. Jiang Ener didn't understand and said angrily, What are you laughing at? Shang Ruai had a faint smile on her face. Nothing. At this time, the onlookers couldn't help but laugh and said, You said that Dr. Jiang spent a lot of effort to save young Master Chiao, but this little doctor only used a silver needle to cure the young master.
What?
Dr. Jiang's face turned pale and his brows were furrowed. How is this possible? The toxins in the body of the young master of the Chiao family were brought from his mother's. It was not easy for him to survive, so how could he be cured? He said to Madame Chiao, Is it true? Madame Chiao nodded. Thanks to this young doctor. Otherwise Yua would be in danger today. Hearing what Madame Chiao said, Jiang Ener said in disbelief, How is it possible? He is so young. How could he be better than my father in medicine? Madame Chiao, don't be fooled by her. Madame Chiao's face turned cold when she heard this. Miss Jiang, I will not be easily deceived. Please be careful with your words and actions. Jiang Ener's face turned pale, and she said no more. Dr. Zhang's tone was slightly deep. Madam Chiao, can you let me take a look at the pills in the porcelain bottle? Madam Chiao looked at Shang Ruai, and when she nodded, she handed the porcelain bottle in her hand over. This subtle action fell into the eyes of Dr. Zhang, making his face even uglier. He took the porcelain bottle and poured out a pill. He put it under his nose and smelled it, and couldn't help but be surprised. Looking at Shang Ruai in disbelief. Did this pill really come from you? Dr. Zhang's actions, in the eyes of everyone, undoubtedly confirmed the magical effect of this pill. Of course, several of these medicinal materials are over 100 years old. Where did you get them from? 100 years. Just now they thought that 20 taels per pill was a bit too expensive, but now it seems that they were too short-sighted. They dared not even think about how much silver a 100-year-old medicinal material would sell for on the market. People made it into pills and only sold it for 20 taels. How could it be expensive? However, it seemed a bit too much for Dr. Zhang to ask about the origin of the medicinal materials. Who would tell others such things? Dr. Zhang, I'm sorry that I can't tell you such confidential matters. Dr. Zhang also knew that he was a bit abrupt and smiled awkwardly. It's really rare, and I'm a little anxious. Seeing that he couldn't get any information, and Mrs. Chiao didn't look good to them, Dr. Zhang said goodbye and left. Dad, are we just going to let that guy leave like this? Jiang An'er said coldly. We lost such a big man. All because of him. The warm smile on Jiang Shini's face disappeared, and he said coldly, Humph, I've been walking in the world for decades, and this is the first time I have met such an elder who has no sense of propriety. How could he allow someone to ride on his head? Dad, Prince Shun asked you to go and treat his illness that day. You can't let him know that there is such a big man. Jiang An'er said coldly, If my daughter can't marry He Jingheng, she will have to marry someone who holds the power of life and death. By then, won't He Jingheng's life be in my hands? My daughter can do whatever she wants to him. Hearing this, Jiang Shini sighed. An'er, Dad doesn't want you to enter the palace. It's too difficult to survive there. He is such a daughter, so naturally he hopes that she can find a satisfactory husband and love each other for life. Jiang An'er shook her head firmly. If my daughter cannot marry He Jingheng, it doesn't matter who she marries. Why not marry a powerful man? Then I will be the one above everyone else. Dr. Zhang looked at this daughter, who looked like his beloved wife, and shook his head silently. This child is exactly like her mother. She has made a decision, and will not change it no matter who says it. After seeing off Mrs. Chiao, Shang Ruai went to Shan Heng's famous ghost market according to the original itinerary. Ah Chung and Ing Shuesun may wanted to follow, but were rejected by Shang Ruai. Entering the ghost market, Shang Ruai noticed that someone was following her. She curled her lips slightly. Who was that blind person again? She walked forward a few steps quickly, and when she saw that there was no one around, she went directly into the space. Not long after, two big men came to the place where she disappeared. Where did they go? They were clearly running here just now. How come they disappeared? Did they see a ghost? At this moment, a sinister laugh suddenly came from behind, and then a woman's voice came. Didn't you see a ghost?
Ghost.
The two grown men didn't even turn their heads back and ran faster than rabbits. Shang Ruai walked out of the space, clapped her hands, and snorted coldly. Dare to follow me? Scare you to death. Seeing that the two people had disappeared, she turned and walked in another direction. After going around and around, she came to a dilapidated yard. There were several mooing sounds coming from the yard. She looked at the note that was stuffed into her hand when she entered the ghost market just now, and compared it with the door plate. This was the right place. She pushed the door open, and what came into her sight were the 30 cows she had bought earlier. After confirming that there was no one around, she put the cows into the space. The next step was to think about how to bring these cows into Tianshan reasonably. After the two people ran out of the ghost market, they went straight to Tianyan Casino. Seeing them panting, Qian, the shopkeeper, looked behind them and frowned. Where is the person the boss asked you to invite? One of the men said, No. Didn't invite her. She disappeared. Disappeared? How is this possible? The incident at Fulian had spread everywhere. The young Dr. Lingjun cured the young master of the Chiao family with just one silver needle. Another man recounted what had just happened. Shopkeeper, she is not a human at all. She is a ghost. He touched his neck and said with lingering fear, I can feel the water on my neck. It must be the saliva of the female ghost. She covets my body so. Before he could finish, he heard a sneer from the door. Female ghost? Covet your body? Shang Ruai glanced at him. Why don't you take A and look at your own virtues to see if you are worthy of being coveted? The two men almost peed their pants when they heard her voice.
Ghost.
That was the voice just now. When shopkeeper Qian saw her coming in, he walked forward with a smile. Little Dr. Ling, I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Please come in quickly. Our boss has been waiting for you for a long time. Shang Ruai smiled. Your boss's way of inviting people is really special. My subordinates are ignorant. Please don't be offended. Shopkeeper Qian made a gesture of invitation. Master Ling, please come in. Your boss is looking for me and I happen to have a business deal to discuss with him. Shopkeeper Qian brought her into the room of yesterday's lady, and a faint fragrance of tea came from the room. Lu Mingzhou was originally sitting on a chair. When he saw her come in, he stood up and greeted her with a smile. Little Dr. Lingjun, how are you? Shang Ruai smiled. To be honest, I haven't seen you for only 12 hours. You don't have to be so polite. Ha ha ha, little brother Lingjun is really straightforward. Lu Mingzhou had a smile on his face. I heard that you saved the young master of the Chiao family in the inn, so I sent my men to find you. I really have something to ask for. Guessing that it was because of this, Shang Ruai's face did not show any surprise. She just took a sip of the tea that the maid had just handed over and couldn't help sighing. Good tea. It's really good tea. Haha, it's rare that little brother likes it. He winked at shopkeeper Qian, who was standing next to him, and shopkeeper Qian understood and went down to prepare it immediately. Shang Ruai put down the teacup, smiled, and said, If you have anything to say, please tell me directly. It's my daughter. Lu Mingzhou sighed and said, My daughter's situation is very similar to that of the young master of the Chiao family. She has been in poor health since she was a child, and it has been getting worse in recent years. She has seen many doctors, and they all said that the disease was brought from the... Shang Ruai understood. You want me to treat your woman? That's right. Shang Ruai nodded. I can treat the disease, but everyone's physical condition is different. Even if they have the same disease, the severity will vary. So whether it can be cured or not, I have to wait until I personally take her pulse to know. Lu Mingzhou nodded. In that case, then I'll trouble you, little brother. As long as it can be cured, just ask for whatever you need. Shang Ruai smiled and said, I really need your help with something. Whatever it is, just ask. I need you to help me transport a batch of dairy cows to Qingshe town in Tianshan in a reasonable and legal manner. Lu Mingzhou had an indifferent smile on his face. If it were horses, it might take some trouble, but it was just a group of cows, so it was very simple. No problem. Shang Ruai followed Lu Mingzhou out of the back door of the casino, which was directly connected to a backyard. Shopkeeper Qian walked beside her and whispered, Thank you, sir, for your willingness to help our young lady with her illness. It's just a small favor. Doctors are kind-hearted. How can they stand idly by when they see a patient? Shopkeeper Qian sighed. Our young lady is also pitiful. She lost her mother when she was born, and she was not pregnant, so it was difficult to raise her. Our master took a lot of effort to keep the young lady alive until now. Shang Ruai nodded when she heard it. If it was as he said, then it would be really difficult for the little girl to survive. Shopkeeper Qian said leisurely, Fortunately, our madam has a legitimate sister. She served by her side when she was pregnant for the last period of time. Later, she died in an avalanche during childbirth. Poor little girl was born without a mother. Fortunately, there is Madam's sister to take care of her. She has been taking care of her since the day she was born. She regards my little girl as her own. Now little girl is very dependent on her. Our boss intends to marry her. If you have time, you must come to the wedding. Shang Ruai nodded. Of course. As they were talking, several people came to a courtyard. Across the courtyard wall, Shang Ruai smelled an extremely strong smell of Chinese medicine. At this time, a maid ran out in a panic and accidentally bumped into Lu Mingzhou. "Master," she hurriedly said, "Master, please go and see the little girl." "What happened to her?" he asked anxiously. "The young lady has a high fever and has fainted." Lu Mingzhou's tall figure fell to the side for a moment, and the shopkeeper Qian quickly supported him. "Boss." He remembered clearly that the doctor who came to see the patient last time had warned her several times before leaving, not to let her have a fever, otherwise her life would be in danger. Shang Ruai said in a deep voice, "Let me go and take a look first." Lu Mingzhou turned around and saw Shang Ruai, then he reacted and nodded quickly. "Please trouble you, little brother." He also wanted to go in and take a look. Just as he was about to step in, he found that his feet could not move.
This.
Shang Ruai said softly, "You were too nervous just now. You'll be fine in a while." Shang Ruai followed the maid into the room, frowning. The windows in the room were blocked by thick curtains, and no light could get in. There was a little girl lying on the bed. Her face was pale, and she twitched from time to time. A young woman was sitting beside the couch. She wiped her tears and looked at the bed and said, "Kur, my poor child." After she finished speaking, she covered her mouth with a handkerchief, and tears fell like beads from a broken string. She looked back and saw someone coming in. She thought it was Lu Mingzhou, and she cried even louder, "Kur, if anything happens to you, your aunt will not live." Shang Ruai walked to the bed and whispered, "Please make way." Hearing the unfamiliar voice, the woman was stunned for a moment and looked back. "Who are you?" "I was invited by the head of the Lu family to treat Miss Lu." When she heard that it was a doctor, the woman tightened her hand holding the handkerchief, stood up, and with tears on her face, she smiled and said, "Did Brother Lu ask you to come?" "Brother Lu? Isn't she the sister of Lu Mingzhou's original wife? Shouldn't she call Lu Mingzhou brother-in-law? Why call him Brother Lu?" Shang Ruai looked at her, nodded and said, "That's right." After she finished speaking, she walked to the bedside, looked at the girl who was still in a coma, and put her hand on her pulse. Judging from the pulse, it was indeed a physical weakness caused by insufficiency in the. Just as she was about to let go of her hand, the last beat of the pulse made her heart skip a beat. "This is." She glanced at the woman not far away from her and saw that she was looking at her nervously while she was taking the girl's pulse, her eyes slightly narrowed. "It seems that her guess just now is not impossible. How is it?" Lu Mingzhou walked in. Shang Ruai put the girl's hand down, frowning, and did not answer Lu Mingzhou's question, but asked in a cold voice, "On weekdays, who is responsible for the lady's diet and daily life?" The nanny standing next to her whispered, "It is Miss Qi-yin who is responsible. She said that she is worried about others interfering, so she has to feed the lady even a bite of cake herself." Qi-yin hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Sir, is there anything that I have not taken good care of?" Before Shang Ruai could speak, she began to wipe her tears again. "I know I am clumsy, but I think that I am her aunt, and I can only feel at ease if I do it myself." Shang Ruai sneered, "Are you worried about others taking care of you? Or are you poisoning her under the name of taking care of her personally?"
What?
Poisoning? Lu Mingzhou's pupils shrank suddenly. He grabbed Qi Yin's arm and shouted angrily, "You poisoned Ke?" Qi Yin's face turned pale, and she quickly knelt on the ground. "Brother Lu, I didn't." Her tears fell like beads from a broken string. "Ke is my sister's child. How could I harm her?" Shang Ruai snorted coldly and looked at her with sarcasm in her eyes. "You think you are smart, but in fact, you are full of loopholes."
What?
Some of the toxins in Ke's body were brought from and the truly fatal toxins are accumulated little by little after birth. Qi Yin looked at Shang Ruai with disbelief in her eyes. "How is it possible?" "I didn't poison." She grabbed Lu Mingzhou's trouser leg and cried, "Brother Lu, can't you see how much I have loved Ke for so many years? I really treat her as my own child. How could I poison her? She must be talking nonsense. We have consulted so many doctors, and none of them said it was poisoning, which shows that her words are not credible." Lu Mingzhou also hesitated for a moment. He knew how good Qi-in was to Kur, and Kur liked her especially. Otherwise, he would never have thought of marrying Qi-in. He set his eyes on Shang Ruai again. It was well known that she cured the young master of the Qiao family in the street. Everyone knew how difficult the young master of the Qiao family's illness was to cure. Even the disease that Dr. Jiang couldn't cure, she cured it in just a moment. No one would question such superb medical skills. Shang Ruai snorted coldly and said, "Your brilliance lies in the fact that the poison you gave her after she was born was exactly the same as the poison she was infected with in the mothers. Because of this, everyone thinks that it was brought from the..." Qi-yin's pupils suddenly shrank. How could she know? "Qi-yin, did you really poison Ke?" Lu Mingzhou clenched his fists and said angrily, "How could you?" Shang Ruai sneered, "Not only did you poison Miss Ke, the reason why your elder sister had a difficult delivery was also your doing."
What?
Lu Mingzhou staggered and looked at Qi-yin, who was sitting on the ground in disbelief. "Where is the evidence? What evidence do you have to prove that I did it?" She looked at Shang Ruai stubbornly. "Sir, do you think you can convict me just by talking?"
Search.
Lu Mingzhou said angrily. "Go to her yard and search it for me." Qi-yin didn't have any fear on her face. She just looked at Shang Ruai sarcastically and said confidently, "If it wasn't me, I won't admit it no matter what. You can search. If you can find poison, I will swallow it directly." Hearing her say this, Shang Ruai frowned. It seemed that she was sure that they couldn't find anything in her yard. If the poison is not in the courtyard, then it must be on her. At this moment, she suddenly saw the position of her hands, and the words that the nanny had just said flashed through her mind, that every bite of cake must be fed to her mouth by hand.
Hands.
So that's it. At this moment, the servants came in and bowed. "Master, no poison was found in Miss Qi-yin's courtyard." Qi-yin looked at Lu Mingzhou, her eyes red, and she was about to cry. "Brother Lu, I didn't expect you to have no trust in me at all." Shang Ruai sneered. "Miss Qi is so good at acting. Why doesn't she go to the opera troupe?" Qi-yin's tears fell, and she said aggrievedly, "Have I offended you in any way? Why do you keep holding on to me?" Shang Ruai walked up, grabbed her arm, and raised it up. "Miss Qi's nails are so beautiful. I wonder what they are dyed with?" Qi-yin was stunned, and was surrounded by great fear.
She.
How did she know? Shang Ruai smiled. Hautuinia cordata is a very interesting poison. It is green when it touches the skin, but it is an extremely beautiful pink on the nails. After being taken by people, they will not notice it at first. If taken for a long time, the body will become weak and sickly. Over the years, the life force will be exhausted. After hearing her say this, Qi-yin had nothing to hide. The righteous look just now disappeared, and she pulled her hand back with all her strength. "I don't know what you were talking about." Seeing her like this, what else did Lu Mingzhou not understand? The veins on his head were exposed, and he slapped her in the face. "Poisonous woman. Kur is your sister's child. How could you do such a thing?" "Sister?" Qi-yin smiled coldly. "Does she treat me as her sister?" She stood up, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, which showed how much effort Lu Mingzhou had just put in. "It should have been me who married you. She stole my marriage and my life. I am not living well, so why should she enjoy a happy life? All this should have been mine." Lu Mingzhou did not expect that the true face of Qi-yin, who had always been gentle and lovely, would be so terrifying. And he actually gave his precious daughter to such a vicious woman to raise. Now Kur is dying, and it is all his fault. When he thought of this, he wished he could stab himself to death with a knife. "When my sister was pregnant, I knew my chance had come. I picked the Hautuinia cordata myself and applied the medicine juice on my nails. I made the pastries for my sister every day. She was in pain as long as I was here. You all thought she was unwell because of pregnancy, but it was actually because of poisoning." Lu Mingzhou's figure shook, and the appearance of his wife at the end of her life flashed before his eyes, and he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Qi-yin looked at Shang Ruai and said angrily, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, No one would have found out that I was the one who poisoned her, and I would have married Brother Liu. After this little died, I would have had a child with Brother Liu. All of this was ruined by you. All ruined. She cast her eyes on the little person on the couch again. A trace of pain flashed across her eyes. Although she hated her sister, she had regretted it since Kur could speak and called her aunt. Is it really worth it to stain her hands with blood for a man? But the thing has been done, and it can't be stopped. I killed my sister, and now Kur is going to accompany her, so I can be regarded as reuniting the mother and daughter. Shang Ruai sneered, who said Kur is going to die.
What?
Chi Yin was stunned. When she looked over carefully, she suddenly found that Kur's hands had a few more silver needles. Her originally flushed face had returned to normal, and her breathing had stabilized.
Impossible. Impossible.
She was obviously about to die. Chi Yin fixed her eyes on Shang Ruai, her eyes furious. It's you? She pulled out the hairpin on her head and rushed toward Shang Ruai. Shang Ruai snorted coldly and kicked her hand. The hairpin flew out instantly and nailed on the roof. Just when everyone's attention was relaxed, she suddenly pulled out a dagger from her other hand and stabbed Kur, who was lying on the bed.
Kaya. Miss.
Chi Yin's face was ferocious, and she shouted loudly, "Buried with me." Lu Mingzhou ran towards her, but the distance was too far and he was powerless. It's over, it's all over. Everyone thought her target was Shang Ruai, and no one thought that she really wanted to kill Kur. She knew that if she rushed directly to Kur, she would definitely be stopped, so she set her target on Shang Ruai. Seeing that the dagger was about to pierce Kur's body, suddenly a silver needle shot out. The force of the silver needle directly shook the dagger away. Hiss! How powerful is this force to have such an effect? Shang Ruai kicked out and directly kicked Chi Yin to the ground. You are quite courageous. Shang Ruai sneered. How dare you play tricks in front of me? Shang Ruai's kick was so powerful that Chi Yin lay on the ground for a long time without getting up. Not to mention her, she could kick a sturdy man to the ground and make him unable to get up, let alone a mere Chi Yin.
You.
The severe pain made her lips tremble unconsciously.
No need to say more nonsense.
When she looked at her, you didn't even let go of a child of a few years old. Calling you a beast is an insult to the word. She set her eyes on Lu Mingzhou. Master Lu, how do you want to deal with it? Master Lu looked at Chi Yin coldly. I didn't want to find a stepmother for Kur, but she was clamoring for you to be her mother. If she knew that you were such a vicious person, she would be very sad. Chi Yin heard this, and a look of shock appeared in her eyes.
It's care. It's care. Ha ha ha.
She knelt on the ground, laughing non-stop, but the next moment, tears flowed down. I don't want Kur to be sad, so you should disappear from her sight forever. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and several servants came up and dragged her away. As for how he dealt with Chi Yin, Shang Ruai didn't care. She just wanted to cure Kur and let Lu Mingzhou transport the cows to Qingzhou so that she could bring the cows back to Xia village with good reason. Brother Ling, how's my daughter? He walked to the bedside, looked at Kur, whose complexion had returned to normal, and couldn't help but be happy. For so many years, he had never seen such a healthy color on Kur's face. It's just some fishy herbs, it's not difficult to cure. Shang Ruai took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to him. In another quarter of an hour, she will be able to wake up and take one pill in it every day. Lu Mingzhou was overjoyed and said quickly, Thank you, thank you. What about my cows? Lu Mingzhou nodded. Isn't it just 30 cows? I'll give you 300 or 3,000. Shang Ruai smiled and said, Master Lu, there is no need to be so polite. Lu Mingzhou laughed happily. You saved my daughter and helped me expose Chi Yin's true face. Otherwise, if I had been kept in the dark by her and married her into the mansion one day in the future, something might have happened. Even if Kur is lucky enough to escape this time, she might still torture her in the future. You are a benefactor to me, to Kur, and to the entire Lu family. You are too kind. Maybe it's fate. Lu Mingzhou nodded. You go back first and listen my news. Those cattle will arrive in Qingzhou the day after tomorrow at the latest. Shang Ruai smiled. Thank you, Master Lu. After the greetings, Lu Mingzhou stayed by Ker's bed, and shopkeeper Qian personally sent her out. Hee, Master Ling is really not an ordinary person. He can actually see through her true face. Shopkeeper Qian smiled and said, I am really ashamed of myself. Really? Shang Ruai smiled. Shopkeeper Qian is too modest. I believe you know what kind of person Qi is better than me. Shopkeeper Qian's pupils suddenly shrank. How did she know? What do you mean, young master? Since I entered the mansion, shopkeeper Qian has told me everything about Qi. Shang Ruai smiled. If she was an insignificant person, you wouldn't say so much based on your personality. Shopkeeper Qian looked at Shang Ruai's face. A smile spread across the corners of his lips. I didn't expect that young masterling has such a clever mind. He cupped his hands and said in a low voice, Thanks to young masterling's care today, my Lu family will never forget such a great favor, and will repay you one day. Shang Ruai returned to the inn, and saw the three men were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Seeing Shang Ruai's figure, they hurriedly went to greet her, Miss. Yue and Xuanmei walked forward quickly. Miss, where have you been? Let the servants find you easily. Nothing, just let those cows find a way to return to Tianshan. Shang Ruai looked at Ah Chung, and a smile appeared on the corner of her lips. Ah Chung, when you return to the He family, do you know what to say and what not to say? Ah Chung bowed. Ah Chung will remember what the master said. Shang Ruai nodded with satisfaction. Early the next morning, Shang Ruai was ready to go home. Just as she was about to leave the inn, a familiar figure appeared in front of her.
Ling Feng smilet flatter in glee. Master Ling.
He rubbed his hands. Are you going back to Tianshan? Before Shang Ruai could answer, Ah Chung pushed him aside. What do you want to do? Ling Feng's steps seemed to stagger back, but in fact, each step was full of mysteries. Ah Chung didn't see it, but Shang Ruai saw it clearly. This man is a master. But why is he hiding his incompetence? Stop. Shang Ruai said lightly, I really want to go back to Tianshan. I wonder Ling Feng. I wonder what brother Ling Feng wants to do? Ling Feng smiled and said, I wonder if I can follow you? Follow me? The merchant woman couldn't help laughing. Do you know who I am? Aren't you the genius Dr. Lingjun? He looked around and said softly, Not only that, your gambling skills are so great. He said with a little excitement, You are really the best gambler I have ever seen. Can I learn from you? Shang Ruai looked at him with amusement. You want to follow me? It's not impossible, but you have to tell me. What can you do? She said leisurely, If you want to learn a skill, you can. What do you want to exchange? I can do anything. I can be your bodyguard. Ah Chung sneered when he heard this. With your small body, you still want to be our master's bodyguard? If there is real danger, I don't know whether the master will protect you, or you will protect the master. I can learn if I don't know. Ling Feng looked at Shang Ruai and said softly, You will definitely need me. Shang Ruai smiled. Okay, since you are so sure, I will give you a chance. What chance? In a few days, a batch of dairy cows will enter Tianshan Qingzhou. If you can deliver the cows to Qingshi town intact, I will agree to let you follow. Shang Ruai smiled. If you can't deliver them, I don't need to say more. She took out 10 taels of silver and handed it to him. This is your money.
Don't use it to gamble again.
For casino veterans, your tricks are not enough. Ling Feng scratched his head embarrassedly. At this time, there was a sound of galloping horses in front. I saw several men in black riding horses. Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes slightly, and a scalpel slipped into her hand. The next moment, the man in black suddenly drew out a long knife and chopped at Shang Ruai. Her body bent backwards, and the long knife was only half an inch away from the tip of her nose. Shang Ruai seized the opportunity and swung the scalpel out. It went straight into the man's shoulder blade.
Ah!
With a scream, the man fell off the horse. After just one encounter, he lost his fighting ability. The horse rushed out, and many things on the street stalls were knocked away. Seeing this, the two men in black behind couldn't help but slow down their pace. They looked at Shang Ruai with cold eyes. I didn't expect this man to be so skilled. Shang Ruai held the scalpel in her hand, took a step forward, and said in a cold voice, "Who are you? Please tell me your name." "The one who wants you dead." As soon as the words fell, the two men pinched the horse's belly fiercely, drew out the long knife in their hands, and chopped at Shang Ruai's neck. Ah Chung flew forward, drew the soft sword at his waist, and stopped the two men. Ah Chung was specially hired by He Jingheng to be her bodyguard. Needless to say, his skills were excellent. How could the two men in black be his match? He kicked the two men off their horses in no time. At this time, a team of police officers came. The leader was pot-bellied and said in a cold voice, "How dare you gather a crowd to cause trouble on my territory? Arrest them all." "Sir, they're the ones causing trouble. It has nothing to do with us." Shang Ruai stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "They were riding on horses, and they didn't allow any explanation. Their moves were killing." Everyone witnessed it. As soon as she finished speaking, the police officer waved his hand and said in a cold voice, "No need to say these nonsense. If you have anything to say, tell me in detail when you get to the prison. Who knows if you have had a grudge before?" "Sir, I can testify that they were the ones who caused the trouble." At this time, a stall owner whose stall was overturned came out and said softly, "It has nothing to do with them." "Yes. Sir, I can testify too. It was those people wearing black clothes." "Sir, they covered their faces with black cloth in broad daylight. It seems that they are not good people." I thought that with so many people testifying, the officials would definitely not take them away. Who knew that the leading official waved his hand, and the yamen runners stood in front of those people with sticks, with fierce faces. Those people were so scared that they dared not say a word. Shang Ruai's face was slightly cold. It seemed that this group of people came for her. Whether she won or not today, she would win the case. The leading official waved his hand, and the yamen runners walked straight to them. As soon as they took out the rope, they heard a commotion in the crowd. Manager Qian came over with the group of people. He cupped his hands and said, "Lord Li, this young Master Lingjun is the mistress of our boss. Our boss heard that some blind people dared to assassinate her in broad daylight, so we were asked to come and see who is so bold as to do so." When the officer surnamed Li saw shopkeeper Qian, his face was full of smiles. "Shopkeeper Qian, I didn't expect that this young master is the guest of Master Lu. I'm so sorry." He had a smile on his face, but he had no intention of letting him go. He had received a death order today, and he must bring this man named Lingjun back. "Please trouble manager Qian to tell Master Lu that once the truth is revealed, if she is wrongly accused, I, Li, will personally go to his house to apologize." After he finished speaking, he bowed, walked around him, and said to the yamen runners behind him, "Tie up the man and take him away." Manager Qian did not expect Lord Li to act like this, and his face suddenly darkened. "Lord Li, I'm sure you know our boss's temper very well." "Oh, Manager Qian, it's not that I don't want to let him go." He leaned over to Qian's ear and whispered, "The superiors have issued a death order. Today we must see the person alive or dead. If I don't bring the person back, I will be the unlucky one." He patted Qian's shoulder. "Today, even if it's you, Qian, or your boss, the Lu family, who comes to ask for the person, I can't hand it over." At this time, an elegant female voice came. "Lord Li is such a great official power. He doesn't even take the boss of Tianyan Casino seriously." Madame Chiao came slowly. When everyone saw that it was the Chiao family, they consciously made way for them. Madame Chiao, surrounded by maids and old women, walked to Shang Ruoi and leaned slightly. "Dr. Ling, we meet again." "Madame Chiao." Hiss. Seeing Madame Chiao's actions, the onlookers took a breath of cold air. Who is the Chiao family? They control half of the land here. It is not an exaggeration to say that Shan Heng is a single-handed cover here. A person of such status actually bowed to her? What does this mean? Lord Li's heart trembled when he saw this. He could still argue with Tianyan Casino, but in front of the Chiao family, he was just an official, and they could crush him to death with just a flick of their little finger, not to mention Mrs. Chiao, who is now the head of the family. Madam Chiao, what's the wind today that brings you here? He smiled and nodded and said, if you have anything to say, just send someone to tell me. Why do you come here in person? Mrs. Chiao shook her head. Don't you know that Dr. Ling is my son's lifesaver? If you say it, he is the benefactor of our Chiao family. How can I not come here in person? The benefactor of the Chiao family? Lord Li almost fainted. He didn't hesitate at all and quickly waved his hands at his men. What are you still standing there for? Untie them.
But,
Seeing his men were so tactless, he kicked them. You fool. How dare you tie up anyone? You take them back to the government office without asking any questions. Who gives you the courage? After saying that, he walked up to Shang Ruai in person with a flattering smile on his face. Dr. Ling, I didn't know you were the benefactor of the Chiao family. Shang Ruai sneered and said, My lord, did you let me go today because of my relationship with the Chiao family, or do you think I'm innocent? Of course I'm innocent, he said firmly. You can cure young Master Chiao, and doctors are kind-hearted. How can you be the one who gathers people to cause trouble? Shang Ruai smiled. Lord Li's attitude changes really quickly. Thank you, Dr. Ling, for your praise. Shang Ruai rubbed her wrist. Seeing this, Lord Li kicked the Yamen runner on the leg. You are so rough. You hurt Dr. Ling's hand. Shang Ruai waved her hands, no problem. She walked up to Manager Qian and Madame Chiao, bowed and said, Thank you both for today. Haha. You are the distinguished guest of our host and the savior of my young lady. Manager Qian bowed and said, If you have any problems in the future, just let us know. Our Lu family and Tianyun Casino will absolutely do our best to help. Madame Chiao stepped forward and whispered in her ear, Miss Shang, do you have time to come to our house for a visit? Shang Ruai curled the corners of her lips slightly. The Chiao family was indeed powerful. It was indeed extraordinary that they could find out her true identity in such a short time. I'm very happy to do so. Shang Ruai smiled and said, I've often heard people talking about the Chiao family since I came to Shanheng, but I never had the time to visit them. It's better to come today than to wait for a day. It just so happens that I have something I want to consult with Dr. Ling. Mrs. Chiao made a gesture of invitation, and a sedan chair was brought over. In the western regions, rich families mostly use horse-drawn carriages, and sedan chairs are definitely rare. When she arrived at the Chiao family, Mrs. Chiao personally led the way and took her to the main hall. The old man of the Chiao family had been waiting for a long time. Little miracle doctor. Old Master Chiao stroked his beard, his eyes shining. I didn't expect that the young lady, at such a young age, has such superb medical skills. It's really admirable. You are too kind. It's just that the young master of your family is ill, and I just happen to know the treatment method. Don't be modest. Even miracle Dr. Jiang couldn't cure it, but the young lady cured it so easily, which is enough to prove your excellence. Old Master Chiao hesitated for a long time and said in a deep voice, I asked the young lady to come here today, and I have another request.
you say.
Old Master Chiao looked at his daughter-in-law sitting on the right. Mrs. Chiao understood and said, To be honest, my husband has been suffering from a strange disease recently. He has been unconscious all day and week all over. From time to time, he also says some strange words, as if he was possessed by evil spirits. We invited a magician to exorcise the evil spirits, but there was no effect at all, and it became more and more serious. We also invited some doctors to see, but it didn't help. Hearing this, Shang Ruai said in a deep voice, Is your husband in the mansion? We need to feel the pulse to know the specific illness. Madame Chiao looked at Mr. Chiao, and when she saw him nod, she stood up. Miss Shang, please follow me. Looking at Shang Ruai's back as she left, Mr. Chiao nodded secretly. He really didn't know how lucky Jingheng was to marry such a good wife. Shang Ruai came to a courtyard in the backyard and saw all kinds of talisman papers hanging on the four corners of the courtyard wall, with various patterns painted on them with cinnabar and a pile of burnt incense ashes in the corner of the east wall. Madame Chiao saw her looking at those things, smiled and said, They are all scams. If we had known, we would not have invited those magicians. Walking into the room, Shang Ruai was startled by the scene in front of her. All the windows in the room were covered tightly with curtains, and no light could. There was a faint candlelight in the room. A man was lying on the bed, his brows were furrowed, his face was pale, his eyes were closed, and he looked lifeless. From a distance, he looked like a dead person. "Why are the curtains like this?" Shang Ruai stood at the door and said in a deep voice, "Mrs. Chiao, have someone remove all the curtains and open the windows." But every time the sun shines in, he screams and says that he is dying of heat and that there is fire burning on him. It's like being possessed by evil spirits. That's why we found a magician. "It doesn't matter, just do as I say." Shang Ruai took a few steps back. "There is too much turbid air in the room. Even if you are not sick, you will get sick." After a while, the servants put away the curtains and opened the windows again. As soon as Shang Ruai stepped into the door, she heard the person on the bed shouting, "It's burning, burning me to death. Put up the curtains quickly. I don't want to be exposed to the sun." But no one listened to his orders. He was furious, lifted the quilt, and got off the bed. "Don't you understand what I'm saying?" When Mrs. Chiao saw how skinny he was, her eyes instantly turned red. He was tearing his clothes desperately, trying to block the sunlight. Seeing his actions, Mrs. Chiao was heartbroken and wanted to ask the servants to put the curtains back. At this moment, a silver needle suddenly appeared in Wenxi's hand, and it shot directly into his neck. In an instant, his shouting stopped. Except for his eyes, he couldn't move anywhere on his body. "Lift your master to the couch." Shang Ruai put her hand on his pulse, and something was wrong in her mind. How could this be called being possessed by evil spirits? This is clearly poisoning.
Poisoned?
Mrs. Chiao asked in surprise. How is this possible? This is a neurotoxic drug that can cause the body of the poisoned person to have various reactions that are contrary to the past in a short period of time. Shang Ruai said in a deep voice, "And this poison will gradually invade the lungs. Before the poison is completely taken effect, ordinary doctors cannot diagnose it at all. However, once it is diagnosed, even the great immortals will find it difficult to cure it."
What?
Mrs. Chiao's breathing stagnated. "Miss Shang, you must save him." Shang Ruai whispered, "I will try my best." She took out a porcelain bottle from her sleeve and poured the spiritual spring water into his mouth. Not long after, the man who had just stared fell asleep slowly. After the spiritual spring water entered the body, the heat waves that were originally surging in the body suddenly calmed down. Mrs. Chiao couldn't help but marvel at this. She took out a silver needle and pierced it into his palm. Then she found a few more acupuncture points and gave each of them a needle. She gently moved one of the silver needles, and the other silver needles actually swayed with it. Not long after, his face suddenly turned into one of unbearable pain, as if something was about to come out of his body. "Miss Shang, what happened to my husband?" As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a puff sound, and a mouthful of black blood spurted out of his mouth. "Husband!" Mrs. Chiao was about to rush over, but Shang Ruai quickly pulled her back. "Don't go."
But
The black blood sprayed on the ground suddenly swelled up many white bubbles. "It's poisonous." Mrs. Chiao was stunned. It seemed that someone really poisoned him on purpose. "Madam Chiao, this poison is extremely overbearing. If you touch the poisonous blood, you will be poisoned." Shang Ruai said coldly, "It seems that the person who poisoned it hates your husband." The handkerchief in Mrs. Chiao's hand was almost torn, and she ordered the servants to carry the head of the Chiao family to the bed. Soon, she calmed down and said to Shang Ruai, "Thank you, Miss Shang, today. Mrs. Chiao, you are too polite." She took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to her. "Just as a reward for Mrs. Chiao's rescue today, there are a few nourishing pills in it. Although the poison in Kaya Jaya's wang has been resolved, the body's vitality is seriously damaged and needs to be properly recuperated." "Then thank you, Miss Shang." Mrs. Chiao took the porcelain bottle and smiled and said, "If it weren't for Miss Shang, our Chiao family would be in a disaster." Her words were not alarmist. Mr. Chiao had only one son, the head of the Chiao family who is poisoned now, and the head of the Chiao family had only one child, the young Master Chiao. If something happened to the two of them, it meant that the Chiao family would be extinct. Thinking about it this way, perhaps the matter of the young Master Chiao being poisoned was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. However, the person who could let this child carry the poison in the without being noticed was really very clever. At this moment, a servant came over. "Madam, the master asked you to go to the front hall with the genius doctor." At this time, Mr. Chiao was sitting in the main seat in the main hall, his face grim. "I didn't expect it was poisoning. Fortunately, Miss Zhang came to the rescue. Otherwise, my Chiao family would have suffered a catastrophe." He waved his hand, and several maids came up with a tray in each of their hands. "It's just a little gift. It's not a show of respect, but please don't despise it, Miss Zhang, and you must accept it. We will inevitably trouble you frequently in the future. If you don't accept it, how can we be embarrassed?" Zhang Ruai wanted to refuse, but after hearing what Mr. Chiao said, she smiled. "Since you said so, it would be a bit ungrateful if I didn't accept it." Mr. Chiao took out a land deed from his arms. "This is a farm of our Chiao family on the edge of Shanheng and bordering Tianshan. I thought you might need it." Zhang Ruai's eyes lit up when she heard this. She took the land deed and took a look at it, with a slight smile on her lips. "Thank you very much." After leaving the Chiao family, Zhang Ruai and her companions went straight to the border. Dr. Jiang and his daughter, who were standing not far away, saw this scene. "Dad," they went towards the border. "Could it be that they are from Tianshan?" Dr. Jiang shook his head. "If Tianshan has such a powerful person, would the prince still ask us to go and treat the disease?" Jiang thought about it and said, "Dad, are we still going to the Chiao family?" Dr. Jiang shook his head. "No. Madame Chiao already knows that I am here. If she has anything to ask for, I will come to her. Now, after a few days, she still hasn't come to find me. Why should I lower my status and go to their Chiao family?" Dr. Jiang turned and left. "Let us go back to Tianshan." As soon as Zhang Ruai entered the territory of Tianshan, she changed her clothes and came to Zhao Juni's mansion. She took out a herb from the space and said with a smile, "With this herb, your illness will be much better." Zhao Juni looked at the herb in her hand and said happily, "Take it quickly." Zhang Ruai handed the herb to him directly. "Just take it directly, my lord." "Take it directly?" Zhao Juni blinked and took the herb in his hand doubtfully. "Won't it be poisonous?" "No, it's just a little bitter." Zhao Juni thought about it and stuffed the herb into his mouth.
Ugh, bitter.
"This is too bitter. It's many times more bitter than gallbladder. My lord, please don't spit it out. I went through so much trouble to find only this one." Zhao Juni held the medicine in his mouth, unable to swallow it, and dared not spit it out, and said vaguely, "It's too bitter." As the saying goes, good medicine tastes bitter. "This herb is so bitter that it can cure your illness," Zhang Ruai said sincerely. Seeing that she was like this, Zhao Juni didn't seem to be lying, so he had to bite the bullet and swallow the herbs. At this time, a team of officials walked in. The man in the lead was the governor who had just been sent by the court, Zhang Wenyu. He had a tuft of goatee and said in a haughty tone, "Where is Zhao Juni?" "I am Zhao Juni, your humble servant." "I am honored to meet you, the governor." Zhao Juni bowed and came to Zhang Wenyu. "I didn't know you were coming, and I am sorry for not welcoming you. Please forgive me." Zhang Wenyu looked around the main hall and sneered. "Your Majesty Zhao is really kind-hearted." He lost the prisoner and still had the leisure to be affectionate with the girl here. "I really admire him." When Zhao Juni heard this, the sweat on his head fell instantly. "Your Majesty," Zhang misunderstood. "I have a strange disease. This woman happens to know medicine and is helping me treat it."
Oh.
"There is a female doctor in your place of exile?" Zhang Wenyu set his eyes on Zhang Ruai. "Raise your head and let me see." Zhang Ruai frowned slightly and raised her head slowly. Zhang Wenyu looked at her face for a long time and whispered, "I didn't expect you to be such a young female doctor." He changed the subject. "I have a chronic illness. When I was in the capital, I sought treatment from the imperial physician in the palace, but to no avail." Zhang Ruai lowered her head and said in a low voice, "My medical skills are limited. I can treat some common diseases, But if even the imperial physician in the palace can't cure you, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. Zhao Junyi interrupted her when he heard this. You sinner, you really don't know what's good for you. Being able to treat the governor is a blessing you earned in your previous life. If you can really cure him, he might be happy and give you a reduction in sentence. Reduction in sentence? Shang Ruai didn't show it on her face, but she had already had an idea in her mind. She said lightly, My lord, it's not that I don't know what's good for me, but in fact, your body is precious. I'm afraid that my poor medical skills will delay your illness. No problem. Zhang Wenyu sat on the chair and stretched out his wrist. Just take a good look. Shang Ruai heard him say this, smiled and walked forward, but did not feel his pulse, but asked him to open his mouth. Why do you ask me to open my mouth? Zhang Wenyu was a little unhappy. Shouldn't I feel the pulse? Shang Ruai smiled and said, Medical skills emphasize observation, listening, questioning, and palpation, and feeling the pulse is just one of the ways to check. Zhang Wenyu raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth. After checking, Shang Ruai smiled. My lord, this is not a chronic disease. It's just a cold spleen and stomach. Humph, I think you are no different from those quacks. You can only say these high-sounding words. How can you prove that your spleen and stomach are cold? Your Majesty's tongue coating is white and greasy, and the teeth marks on the sides of the tongue are deep. This is the manifestation of spleen deficiency and dampness. I believe that Master Zhang often feels weak, has a poor appetite, and cannot sleep at night. She opened the medicine box, took out a porcelain bottle filled with spiritual spring water, and said softly, Your Majesty, drink this and see if it can get better. Master Zhang took the porcelain bottle and frowned slightly. What effect can this small bottle have? But just now she described her symptoms clearly. Will it really work? Whether it works or not, you will know after trying it. Zhang Wenyu stroked his beard and smiled and said, Since you are so confident, I will give it a try. If you can cure this chronic disease, I will reward you handsomely. Thank you, Master Zhang. After the spiritual spring water went down, there was no reaction at first. Zhang Wenyu just frowned and felt a warm current appear in his body, and his body felt light.
This.
Zhang Wenyu looked at his hands and feet in surprise. Not knowing whether it was his illusion, he felt that all the dirt in his body had been discharged from his body, and even his breathing became much lighter. How do you feel, sir? Shang Ruai smiled and said, Do you feel more comfortable? Zhang Wenyu nodded. It seems that you really have some ability. He looked her up and down for a long time, thinking in his heart. If she was not a criminal, perhaps she could be recommended to the palace to treat the ladies. I said I would reward you. Do you want a reward? Shang Ruai smiled. There is really one thing I hope to get your approval.
Tell me about it.
I want to open a shop in the county town to earn some money to supplement my family income. Open a shop in the county town? The shops in the county town are not cheap. Zhang Wenyu narrowed his eyes, looked at Shang Ruai, and said in a low voice, What's your name? I am Shang Ruai. Zhang Wenyu's face changed slightly. He looked at her for a long time and nodded. Okay. According to the law, as long as the exiled prisoners do not leave the place of exile and pay taxes on time and in full, no one cares what they do specifically. However, Shang Ruai thinks it is better to report in advance for insurance. What if they find that their shops are profitable and become greedy in the future? Thank you, sir. But you have to pay 10% of the profits of your shop as taxes. Shang Ruai agreed readily, and then she needed to prepare all matters related to the shop. After solving the problems here, Shang Ruai finally returned to the He Mansion. Young madam, you're back. The servant at the door came up and took the package from Yingshue's hand. The old lady and the lady received the news from Ah Cheng. They heard that you are back and were so happy. The food in the house is ready, waiting for you to come back. As soon as they entered the main hall, Qin came up to them. You are finally back. Yes. Sister-in-law, you are finally back. I missed you so much. Hiyuni put her arm around her and said softly, Sister-in-law, please don't throw me to my brother in the future. He is too fierce. He will punish me dozens of times for an incorrect movement. I am squatting in a horse stance and my legs are still shaking now. Shang Ruai tapped her nose lightly and smiled. If you ask me, you should ask your brother to teach you. You are lazy and slack in front of me all day. So much time has passed, and you haven't made as much progress as your brother taught you in a few days. Sister-in-law. Hiyuni pouted and shook her arm. Please. Just when Shang Ruai was getting a headache from being pestered by her, He Jingheng's voice came over. Your sister-in-law is already tired enough. You are jumping up and down like a monkey. What's the matter? You are becoming more and more unruly. If you continue to make trouble, I will do horse stance. Hiyuni was frightened by him and quickly let go of her hand and sat next to Qin. Shang Ruai couldn't help laughing when she saw this. What on earth did He Jingheng do to scare the child like this? Seeing that her eyes were still on Hiyuni, He Jingheng's face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, What's so good about that little girl Hiyuni? Shang Ruai came back to her senses and found that He Jingheng was looking at her intently. Shang Ruai was stunned for a moment. Seeing her in a daze, He Jingheng curled the corners of his lips and patted her head. Dinner is ready. Grandma has been waiting for you for a long time. Feeling the warmth coming from the top of her head, Shang Ruai came back to her senses after a long time, blinked, and followed with a slightly red face. Yunqi in the distance shook his head. The prince even used the beauty trap. Yun Tian was also a little unbelievable. He had been with the prince for so many years, but he had never seen him like this. I really don't know what's so good about this woman. Yunqi saw that he was unconvinced and curled his lips and said, Just wait. You'd better not show this to the prince, otherwise His Highness will punish you severely. After dinner, Shang Ruai picked out a few pieces of gold and silver jewelry given by Mr. Qiao and gave them to everyone in the He family. Lin smiled and said, Ruai is so thoughtful to bring us gifts. I just happened to come across it and thought you would like it, so I bought it back. Shang Ruai took a bite of the pastry on the table, and her eyes lit up. Who made this pastry? Qin smiled and said, It was the chef who used to make snacks in the palace. I went to the town that day and accidentally saw him, so I brought him back. The chef of the palace? Shang Ruai put the pastry into her mouth. As expected of the old master who served in the mansion before, the taste is indeed excellent. At this time, Song Fengji came over and said embarrassedly, Sister-in-law, can you help me take my pulse? Shang Ruai put her hand on her wrist, and after a while, she frowned slightly and asked softly, Have you been feeling unwell recently? She nodded. Since the day before yesterday, I have always had trouble sleeping at night. Xiaoyao brought her medicine box. Shang Ruai took out the silver needles, pricked a few needles on the back of her hand, and said in a deep voice, Did you eat anything indigestible today? Indigestible things? Song Fengji shook her head. There is no change in my daily diet. I just ate some pastries. Shang Ruai set her eyes on the pastries. She didn't think there was anything wrong with them today. If you want to eat something in the future, let the servants come and let me have a look before you eat. Okay. At night, He Jingheng was leaning on the couch reading a book. Shang Ruai thought about it and told him what she was going to do next. Milk tea shop? He Jingheng put the book on the couch. What is that? He knew what milk and tea were, but he didn't understand when they were combined together. Is it for drinking? Shang Ruai nodded. Yes, it would be so happy if I could have a cup of warm milk tea in winter. He Jingheng smiled. Although I don't know what the milk tea you're talking about is, it must be very good for you to recommend it so much. Hearing him say this, Shang Ruai's smile on the corner of her lips became even bigger. He Jingheng seemed to be reading a book, but in fact his eyes were always following her. Seeing her happy, he was also very happy. On the second day, Shang Ruai went to the county town early in the morning. When Qianyang saw her coming in person, she greeted her warmly. Why did you come here in person, sister? Of course I have a business to discuss with you, sister. Upon hearing this, Qianyang's eyes lit up. Oh, sister likes to discuss business with you. Sister is simply the god of wealth. Ever since your strawberries entered my Taixiangju, my business has been getting better day by day. What business is it today? Milk there. Milk there. Qian Yang looked at Shang Ruai in confusion. What is that? It's a drink. Shang Ruai smiled and said, mainly I want you to help me promote it. When Qian Yang heard her say this, she immediately reacted. Of course. It's just that I haven't bought a shop yet. Can you help me find out if there are any shops for sale nearby? There are shops, but the silver is not small. Qian Yang looked at her and stretched out a finger. A bigger shop here would probably charge 1,000 taels, while a smaller shop would charge 100 to several hundred taels, but this amount of money shouldn't be much for you. After all, selling strawberries every day is a good income. Sister, can you take me to have a look? Qian Yang agreed happily. As soon as the two walked out of the door, they heard a noisy sound coming from not far away. What's wrong with your clinic? It's obviously your medicine that has problems, and you still want to deny it? An old woman put her hands on her hips and said angrily, You still call it Jishidiang. I think it's a black-hearted clinic. Selling moldy herbs, and almost killed my old partner. If you don't compensate me today, I will sue you to the government. Let the judge decide for me. The servant of the clinic stood at the door, said with a bitter face, Auntie, we at Jishidiang have never sold moldy herbs. We are a century-old brand. How could we do such a thing? Humph. You say there is no, and so it is not? I don't want to tell you. Call out your boss. The old woman shouted loudly. You sold moldy herbs, and you are just hiding in here like a turtle? Auntie, our boss has not returned from his medical consultation. Why don't you come in and wait? If it is a problem with our herbs, we at Jishidiang will never shirk our responsibility. The servant was polite, but the woman didn't care. She waved away the hand of the servant, pointed at his nose and said, What are you doing? Do you want to drag me in to silence me? I will sit in front of this gate today and wait for your shopkeeper to come back and give me an explanation and compensate me. Otherwise, I will let everyone see what kind of black-hearted shop your Jishitang is. Qian Yang stood beside Shang Ruai, sighed and said, This is the second time this month. What? I don't know who Jishitang has offended. People come to make trouble one after another. Although it is all a misunderstanding in the end, no shop can withstand such a toss. Shang Ruai nodded. It seems that Jishitang has offended some big shot. Speaking of which, the shopkeeper of Jishitang has done me a favor. Sister, wait for me for a moment. I will go up and see if there is anything I can help. Qian Yang walked towards the crowd. Shang Ruai saw this and also walked up. Just then, a carriage stopped and a man in a brown coat got out. Behind him, a servant was carrying a medicine box and walking through the crowd, looking exhausted. Shopkeeper Xiao is here. Someone in the crowd shouted. After hearing it, the woman walked straight to Shopkeeper Xiao, grabbed his collar and shouted loudly, You black-hearted doctor. You sold moldy herbs to make money. I will beat you to death. Shopkeeper Xiao frowned, with a helpless look on his face. Auntie, don't get excited. There is absolutely no problem with the herbs in our Jishitang. Before he finished speaking, the woman shouted loudly, What do you mean by no problem? So you mean I'm lying? Qian Yang stepped forward and comforted her. Annie, Jishitang's medical products are very famous in our whole county.
You.
Before she finished speaking, the woman seemed to have found a vent and said to Qian Yang, Don't pretend to be a good person here. Look at yourself, wearing red and green. Could it be that you came from a brothel? You don't look like a good person at first glance. Hearing her say this, the onlookers couldn't help but gasp. Who is Qian Yang? Taiyangxiangju is the best in the whole county. As the shopkeeper of Taiyangxiangju, Qian Yang is even more so. Now, this old woman is so rude. If she is really annoyed, this old woman will probably have no good results. Qian Yang's face darkened. At this time, Shang Ruai came out with a sneer. I see that you are so aggressive. You don't look like a good person. The old woman only heard her voice, turned her head and said sternly, Who are you? Who I am is not important. What is important is that you keep saying that Jishidiang sold you moldy herbs. Why don't you produce some evidence? Otherwise, you just talk back to people. How can this be justified? That's right, isn't this slander? Most of the onlookers were patients of Jishidiang. They knew what kind of person Manager Xiao was, so they didn't believe that Jishidiang would do such a thing. When the woman heard what Shang Ruoi said, she put her hands on her hips and said, I have already tested the herbs. How can I show you the evidence? Since I have already tested it, how do you know that the herbs are moldy? Shang Ruoi sneered. Could it be that you found out before you boiled the herbs and you didn't think of taking the herbs at that time? Instead, you drank the herbs and came here to blackmail people. Do you think everyone is a fool? When the old woman heard this, her face turned pale for a moment and soon returned to normal. She said angrily, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, Jashidiang sold moldy herbs and almost someone died. If they don't pay me, I won't leave today. At this point, what would anyone with a discerning eye not know? This is clearly a blackmail. At this time, a thin man came in through the crowd. Seeing the old woman sitting on the ground and making a scene, his face flushed. He quickly walked to her side and said, Mom, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you that Dad's illness has nothing to do with Jashidiang? Why are you still making trouble here? The old woman glanced at him and said, How can it have nothing to do with it? Your father fainted because he drank their medicine. You unfilial son, get out of here. We don't have a son like you. If it weren't for you, would your father have gotten sick? The man heard her say this and whispered, Mom, please come home with me and don't make trouble here. You jinx, I've already told you to let your brother study alone. What about you? You rely on being the eldest son in the family and insist on studying. Your father got sick from exhaustion, and now he's poisoned. Are you happy? At this time, a man in the crowd whispered, Isn't this a disciple from Tianlu Academy? I seem to have seen him when I saw the teacher from Tianlu Academy giving lectures before. Students from Tianlu Academy will all be able to enter the court and become high officials. I didn't expect his mother to be such a scoundrel. The man almost cried out in anxiety when he heard this. Mother, please get up quickly. Who is your mother? I only gave birth to one son, Shenger. You are just your father brought back from outside. How can you call me that? Tianlu Academy? Shang Ruari had a vague impression that most of the civil servants in the court came from Tianlu Academy, which was a place specifically for training censors for the court. Upon seeing this, shopkeeper Xiao sighed, took out 10 taels of silver from his and handed them to the woman. Auntie, giving you this silver is not an admission that the medicinal materials in our clinic are moldy. I just don't want to ruin your son's future. From today on, you don't have to come to our clinic to get medicine. We look down on your family's illness. After saying that, he walked past her and entered the clinic. The old woman stood up from the ground with the silver, curled her lips and smiled. Now, the tuition for the son is settled. The man clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, Mother, how can you do such a deceitful thing? There is an old saying. Before he could finish, the woman interrupted him coldly. I don't want to listen to your nonsense, this and that. Taking the silver home is the right thing to do. Why did you come back this time? She held the silver tightly in her hand. I tell you, don't even think about asking me for a penny. You have to figure out your tuition yourself. You are not my child. Why do you ask me for money? She glared at the man, turned around and left, still arguing. A also wants to study like my son. Dream. Without the tuition, I don't think you can go back to Tianlu Academy. The man's clenched fist slowly loosened, and his originally proud head slowly drooped. After looking at the plaque of the clinic, she bowed and then turned and left. Seeing the crowd dispersed, Qianyang took Shang Ruai's hand and said, Sister, let's go to the shop. Shopkeeper, the young master is here and wants to see you. A maid came over and whispered in her ear. Shang Ruai saw that her face was slightly stagnant and smiled and said, Sister, if you have something to do, go and do it first. I will go around by myself first. If you are tired, come to my Tangxiangji to rest. Thank you, sister. After Qianyang left, Shang Ruai looked for the figure of the man just now in the crowd. Miss, he went to the east. Xiaoyao said softly. Shang Ruai looked at her with appreciation. She didn't expect her heart to be so delicate. Walking eastward, she saw him sitting in front of a stall and helping people write. There was also a banner next to the stall which read, Writing letters for you, 2 cents per letter, good words. Shang Ruai couldn't help but sigh. She claimed that she had seen many calligraphy and paintings by famous masters, and his calligraphy was definitely the best in all aspects. At this time, an elderly man was sitting in front of the stall. He took the written letter and put 2 cents on the table. He hurriedly put it away. Looking at the few copper coins dripping from his purse, he couldn't help but sigh. If he continued like this, when would he be able to save enough for the tuition? At this moment, a silver ingot was placed on his stall. It was as much as 50 taels. This. He looked up in shock, looking at the veiled woman in front of him, and didn't say a word for a long time. Xiaoyao couldn't help laughing when she saw his stupid look. He came to his senses and hurriedly pushed the silver back. Miss, this is too much silver. It only costs 2 cents to write a letter. I don't have that much silver and can't make the change. Shang Ruai smiled. When did I say I would only write 1 letter? The man was stunned for a moment. How long would it take to write a letter of 50 taels? Shang Ruai took out a piece of paper from her sleeve pocket and handed it to him. Sir, just write these words 10,000 times, and the 50 taels of silver will be yours. As for the rest, it will be your hard-earned money. The man unfolded the note, which read, Milk tea, pearl milk tea. Just these 6 words? Shang Ruai nodded. Exactly. He looked up at Shang Ruai, recognized her as one of the people who had just watched, and instantly understood her intention. He thought for a moment and returned the silver. Thank you for your kindness, young lady, but the ancient said, a gentleman loves money, but gets it in a proper way. I can't take advantage of others like this. This is definitely not a gentleman's behavior. Seeing his literary appearance, Shang Ruai couldn't help laughing. Since you are a gentleman, you should know that those who achieve great things are not particular about trivial matters. Besides, I really need your help. I don't want you to take this silver for nothing. That's right. My young lady knows that you are in deep trouble. She just wants to help you. She doesn't want an upright and talented person to be buried because of money. Xiaorao smiled and said, Miss, I think he has really become stupid because of reading. If you become successful one day, don't forget your original intention today. Shang Ruai put the silver back on the table. 3 days later, I will let the servants come here to get 10,000 notes. Remember to keep your promise. The man cupped his hands and made a great salute to Shang Ruai. I am Li Yun, your student. Thank you for your kindness, young lady. One day, I will repay you, as the ancient said. Don't talk. Shang Ruai interrupted him hurriedly. Are all scholars in the world like this, coming and going? It's so confusing to hear. Just remember to keep your promise. Li Tian nodded. Don't worry, young lady. Shang Ruai didn't know that everything she had just done was seen by Yunqi and Yuntian. Yuntian said angrily, Did you see that? She is a fickle woman. It's a pity that the master is sincere to her, but she doesn't deserve it. What nonsense are you talking about? Which eye of yours saw that the crown prince's consort is fickle? Yunqi slapped him on the head. Don't talk nonsense in front of his highness, or he will slap you to death. Didn't you see that the scholar's eyes were almost falling on her? He is a student of Tianlu Academy. Don't you know what Tianlu Academy means to Tianshan? Yunqi whispered. The crown prince's consort has always been smart and cautious. She must have her reasons for doing this. Yuntian said in disbelief. Have you been drugged? Who drugged you? A low voice sounded behind the two. Yunqi and the others were startled. The crown prince. He Jingheng walked over, and the familiar figure disappeared at the corner of the street. He turned around and looked at the two of them. What's going on? No, nothing. Yunqi smiled. Seeing this, Yuntian whispered, It's the crown prince's consort. What's wrong with her? He Jingheng thought of Shang Ruai's back as she left just now, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. The crown prince's consort just gave a scholar 50 taels of silver. Yuntian said hurriedly. She even smiled at him. The scholar was obviously bewitched. Yunqi wanted to slap him down from the 2nd floor. Your Highness, it's not like that. Yunqi smiled and said, The crown prince's consort asked him to help write something, and the 50 taels were the payment, and the scholar was from Tianlu Academy. Tianlu Academy? He Jingheng frowned. She knew that the scholar was from Tianlu Academy? It seems so, Yunqi said softly. He Jingheng smiled. Did this woman do it by accident, or did she really know something? Jingheng. Su Zimo came over in a hurry. There's news over there, Your Majesty, we found it. Shang Ruoi and Xiaoyao walked to the street next to Tangxiangju. Miss, look, the shop over there seems to be for sale. Xiaoyao pointed to a shop and said softly. The plaque on the shop had not been taken down yet, and it read Jingyi Tea House.
There.
It was exactly what she needed. Shang Ruoi walked up and stopped a servant who was moving things out. Is this tea house for sale? The servant looked at her a few times. Do you want to buy it? Xiaoyao walked up and said. Is your manager here? At this time, a little old man came out. Yes, I am the shopkeeper of the shop. You the shopkeeper you. Why don't you run the shop? Shang Ruoi looked at the street. This was obviously the most bustling and prosperous area. It was unlikely that the business was not good. My son has become successful and found a job in the capital. Now he wants to take us to the capital. I'm afraid we will never come back. I thought there is no use for the shop, so I just sold it. He looked at Shang Ruoi. Miss, do you want to buy it? If the price is right, I really want to buy it. I wonder how much you want for the shop. You really asked the right person for my shop. General, you led them into the house. Shang Ruoi looked at the layout of the tea house and liked it very much. Like Tangxiangju, it has 3 floors in total, with private rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. When you enter the shop, you can smell the fragrance of tea, which is refreshing. How much silver does this shop cost? Yuta rubbed his hands and smiled. This shop in this county is about 1,500 taels. 1,500 taels, Shang Ruoi calculated in her heart. In fact, this price is reasonable, but who doesn't want to buy it cheaper? Shopkeeper you. The day you go to the capital must have been set. If the price is right, I can pay you in cash today. Although 1,500 taels is not higher than the market price, I'm afraid there are not many people who can give you some cash directly. Shang Ruoi smiled. Why don't you give me a discount and give me the remaining tea in the shop, okay?
This. Yuda frowned.
Although there was not much tea in the shop, there were about 100 taels. If he gave her a discount again, the loss would be too much. He thought about it. How much silver do you want to pay? Shang Ruoi stretched out her index finger. 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels? Yuta shook his head like a rattle. For this shop, if it is less than 1,200 taels, there is no need to negotiate. In just one round, his bottom price was revealed. 1,200 taels, plus the tea in the shop, how about it? Can you give the silver now? Of course. Shang Ruoi took out the silver note from her and handed it to him. Yuta confirmed that it was correct and wrote the document immediately. Miss, my shop is very popular. Tianchuan's tea has always been expensive, especially the precious tea, which is even more rare, but even if you have silver, you may not be able to buy it. However, the merchant who supplies my shop is from Northern Qi. Their tea is not only cheap, but also of high quality. If I hadn't stopped running the business, I would definitely not have told you about this opportunity. As the two were talking, a bearded man walked in. Yuta, what's wrong with you? He looked at the half-moved shop in shock. Closed down? I'm going to the capital to enjoy my life, and I've sold this shop to this girl. The man fixed his eyes on Shang Ruoi's face and said dejectedly, I also specially brought a cart of tea to sell to you. Shang Ruoi heard this, stepped forward and said, I'm taking over the tea shop now, and I also want to do business in this area. You can sell me your tea. Really? The man looked at Shang Ruoi in surprise. How much silver do you want for this cart of tea? This cart of all top-quality tea, 2,000 taels of silver. When she opened a few boxes, and it was indeed as he said, all of them were top quality. As soon as he opened the box a little, the fragrance penetrated into his nose. I wonder how long you will stay here? Shang Ruoi pointed around and said, You can see that I don't have the space to store so much tea. Probably about 3 days. 3 days. Shang Ruoi thought about it and realized that it would take 3 days to clean up the place. Suddenly, she thought of someone who might be able to help her. Qian Yang was slightly shocked when she saw her carrying a carriage of tea. You know, tea is usually bought in 2 cans at the post station. Where has she ever seen tea bought by the cart? But thinking of what Shang Ruai said she was going to make, called milk tea, maybe it was related to tea. Sister, are you going to leave so much tea with me? Qian Yang said with a smile. Tea is so precious. Are you at ease leaving it at that? Shang Ruai picked up a box of tea and put it in her hand. For you. Give it? For me? Shang Ruai nodded. In the future, I will need my sister's care in this county. In the private room upstairs, Su Zimo watched the scene and joked, Jingheng, your wife is really generous. He Jingheng picked up the teacup and took a sip, as long as she is happy. TSK. Su Zimo really wanted to slap himself in the face. He was asking for trouble. He could see that He Jingheng really regarded Shang Ruai as the apple of his eye. He admitted that this woman was indeed different from other women, but for a man like He Jingheng to care about her so much, she must have other extraordinary qualities. Uncle's body is already at the end of its strength. You should make plans early. Su Zimo said in a deep voice. Judging from the wounds on Uncle's body, he must have suffered a lot of torture. I don't know what the people who kidnapped Uncle had in mind, torturing him to the point of almost dying, and then letting him go. He Jingheng's face was as dark as ink, and his eyes were dim. I have asked the doctors to check on Uncle's health, and it is not optimistic. Su Zimo said in a deep voice. Right now he is being kept alive by the medicine we got from Divine Dr. Jiang. If Divine Dr. Jiang were to treat him, there might be a glimmer of hope, but we have already offended him severely because you refused to marry his daughter. I am afraid it will not work if we go back to beg him now. He Jingheng said in a deep voice. There is no need to mention Divine Dr. Jiang. Then what should we do about Uncle? Su Zimo said. I see that the people who kidnapped Uncle are sure that we can't save him, so they deliberately let Uncle go with a breath, so that you will suffer for not being able to save him. Su Zimo clicked his tongue twice. These people are really vicious. But then again, how many enemies has your Dingwa Palace made outside? Why does this young master feel like a knife is hanging over his head? He Jingheng glanced at him. The enemies of Prince Ding's palace are all over the world. You have to think carefully whether you want to continue following this prince. You have to follow me anyway. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the room. Master, it's me.
Come in.
Qian Yang walked in with a box, looked at He Jingheng, and said with a smile, Master, I dare not accept the mistress's tea, and this tea is of extremely high quality. Qian Yang opened the box, and the fragrance of tea wafted out. This tea is no worse than the tea in the capital. Where did you, the crown prince's consort, collect it from? Qian Yang took out a note from her. Master, the illnesses of the head of the Qiao family and the young master were cured by a miracle doctor named Ling Jun. Ling Jun? Yes, it is said that this miracle doctor Ling Jun is a very young boy. She left Shanheng and came to Tianshan some time ago, but her whereabouts could no longer be found after entering Tianshan. Qian Yang said softly. It should be the Qiao family who helped her to clean up the mess. She suddenly appeared in Shanheng and made a name for herself some time ago, and recently disappeared at the border of Tianshan. How come the time period coincided completely with that crown prince's consort who had no idea how capable she was? Suddenly, he remembered the coral bracelet that Shang Ruai gave to Hyuni. Wasn't that the Qiao family's private collection? He Jingheng smiled. It seemed that what she said to him at the beginning, that she was unrivaled in medical skills, was not nonsense. He suddenly laughed, which scared Su Zimo. What are you laughing at? Maybe I know someone who can heal my father's injury. Shang Ruai returned to the He family and took the drawn blueprint to find Mr. Xia. Is this a glass bottle? Mr. Xia looked at the blueprint, and his eyes lit up. Glass bottles are my specialty. Just tell me, how many do you want? I can make them for you in a few days. 5,000. Just 5,000. Mr. Xia's words were already on his lips, but he stopped suddenly. How much? Just tell me nicely. 5,000. This is just the first batch. Shang Ruai smiled and said, not much. Mr. Xia couldn't help but twitching the corners of his lips. That's 5,000. Even if he worked day and night, it would take him a month. No, 5,000. I'm afraid I'll give you my life. Old Xia waved his hands hurriedly. I can only give you 105 days. If I find someone to help you, can you get 505 days? Old Xie didn't say anything, just stared at her. Shang Ruai knew he had a way. He took out a basket from behind, which contained 2 bunches of grapes and a few peaches. The fruits in her space have begun to mature on a large scale. In addition to strawberries and grapes, there are also watermelons, passion fruits, blueberries, lemons, tomatoes, and peaches. What is this? Old Xie had smelled the fragrance a long time ago, but he didn't ask aloud. In fact, he had already started drooling. These are the fruits I grew, grapes and peaches, all washed. Please try them. Old Xie pretended to be reserved and picked 2 grapes and put them in his mouth. The sweet fragrance instantly swept his taste buds. Originally, he wanted to put them in a bag and taste them, but the taste was so tempting that he couldn't stop eating them. Shang Ruai saw this and said with a smile, "Then I will send someone to pick it up in 5 days." Old Xie nodded and continued to enjoy the delicious food. Shang Ruai came to the greenhouse, and Erju walked forward happily. "Boss, look, the wheat and corn are ripe. I didn't expect to see such a bumper harvest in this exile place." He wiped the sweat from his head. The temperature in the greenhouse was high, but the joy on his face was beyond words. Harvest. Yes. He led the workers in the greenhouse to wave sickles and start harvesting. She looked back at the strawberries planted on the other side and frowned. It seems that there are fewer strawberry seedlings. There are more workers in the He family, and they had harvested them all in the evening of the next day. Everyone looked at the corn and wheat piled up like a mountain, and they couldn't help but be shocked. Is this really grown in such a barren place? Is the yield of just one greenhouse really so high? If she planted all the land she had enclosed, how much would the harvest be? How could they know that this land was improved by her with spiritual spring water, and the water used for daily irrigation was also mixed with spiritual spring water, so the crops grown were naturally different? In the past, the wheat grown here was ripe, but its grains were shriveled. Not only was the quality poor, but very little could be used to grind flour. However, the grains in front of them were large and full. They didn't know if it was their illusion, but they seemed to be able to smell the fragrance of grain. Moreover, the corn was as long as an adult man's forearm. They had never seen it before, and they didn't dare to dream of it. Moreover, the corn kernels must be fresh, tender, juicy, and very sweet. Shang Ruai walked up to the crowd and said with a smile, "Everyone has worked hard during this period. 3 caddies of wheat and 5 caddies of corn per person are my rewards for everyone." What? There is such a good thing? They can actually share the food. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The people working in the He family were once again grateful for their wise choice. They had thought that life would be very difficult in the place of exile, but now they could not even think of having enough food and clothes. Zhao Junyi also got the news, and when he rushed over, Shang Ruai was ordering people to store the food in the warehouse. Wait. Zhao Junyi knew that Shang Ruai had built a greenhouse, but he had never thought that she would really grow food. After all, he had been in this exile for so long, and he had never seen a good harvest in a year. Now, looking at the piles of food, he said in disbelief, "You planted all these? It has only been 2 months. How could they grow them? In such cold weather, on such barren land?" Shang Ruai smiled and said, "Your Excellency doesn't know that the temperature in the greenhouse is extremely suitable for crop growth. Even in the cold winter, they can grow crops. Of course, the greenhouse is only one of the reasons, and the most important is the spiritual spring water in her space. This is planted in the greenhouse, and the corn and rice in her space have been harvested many times. The spiritual spring water has the effect of accelerating the growth and ripening of food crops. Shang Ruai is not afraid that the greenhouse will be learned by others. After all, it is impossible to grow food without the soil improved by the spiritual spring." Zhao Junyi looked at the food with envy. Winter is coming soon. Where can he get so much fresh corn? If these things were sold to the rich families in the county, they would definitely be sold at a high price. You have to hand these things over. He waved his hand, and a team of Yamen runners came forward and snatched back the things that were distributed to the workers. How could they be willing to take away the food that they had just received and had not even warmed up yet? Food in winter is much more expensive than other times. If they save some of this food, they may be able to survive this winter. Those couples who work together in the He family can get 2 portions. So much food was taken away, and they complained for a while. What are you doing? Zhao Junyi shouted loudly. Are you going to rebel? After saying that, he took out the whip on his waist and swung it hard. The loud noise made them stop. I'm telling you, if you keep interfering with official business, I'll beat you. He waved his hand. Take all the grain away. Upon hearing that, Zhang Ruai stepped forward and said in a cold voice, Wait. Zhao Junyi glanced at her. Why? Do you have any objection to what I said? If you want to confiscate the grain I grow, it's not impossible, but please show me the document. Document? What document? Of course, it's the tax collection document of the government office. If it's not for collecting taxes, what right do you have to take away the grain I grow? Zhang Ruai curled the corners of her lips and sneered. Sir Zhao, are you trying to take the grain for yourself? Zhao Junyi was stunned. He didn't expect that she would actually say what she was thinking in public. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face in front of so many people, making him lose face. How dare you? Zhao Junyi shouted loudly. How dare you slander me? Since you say it is slander, then please hand over the documents to me. As long as there are documents from the government office and reasonable taxes, I will pay them. Zhao Junyi's face darkened when he heard it. Don't think that you can show off in front of me just because you can cure a few diseases. You are still young. So, what if you don't have documents? To tell you the truth, in this place, I am the king. It is your blessing in your previous life that you like your food. Take it away.
Ha.
Zhang Ruoi sneered. It seems that Lord Zhao has recovered. Zhao Junyi glanced at her. What else? The itching on his body has not occurred in the past few days, so it must have recovered. Really? My lord is really confident. Zhang Ruai's voice had just fallen, and Zhao Junyi suddenly felt a pain in his abdomen, and sweat broke out on his forehead in an instant. After a while, the pain slowly dissipated. He stood up straight, staring at Zhang Ruai fiercely. What did you do to me? It's unfair, sir. Zhang Ruai sneered. I'm so far away from you. What can I do? Don't play tricks on me. Zhao Junyi stared at her. In this exile land, no one dares to compete with me. If you fall into my hands, I have plenty of ways to make you want to live but not die. Sir Zhao has such great power. A man's voice came. How come I don't know that this exile land is controlled by Sir Zhao? Zhang Wenyu led a group of officers and soldiers in. Zhao Junyi didn't expect Zhang Wenyu to come here. His back stiffened, and his back was soaked with sweat. I don't know how much he heard. Sir Zhang. Zhao Junyi bowed hurriedly and saluted. I didn't know Sir Zhang was coming. I was dealing with the troublemakers and villains. I'm sorry for not coming to greet you. Please forgive me. Troublemakers and villains? Zhang Wenyu looked around. Where is the troublemaker that Sir Zhang is talking about? Why didn't I see him? Zhao Junyi pointed at Zhang Ruai and said, It's her. Zhang Ruai stepped forward and saluted. Sir Zhang, I want to sue Sir Zhao for slandering me. Zhang Wenyu stroked his goatee and looked at Zhao Junyi unkindly. This idiot didn't even look at who was standing behind Zhang Ruai. How dare he come here to cause trouble? If it was anyone else in the He family, he would not want to care too much, but Zhang Ruai was different. He was someone that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince personally asked him to take care of. He even dared to mess with the woman protected by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. He was looking for death. He hadn't lived enough. Master Zhao, since you said she is a villain, do you have any evidence? Zhao Junyi glared at Zhang Ruai hatefully. She poisoned me.
Oh.
Zhang Wenyu looked at Zhang Ruai. Is what Master Zhao said true? Zhang Ruai shook her head. Heaven and earth are my witnesses. I have not been close to Master Zhao today. How can you say that you poison me? Everyone is a witness. If you don't believe me, you only need to ask her, or ask a doctor to come and see if Master Zhao has any symptoms of poisoning. She knew best that she had poisoned me herself, and no one else could have discovered it except her. Not to mention the people working in the He family. Even the Yamen runners who came with Zhao Junyi nodded. She really didn't lie. Master Zhang. Master Zhao heard from somewhere that the crops in the greenhouse of the common people were plentiful, so he brought a group of Yamen runners to rob them, saying that they wanted to confiscate them all, and that they were following orders from above to take away everything, regardless of whether there were documents or not. Shang Ruai wiped the non-existent tears from her eyes with a handkerchief. Master Zhao is obviously bullying us. Seeing her like this, Zhang Wenyu secretly cursed Zhao Junyi, saying that he was a fool who was more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. At this moment, He Jingheng came over. He stood beside Shang Ruai, his eyes sharp. What's wrong? When Zhang Wenyu saw He Jingheng, he subconsciously bowed. It's not his fault that he is weak-willed. It's really a conditioned reflex caused by He Jingheng's discipline. He knew the methods of this prince very well. Even though he is now exiled here, imprisoned, and his body is broken, it is difficult to conceal his aura like a sharp blade. Also, how can a person who is exiled and makes the prince very afraid be an ordinary person? The prince. The son of prince turned around and swallowed it. He walked forward with a smile on his face that surprised Shang Ruai. Misunderstanding. All misunderstanding. Zhang Wenyu said with a smile, I am not strict in my rule. I will take the people down and deal with them properly. He Jingheng smiled. Sir Zhang, according to the laws of Tianshan, what is the crime of embezzling food and property? Deserve to be killed. After saying these two words, Zhang Wenyu smiled bitterly. When Zhao Junyi heard this, sweat broke out on his forehead in an instant. What is the crime of falsely conveying the imperial edict? Deserve to be killed. Zhao Junyi lowered his back a few more degrees. What crime should be committed for robbing people of their property and attempting to take it for oneself? He deserves to be killed. Zhao Junyi was so scared that he knelt on the ground, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Sir, how do you think we should deal with him for multiple crimes? He Jingheng's voice seemed to come from, with an icy murderous aura. Zhang Wenyu couldn't stop sweating on his forehead. He deserves to be killed. Hearing this, Zhao Junyi crawled to Zhang Wenyu's side. My lord, it's not like that. Listen to me. Zhang Wenyu glanced at him and said to the people behind him, What are you doing? Why don't you take him away? If he doesn't drag it on, he will die. When Zhang Wenyu returned to the mansion, Zhao Junyi walked up to him, bending over. Sir. Zhang Wenyu looked at him with a sullen face and threw the book on the table in his face. You still have the nerve to come in front of me. I wish I could chop you up right now. If it weren't for him, would he have lost such a big face? Now, everyone in the exile place knows that he is afraid of He Jingheng, who will take him seriously. Sir, the He family is just prisoners exiled here by the emperor. What is there to be afraid of? Zhao Junyi whispered. In this remote place, if a prisoner dies randomly, who will investigate it? He took out a jade disc from his arms. Look, sir, this is the best white jade. It feels warm to the touch and is very good for the body. It is my humble respect to you. Zhang Wenyu picked up the teacup on the table and smashed it directly on his head, blood flowing down his face.
Idiot.
What kind of is in your head? Why didn't I have the heart to kill you just now? Just a prisoner? How could he say that? Are the He family ordinary prisoners? If they were really so easy to kill, the emperor would not just exile them. Instead, he would directly send this family to the guillotine. Zhao Junyi didn't know what he said wrong and quickly knelt on the ground. Sir, please calm down.
I don't know what I said wrong.
Don't make things difficult for the He family in the future. This official kindly reminds you, don't be ungrateful. If there is a next time, I'm afraid you won't even know how you died. Go back and reflect on your mistakes. Zhang Wenyu's words startled Zhao Junyi. The He family has become what it is now. What is Sir Zhang afraid of? At night, a carrier pigeon appeared in the patrol mansion. The servant handed the note to Zhang Wenyu. Sir, His Highness asked us to find the ring as soon as possible. Zhang Wenyu put down the silver spoon for feeding the birds and whispered, Once the ring from Prince Ding's mansion was lost, everyone in the world wanted to find it. Now countless eyes are staring at it, fearing that it would be snatched away by others. No wonder His Highness is anxious. Sir, His Highness sent you here mainly to find the ring. But we have investigated the He family and found no trace of the ring. Could it be that it was really stolen by He Jinghe? Zhang Wenyu frowned and said in a deep voice, He Jinghe ran away and disappeared, and the ring disappeared with him. Isn't it a bit too coincidental? What you mean, is this what He Jinghe did on purpose? Just to hide the ring? How could such a powerful person like He Jinghe let that waste He Jinghe steal such an important thing? This trick is really true and false, real and fake, and it's really well used. Zhang Wenyu snorted coldly, but the old ones are the wisest. I have seen through his scheme clearly. Your Excellency is still one step ahead. But where did He Jinghe go? No one knows whether he is alive or dead. In the capital, Lanqing Palace. Bishi walked in hurriedly. Your Majesty, it's not good. She was about to speak when concubine Zhao gave her a wink, and the next second, He Lingxing walked over. Your face looks so bad, what happened? He Lingxing said with a smile. Bishi saluted hurriedly. Your Highness, the new servant broke your favorite cup, and I have come to report to your Majesty. He is just a servant, just kill him directly. Why do you come to ask your mother for instructions? He Lingxing sat down and said in a cold voice, Aunt Bishi has been doing a better job recently. I wish you all the best. Bishi said in panic.
Okay, Sheng'er.
Concubine Zhao came over. Political affairs are busy, you'd better go quickly. The beside your father has come to see you. Mother, have a good rest, I'll take my leave. When He Lingxing passed by Bishi, she trembled subconsciously. The prince's eyes looked at her more fiercely recently. Seeing He Lingxing leave, concubine Zhao whispered, What happened? Your Majesty, it's bad. He Jinghe ran away.
What?
Concubine Zhao's face turned pale, and she said angrily, What are those servants doing? They can't even keep an eye on one person. Your Majesty, what should we do? Now only He Jinghe knows where the ring is hidden. A bunch of trash.
Idiot.
What else can we do? Go find it. Concubine Zhao said coldly. If He Jinghe can't find it, I will kill them all to vent my anger. In the corner, a figure turned and left. Back in the East Palace, a little came forward and whispered a few words beside him.
Go down.
He Lingxing clenched his fists. He didn't expect it was his mother. He Jinghe was actually taken away by her mother's people. Originally, they all speculated that the lost ring was a play performed by He Jinghe and others, but they didn't expect it to be his mother's handiwork. He squinted his eyes. It seemed that his mother had done a lot of things behind his back over the years. A figure passed by in front of him. Presumably, all these things were done by her. At night, a figure flashed in Lanqing Palace. Bishi had just washed and prepared to go to bed. Suddenly, she was knocked. When she opened her eyes, she saw the person standing by the window in a crimson-purple robe. Crimson-purple? The prince. Why is the prince here? She looked around. This was a side hall of the East Palace. Why was she here? Awake? Aunt Bishi. Bishi was shocked. Your Highness, what are you doing? Seeing her panic-stricken, He Lingxing said coldly, Do you know why I asked you to come here today, Aunt Bishi? I dare not speculate on your Highness's thoughts at will. Bishi lowered her head and said softly, Aunt Bishi is worthy of being Mother's most capable servant. Everything Mother has done over the years was done by Aunt. He Lingxing sneered, and is really capable. Your servant does not understand what your Highness means. You are so bold that you even dare to touch the army's thoughts. He Lingxing said angrily, Do you know that if our father knew about it, it would be a heinous crime of killing all 9 generations of your family, and no one in Mother's family would survive. When Bishi heard him say this, she knew that He Jinghe's affairs had been exposed. She knelt on the ground and hurriedly explained, Your Highness, the Queen did this for you. She just hopes that your position as the Crown Prince can be more stable. He Lingxing sneered. Was it for him or for his mother herself? His mother knew it best. Aunt Bishi, my mother has lived in the harem for a long time, and she doesn't know how many things are going. To be safe, all the matters of my mother must be reported to me before I do anything. Do you understand? Bishi was stunned. For so many years, The prince had never cared about the affairs of Launching Palace. Why did he suddenly start to care about it today?
But
Before she could finish, she was interrupted by He Lingxing's cold voice. Didn't you understand what I said? The aura of the superior made Bishi dare not breathe. I understand. If you have any questions, just find Xiao Detzi in Launching Palace. Xiao Detzi? That concubine Zhao recently promoted had been the gatekeeper of Launching Palace. It turned out that there were people of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in Launching Palace. He Jinghe ran out of the remote courtyard and ran straight into the mountains. He hid in a remote cave and looked at the swaying branches outside with hatred. Winter was about to come, and gusts of cold wind blew in. He couldn't help but shiver.
Cut.
He rubbed his arms and cursed in a low voice. You dare to lie to me. At this time, there was a noise at the entrance of the cave, and He Jinghe's nerves immediately tensed up. At this moment, a rabbit came in. He Jinghe's eyes lit up. He was cold and hungry at the moment, and this was simply a dinner sent by God. The rabbit seemed to be a little dazed by the cold, and its movements were very slow. Even He Jinghe, who had such skills, could easily catch it. After the rabbit was roasted, he put out the fire. The cave was full of smoke. He took the remaining half of the rabbit and ran out at night. He didn't know that his actions were seen by others. Still alive? He Jinghe put down the teacup and asked in a low voice.
Alive.
Yunqi said with a smile. We brothers were afraid that he would starve to death, so we helped him hunt a rabbit, and He Jinghe, that idiot, didn't even have the slightest suspicion. Oh, if it weren't for the protection of the Dingwa Palace, how could he have lived until now with his brain? He Jinghe sneered. I don't know what those people were thinking to find him. Prince, what should we do next? Spread the news that the ring is lost. Not only that, but also tell people what the ring is used for. Yunqi heard this and smiled. By then, I'm afraid other countries will want to take it away. If they want to take it away, just come. He Jinghe said in a deep voice. I want to see how many people covet the things of our Dingwa Palace. Prince, the princess has also come to the county. He Jinghe walked to the window and looked at the carriage going away. He knew that Shang Ruai bought a shop, so where did the silver come from? Miss, a man just sent a note. Ingxue handed the note to her. Shang Ruai saw the content of the note and curled her lips. Ling Feng was quite capable. He actually brought those cows here. It seems that he really kept a trick from Shan Heng before. Let's go. We're going to pick up the goods. Pick up the goods? Ingxue didn't understand, but there was one thing she knew, that is, she would do whatever the lady said, no problem. When they arrived at the market, a group of people gathered in front of a stall. Mom, look, this cow looks so strange, with black and white patches on its body. A child said. Yes. This is the first time I have seen a cow that looks like this since I was a child. You ignorant people, this is a cow unique to the western regions. The milk produced by this cow is extremely delicious. A man in brocade said excitedly. I was lucky enough to eat some in the early years. It was really delicious. The word milk is extremely unfamiliar to the people of Tianshan. Cow's milk is something that can only be eaten in the palace, and it is extremely precious. Cows are common in the western regions, but this kind of livestock is not allowed to be brought into other countries, and no one in Tianshan knows how to raise cows, so cows have never appeared in Tianshan for so many years. Shopkeeper, are you selling this cow? Ling Feng opened his eyes and glanced at the man who asked him, if you want to buy it, you can only buy all of them. Can you do it? How much silver does a cow cost? 200 taels. 200 taels? There are 30 cows here, so wouldn't it cost 6,000 taels? Hearing this number, the people around couldn't help but gasp. Not to mention whether this cow can be raised, just 6,000 taels of silver is not something that anyone can afford. I'll buy it. A female voice came. Ling Feng's lips curled up. It came really quickly. Ingxue handed him a box, and when he opened it, there were neatly stacked silver bills inside. Hiss! Where did this girl come from? 6,000 taels of silver were taken out without a second thought? Miss, this is 6,000 taels of silver, not 600 taels. A country gentleman who was watching said, Miss, You should think twice before you act. Shang Ruai smiled. Thank you for reminding me. Miss, what are your plans for buying these cows? Shang Ruai pointed to the street in the distance. I bought a tea house over there, and I will reopen it after the decoration is completed. At that time, there will be milk to eat. So that's it. Miss, you are straightforward. But do you know how to raise these cows? Ling Feng smiled and said, If you don't know, I can help you raise them, but the silver. Silver is not a problem as long as I can raise these cows well. In this way, Ling Feng and these cows have a clear way out. He drove these cows to a farm outside the city, and Ling Feng stayed there for the past 2 days. Shang Ruai looked at this place and said with a smile, You really know how to choose a place. This farm is so big, very suitable for raising these cows. This farm is mine. Ling Feng sat on a stone bench, poured himself a glass of water, took a big gulp, his eyelids drooped, hiding the complicated look in his eyes. Seeing that he had no intention to continue, Shang Ruai did not ask any more questions. Since this place is yours, can these cows be raised here? Shang Ruai smiled and said, I can pay you silver. Okay. Ling Feng smiled. What I lack most now is silver. I wonder how much silver the young lady is willing to pay me? Listening to his sarcastic voice, Shang Ruai smiled. The reason why I disguise myself as a man is because it is inconvenient for a girl to be away from home. Ling Feng nodded, and his expression eased slightly after hearing her explanation. When I saw the young lady today, I thought I was dazzled. Shang Ruai looked at the cows, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Now her milk tea shop can finally open. On this day, when leaving the farm, Shang Ruai filled 2 cans of milk. Looking at her back as she left, Ling Feng's lips slowly curled up and a dark color flashed across his eyes. He Jingheng, there are some accounts that we can settle. After returning to the He mansion, Shang Ruai went to the kitchen. Soon, a steaming fried milk came out of the oven. She also steamed a pot of steamed buns with milk and took out the tea leaves collected from the northern tea merchants and boiled a pot of milk tea. The mellow smell wafted out from the kitchen. At this time, Hyuni came to the kitchen and poked her head in. Sister-in-law, what delicious food are you making? Shang Ruai brought out the food. Try quickly. What is this? Fried milk.
What?
Fried what? Hyuni exclaimed. Milk? Is it the milk I think of? Shang Ruai nodded. It's the milk you think of. Hyuni put the fried milk into her mouth, and the rich milk fragrance filled her mouth. Hyuni squinted her eyes as she ate. Sister-in-law, it's so delicious. Is this small cube fried milk? Hyuni took out another piece and put it in her mouth. Eat slowly. Shang Ruai poured her a cup of milk tea and said with a smile, Don't choke. No one can resist milk tea, especially girls. Hyuni took a sip of milk tea and said in surprise, Sister-in-law, what is this? This is called milk tea. Then what are the black little in it? It is very chewy when bitten in the mouth. Pearls. Pearls? Dongshu? Hyuni almost spit out what was in her mouth. This is made of cassava flour. Shang Ruai smiled. It's edible. After eating the fried milk and milk tea, Hyuni's admiration for Shang Ruai was beyond words. Sister-in-law. Hyuni hugged Shang Ruai's arm with some excitement. I must have done a lot of good deeds in my previous life, so I can meet a good sister-in-law like you in this life. Shang Ruai touched her head with some pity. In the previous life, the youngest member of her team was also a girl like Hyuni. She was the youngest in the team and a real foodie, but she didn't blink when she killed people. Everyone said she was a devil loli, but only Shang Ruai knew that she would hide and cry for a whole night after every mission. Every time at this time, she would make a big meal for her, and she would hug her arm like Hyuni and say thank you to the captain. Her smile finally stayed at the age of 19. When performing a mission, she was targeted by the opponents and the bullet pierced her heart. Even if she was a divine doctor, she couldn't take her back from the hands of the god of death. If there was such a space in her body, she might really be able to rescue her. So she always loved and tolerated Hyuni. At this time, Qin, Lin from the third room, and Song Fengji came in. What are you two eating? It's so sweet. We can smell it in Fangji's yard. Qin said with a smile. It's just out of the oven, and I'm thinking of sending it to each yard. Shang Ruai said with a smile. Come and try it. Shang Ruai asked the servants to send one portion to the old princess and left one portion for He Jinghun. What is this? Why is it so delicious? Zhang took a bite of fried fresh milk and exclaimed, Is it made with milk?
Yes.
Oh my God. I didn't expect to eat milk here. She had eaten cakes made with milk several times at palace banquets, but there was not much milk in them, so she could only taste a faint milky fragrance, which made her linger. Now this fried milk is full of milky fragrance, so delicious that people want to swallow their tongues. Qin also praised it, and Song Fangji ate it in small bites. Shang Ruai saw that she looked unhappy and asked softly, What's wrong? I've been feeling uncomfortable lately, and I can't sleep well at night, and I don't have any appetite. Song Fangji rubbed her head and said listlessly, I'm embarrassed to bother my sister-in-law so often. Which woman isn't pregnant? I'm just being pretentious. But you can't say that. Shang Ruai put her hand on her wrist. It's the most difficult thing for a woman to be pregnant and give birth. How can you take it lightly? It's normal to be more pretentious than usual. That's right, Fangji. Did Jinghe bully you? Lin said seriously. If he bullies you, just tell me and I'll punish him. No, Jinghe treats me very well, but I've been feeling a little uncomfortable recently. Shang Ruai frowned, and Song Fangji's pulse looked a little strange. It didn't seem to be a problem at the moment, but it seemed that there was some hidden danger. Xiaoyao hurriedly handed over the medicine box. Taking out the silver needle, Shang Ruai lifted up her sleeve and pierced her arm. After a few injections, red spots suddenly appeared on her skin. This is it. Poisoning. Shang Ruai said in a deep voice. Someone poisoned you. What? Song Fangji looked at the red spots on her arm in panic. Sister-in-law, will this poison affect my child? Shang Ruai shook her head. It hasn't had time to enter the fetus yet. If it's a few days later, it's hard to say. Who wants to poison our flesh and blood of the He family? Lin said angrily. Qin was also shocked and clenched her handkerchief. How did this poison get into Fangji? It should have entered the body little by little from the food, but something is wrong. Shang Ruai took a little blood from her fingertips. Dripping into the bowl, the blood did not float away with the water, and it was still in the shape of a drop of water. It's cinnabar tears. Shang Ruai said in a deep voice. The person who poisoned it is so cruel. This is an extremely vicious chronic poison. If a pregnant woman is poisoned by it, she will cry blood and die when the poison takes effect, and the fetus will be stillborn. One corpse, 2 lives. Who is so cruel to poison it like this? Qin had heard of this poison and was shocked. Boy, if it is cinnabar tears, then Fangji and the child. Wouldn't it be? Qin's words made Song Fangji's heart clench. Sister-in-law. Don't worry, I'm here. Shang Ruai picked up the silver needle and pierced the acupuncture points on her body. The detoxification process will be a little painful, just bear with it. A cry of pain escaped from her mouth. Black blood flowed from her fingertips. To detoxify the cinnabar tears, the poisonous blood must be completely drained. The feeling of dizziness gradually appeared. Shang Ruai took out a pill and put it in her mouth. Normal pills are bitter, but Shang Ruai's pills are sweet. Not long after, Song Fangji felt clear-headed and her physical strength was fully restored. Shang Ruai looked at the half-bowl of black blood that had already flowed, her face gloomy. If she hadn't often added spiritual spring water to the He family's drinking water, these measured cinnabar tears would have killed her long ago. After a while, the color of the blood finally turned bright red. Shang Ruai applied a layer of powder on her fingertips, and the wound stopped bleeding instantly. It's done. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. Lin took her hand and said gratefully, Roy, good child, thanks to you otherwise. Isn't it a bit polite for third aunt to say that? Shang Ruai smiled and said, Fortunately, it was discovered in time. Fangji and the child are fine. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Hyuni said in a deep voice. Who is it? He actually used such a despicable method as poisoning. Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes slightly. The Dingwa Palace has become what it is now, and there are still assassinations and poisonings. What is there in this palace that makes them so afraid? When did these symptoms start? Song Fangji thought for a while and said, It was after my sister-in-law went to the western regions that these symptoms began to appear. Qin frowned. During that period, it was the time when the servants who made cakes entered the mansion. She couldn't help but clenched her handkerchief. Could it be him? If it was really the cook who poisoned, then her sin would be great, because she was the one who brought the cook in. Bring the cook up. Not long after, Old Li was escorted up by the servants. He had seen the crown prince's consort in the mansion before, and she had once praised the cakes he made for being delicious. Meet the young madam. He smiled innocently. Young madam, is there anything you want to ask me? Have you made cakes for the third young madam recently? Old Li thought for a moment. I only made cakes for the third young madam once, not recently. Song Fangji nodded to her. It was true. Since Shang Ruai took her pulse, she had never asked anyone to bring cakes to her again. Young madam, is there anything wrong with the cakes I made? He said in panic. Young madam, if there is anything wrong, you can tell me, I will correct it, and please don't drive me out. The Dingwa Palace was confiscated and exiled, and they were also dismissed. He tried to find a way out in other places, but when they heard that he used to be in the Dingwa Palace, they refused to say a word and drove him out directly. There was a shopkeeper who had received a favor from the Dingwa Palace and secretly kept him. Before 10 days had passed, he was discovered by others. Not only him, but also the shop was closed. He had no choice but to come to this remote place. Unexpectedly, he met Qin here. Young madam, my family has no place to stay in the capital, so I came here in desperation. Please give me a way to live. Shang Ruai saw that he didn't look like a liar, smiled and said, What are you thinking? I still have some milk here, you can take it back and make some cakes, and send it to me. Hearing Shang Ruai say this, he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, stood up and held the jar in his arms, and finally let go of his hanging heart. Looking at him like this, it shouldn't be him who did it. Qin whispered. Who could it be? At this time, Aunt Zhao, who had been recovering from her injuries in bed for a long time, walked in. Oh, it's really lively today. She perfunctorily bowed and found a place to sit down. She looked at the fried milk on the table, her eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything. Andy is fine now, why did you come out? Shang Ruai smiled and said, I thought Andy was hiding in the yard and was too embarrassed to come out. Why should I be embarrassed to come out? I just got a stick. Aunt Zhao's face flashed an unnatural expression, and she said in a deep voice, How can you, a junior, talk like that? Don't think that you can ignore your elders just because you have been in charge of the mansion for a few days. Don't forget that you are just a concubine. Before she finished speaking, she heard the voice of the old princess. Whoever mentions that Ruai is a concubine again, get out. Aunt Zhao was shocked and stood up quickly. The old princess ate the food sent by Shang Ruai and was surprised. She didn't expect to eat such rare milk here. Even in the capital, she couldn't eat it whenever she wanted. Grandmother. If you ask me, it is Jingheng who is lucky to marry Ruai, so that our He family can be in the situation today. If anyone brings up her background again, don't blame me for being rude. Aunt Zhao shuddered. She has always been very afraid of the old princess. Aunt Zhao stepped forward and smiled apologetically, Mother. When the old princess heard her address her, she glared at her coldly. She quickly changed her words and said, Old lady, what are you doing here today? Aunt Zhao smiled and said, My body is much better now, and I think I can help with some things in the mansion. Huh, is there anything in this mansion that you can do? The old princess snorted coldly. I see Ruai coming in and out every day, so I thought of helping her share some of the burden. Help her share? Lin sneered. I see that you are short of money, and you want to get some benefits from it. Aunt Zhao's face changed slightly, and she glared at her hatefully. Her eyes passed over to Song Fangji's belly, and she pouted and said, The third lady has a mean heart. Although her eyes were obscure, They did not escape Shang Ruai's eyes. You just stay in the mansion and don't go out to cause trouble. The old princess snorted coldly. If it weren't for Ruai last time, the three of you mother and son would have been beheaded long ago. Aunt Zhang smiled awkwardly. Yes, old lady. The old princess set her eyes on Shang Ruai, her eyes full of love. Child, you haven't told your grandmother yet. What exactly is the name of your snack? Shang Ruai told them about her purchase of a shop in town, including the purchase of a dairy cow.
What?
6,000 taels? Aunt Zhao said loudly. 6,000 taels to buy a cow. Are you crazy?
Aunt Zhao.
Shang Ruai sneered. What does this have to do with you? Why not? That's all the money of our He family. 6,000 taels. You took it to buy a shop without saying a word. Do you think you can take money at will as the housekeeper?
Aunt Zhao.
Shang Ruai interrupted her with a sneer. My grandmother gave me this power when she handed the He family over to me. That's 6,000 taels, plus the shop and the tea you mentioned. It's almost 10,000 taels. 10,000 taels. Enough for our family to live in this place of exile for a lifetime. Shut up, the old princess said angrily. This room is full of masters. How can you, a concubine, have the right to speak? Madam, I'm just worried. What are you waiting for? Lin said coldly. Take Aunt Zhao away, and don't come out unless it's necessary. Shang Ruai said nothing, just took the milk tea and took a sip. He Yuni looked at Aunt Zhao and said faintly, Aunt, don't you still think you are in the palace? You rely on your father's favor to make decisions about the affairs of the palace.
You are just a concubine.
It is the grandmother's favor that allows you to stand in this main hall. You even complain about what your sister-in-law did. Who do you think you are? She could bully anyone, but He-Yuni would be the first one to stop her from bullying her sister-in-law. Aunt Zhao blushed and retreated from the main hall. At this moment, the servants came up with 2 plates of milky, white snacks. Shang Ruai looked at her back, and a dark color flashed in her eyes. Aunt Zhao returned to her yard, where He Qinian and Lin Shuyu were eating snacks. She saw it, and when she thought of the humiliation she suffered in the main hall, she couldn't help but get angry. Aunt Zhao stepped forward and overturned the plate on the table to the ground, and the cakes in the plate rolled to the ground. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. Aunt Zhao said coldly. You think about eating all day long. How could I give birth to such a waste like you? And you? She tapped Lin Shiyu's head with her hand. Why did our Qinian marry such a heartless person like you? If you have half the ability of Shang Ruai or are as motivated as Song Fangji's belly, I wouldn't have to embarrass myself in front of so many people. I'm so sorry that I'm scheming for you. You're really a hopeless case. He Qinian and Lin Shiyu have been living under the suppression of Aunt Zhao for these years. If Aunt Zhao got angry today as usual, they would not dare to say a word. But since the exile, He Qinian's mentality has changed a lot. Mother. He stood up, picked up the scattered cakes on the ground, and put them back on the plate. When I was in the palace, I never knew that a grain of rice had to go through so many processes before it was served on the table. After I recovered, I went to the greenhouse and realized how hard it was to get food. You should not throw cakes on the ground like this. Aunt Zhao was shocked by He Qinian's words. When He Qinian was in the palace, he had always been a second-generation ancestor, relying on his father and brother's military merits and the power of Dinghua Palace, and he was uneducated. I didn't expect that he would say such a thing today. But Aunt Zhao's attention was obviously not on this. She said coldly, How dare you talk back to me? Who taught you the rules? Mother, if you have nothing to say, go back and rest. Aunt Zhao was so angry that she trembled all over and turned to Lin Shiyu and said, Is it you? I knew that you, a jinx, are not a good thing. Since you came in, Qinian seems to have changed into a different person. It must be you who instigated it. Lin Shiyu, who was innocently implicated, was frightened by her roar, and tears could not stop falling. He Qinian frowned, looked at Aunt Zhao with disapproval, and pulled Lin Shiyu out. Aunt Zhao sat on the chair full of anger, looking at the cakes on the table. She was even more angry and threw the cakes directly on the ground, and even stepped on them a few times. The next morning, Shang Ruai came to the county town. The layout of the shop did not need to be changed too much. Only a kitchen and display cabinet for making milk tea and snacks were added. The display cabinet was decorated with glass, which looked very beautiful. Old Wu had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Shang Ruai coming, he hurried out to greet her. "Look, how is it?" Shang Ruai had already packed up the milk tea shop and nodded. "Not bad, not bad. Thank you for your hard work, Old Wu." "It's not hard, not hard." Old Wu smiled and said to Shang Ruai, "I have been a lot quieter in recent days. I heard that Old Xia has been very busy recently." Old Xia has indeed been busy these days. "But why did I hear that he got some benefits from you?" Old Wu coughed twice. "Although his task is heavier, you can't favor one over the other. You should treat us two old men equally." Shang Ruai nodded. "Got it. I'll have someone send it to you later." Old Wu smacked his lips. Old Xia had been showing off in front of him for a long time, saying how delicious the fruit was, but he had never even heard of it. He was really envious. At this time, a servant came over and said to Shang Ruai respectfully, "Are you Miss Shang?"
Yes.
Shang Ruai asked softly, "What's the matter?" "A young master asked me to give you this note, saying that you will understand after reading it." The servant handed the note to her and left. Shang Ruai opened the note, her eyes darkened, and she put the note away. Leaving Ying Xue in the shop, Shang Ruai hid in a small alley and took advantage of the fact that no one was around to enter the space directly. Not long after, a man in white with a golden mask walked out of the alley. According to the address on the note, Shang Ruai came to a farm. "Are you young Master Lingjun?" A man with a sword on his waist walked up to her. "That's right. Young master, please follow me." The man's face showed a little more respect. The master has been waiting for a long time. Shang Ruai pushed the mask on her face. It seemed that her disguise was still very successful. Yun Tian did not recognize her. Yun Tian led her to a room. Shang Ruai looked at the environment around the manor and couldn't help but be amazed. He Jingheng was really rich. This manor is not worse than the Dingwa Palace. Thinking of this, she was a little annoyed that she had to support the family even though he was so rich. "Master, young Master Lingjun is here," Yun Tian said softly. "Please come in." He Jingheng's low voice sounded. Shang Ruai walked into the study and saw the man who had disappeared in the past 2 days.
Go down. Yes.
Yun Tian retreated respectfully. "Lingjun?" He Jingheng smiled. If Lord Shang knew that his exiled daughter, who was exiled by him, had such ability, he would probably the factory will regret it. Shang Ruai saw that he got straight to the point and said with a smile, "If the emperor knew that the prince of Dingwa Palace who was exiled by him lived a more carefree life than in the capital, I guess he would really regret it." He Jingheng remained noncommittal. "I've known that this day would come when my achievements become a threat to my master." "So you built this villa?" Shang Ruai touched the chair she was sitting on, which was made of golden Nanmu wood. "TSK, I wonder if I can use golden Nanmu wood to make a coffin for myself when I die." "What nonsense are you talking about?" He Jingheng's tone was slightly low. Shang Ruai smiled awkwardly. "Why did you ask me to come here today as Master Lingjun?" Shang Ruai smiled. "Actually, what I want to ask is how did you know my identity? Did you go to Shanheng to investigate?" "I guessed," he said lightly. "Guessed?" She almost spit out a mouthful of tea. "How did you guess?" "The time when Master Lingjun appeared was exactly the same as the time when you went to Shanheng, and the coral bracelet you gave to Uni was from the Qiao family. From this, I concluded that the miracle doctor who helped the Qiao family detoxify was you." "Boring." Shang Ruai took another sip of tea, frowning slightly. Why did the taste of this tea seem familiar? But it was just tea, and it was almost the same, so she didn't take it to heart. "So, what do you want me to do to help you with the identity of Lingjun?"
"Help me save someone."
To make him reveal so much to herself, this person must be very important to him. Could it be a confidant or something like that? Shang Ruai's expression was slightly restrained. "Who?" "My father."
"Huh."
She didn't react for a moment. "Your father-in-law." Shang Ruai was slightly surprised. Did he mean that Prince Ding had been found?
Come with me.
He took her out of the study and came to a rockery in the backyard. Shang Ruoi could tell at a glance that there was a mechanism on the rockery. He Jingheng tapped a few times on the rockery, and a stone door slowly opened. Shang Ruoi looked at the mechanism and curled her lips. It was too easy to be discovered. Seeing that she was not surprised at all, He Jingheng raised his eyebrows. Did you know there was a mechanism here? This mechanism is too obvious, and the location of the stone door is also easy to be discovered. Shang Ruoi tapped a few times outside the stone door, and several arrows shot out. Look, this kind of mechanism is not used to prevent thieves at all. It is clearly telling the thieves that I have a mechanism here. Come and see. Yuntian, who was following behind them, couldn't help but be surprised. This mechanism was designed by their prince himself, but he didn't expect it to be cracked so easily. A hint of interest flashed in He Jingheng's eyes. He didn't expect that she was also involved in the art of mechanism. No, it should not be said to be involved, but it should be said to be proficient. Then, Master Lingjun, are you willing to help me improve this mechanism? He Jingheng said with a smile. It depends on my mood. Shang Ruoi smiled. You want to invite me out of the mountain. Have you thought about how much silver you want to give me? Just tell Yuntian how much you want. Yuntian whispered behind him. Master Lingjun, if you need anything, just tell me directly. As they talked, several people walked through the stone path, and the scene in front of them suddenly opened up. It turned out that the manor next to it was also owned by He Jingheng, and he connected the two manors with a stone path. It's really a big deal. When she came here, Shang Ruoi's nerves tensed up. She discovered a lot of auras hidden in the dark. Master. Yunqi walked forward and looked at the figure behind He Jingheng, and the three words prince's consort almost came out of his mouth. But looking at his attire, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The prince actually brought her here personally. What this means is self-evident. This is Master Lingjun. He Jingheng had a rare smile on his lips. From now on, Master Lingjun will be responsible for the prince's injuries. Master Lingjun? The prince's wife is Master Lingjun? Yunqi couldn't hide his shock in his eyes. Yes, I am Yunqi, and I meet Master Lingjun. No need to be polite. Shang Ruoi whispered. Since I am here to treat the prince's injuries, then I will trouble Brother Yunqi to take me to see him. I dare not. Master, just call me Yunqi. Hearing Shang Ruoi as addressed to himself, Yunqi's alarm bells instantly rang. He had already felt the master's death gaze on him. I'll take you in. He Jingheng suddenly grabbed her arm and led her into the backyard. Yuntian was a little confused at the back. What's wrong with the prince? Let us do the job of leading the way. He looked at He Jingheng's hand again. When did the prince get so close to someone? And a strange man at that. Yunqi wanted to dig his eyes out. That's a man? That's the prince's consort. You blind thing. He didn't know how this fool had such a luck to be able to serve the master and be ranked with the surname Yun. Yunqi, this man named Lingjun, is really amazing. He actually saw through the trap set by the master on the stone mountain at a glance. Yuntian's eyes showed admiration. If only one day I could be like him. Haha. Yunqi glanced at him. The person you admire now is the prince's consort who you always talk about and look down on. Her medical skills are so amazing. No wonder the prince treats her differently. Yunqi's eyes almost turned up to the sky. The prince treats her differently because she is amazing? That's because she is the crown prince's consort, you idiot. If she wasn't the crown prince's consort, let alone her excellent medical skills and outstanding eyesight, even if she was a god, their crown prince wouldn't even look at her. Seeing him like this, Yunqi didn't want to tell him the truth at all. When this idiot finds out himself, he will probably be amused by his own stupidity. Shang Ruoi followed He Jingheng all the way to the backyard. The guards were stunned to see their master pulling a man. They have served the crown prince for so long, but they have never seen anyone get close to the master, let alone let the master take the initiative to pull him away. Where did this person come from? Shang Ruoi's face became redder and redder as he was pulled by him. If it weren't for the mask covering her face would have been red like crazy. In fact, when He Jingheng was halfway there, he regretted it a little. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Seeing her smiling at Yunqi, He couldn't help but want to pull her away. Arriving at the door, he let go of Shang Ruai's hand and looked back at her. He couldn't see her expression under the mask, but he accidentally glimpsed her slightly red ear tips, and He Jingheng couldn't help but feel in a good mood. "He's in there." Shang Ruai nodded, glared at him, and walked in. He Jingheng was stunned by her look. He could feel the girl's cuteness even through the mask. He Jingheng looked at his hand that had just held her arm, and the smile on his lips continued to expand. This was the scene that Yunqi and Yuntian saw when they arrived. The master is looking at his own hand and smiling. Yuntian asked blankly. Yunqi nodded. "Is the master sick too?" Yunqi nodded again. The dark guards hidden in the courtyard couldn't help but look at their master in horror. Could it be that the master is a homosexual? Shang Ruai walked to the inner room and smelled a foul smell as soon as she entered. She couldn't help but frown. She walked forward and found that the smell was coming from the bed. At this time, He Jingheng walked to her side and whispered, "When our people found my father, he was like this." People who looked at him said that he didn't have much time to live. Shang Ruai walked forward and lifted the quilt covering his body. She was suddenly shocked. She saw that there was no good skin and flesh on his body. Every inch of skin seemed to be cut open with a blunt instrument. What a cruel heart. Unlike the pain of a sharp weapon, which is only a moment, the pain of a blunt instrument tearing and grinding on the skin is dozens of times more painful than a sharp weapon like a sharp knife. The prince's injury is very serious. Even I can't be completely sure, and the rotten flesh on his body needs to be removed with a knife. It's very painful. Shang Ruai paused and said, "I need someone to help me when I treat it. Even with anesthesia, there will still be pain when cutting off the rotten flesh."
How sure are you?
70%. Hearing her say this, He Jingheng couldn't help but look at her a little more. Among so many doctors coming and going, only she dared to say that she was 70% sure. "I'll help you." Shang Ruai nodded and took out a few porcelain bottles and a very small knife from her sleeve pocket. He Jingheng was stunned. What did she carry with her every day? How could this be in her sleeve pocket? These were all taken out from the space. The sleeve pocket and the bag she occasionally carried on her body were just things to cover up her identity. Shang Ruai gave him the spiritual spring water in the porcelain bottle to drink. After a while, he seemed to have regained some vitality, and his eyelids began to tremble slightly, but he still did not wake up. She looked at He Jingheng standing beside her. "Turn around."
What?
"Turn around. This is the secret method I learned from my master. It is passed down to girls, not boys. Unless you want to be my sister, you have to turn around and can't look." The word sister successfully made He Jingheng's face darken. "You girl, you talk without restraint all day long." After saying that, he turned around honestly. "Don't look back, otherwise we'll call each other sisters in the future." Seeing that he ignored her, Shang Ruai took out an anesthetic from the space and injected it into Prince Sting's body. The eyes that were still trembling slightly just now returned to calmness. "Okay." She put away the anesthetic and said softly, "The prince can turn around." When He Jingheng turned around and set his eyes on Prince Sting's body, he noticed the needle hole on his body. The needle hole seemed to be much larger than the needle hole of the silver needle, but he was tactful and didn't ask any more questions. "I am going to remove the rotten flesh from his body now. Even if he is in a coma, he may wake up because of the pain. You must help me hold the prince down." After saying that, she put on gloves, picked up a scalpel, and began to remove the rotten flesh. He looked at the gloves for a long time and couldn't help asking, "What are you wearing on your hands?" This sentence almost made Shang Ruai's knife go to the wrong place. How could she forget about the gloves? How could Tian Shun have such a thing? But her face did not change, and she whispered, "This is what my master gave me. There are only a few pairs in total. You won't understand even if I tell you." "How can I understand if you don't tell me?" He Jingheng suddenly looked at the gloves like a curious baby and then asked what material the scalpel in her hand was made of. He didn't forget that when she came to the land of exile for the first time to assassinate someone, the hidden weapon she threw out looked like this, but afterwards, when he went to look for it, he didn't find any. "Can you please stop talking?" Shang Ruai couldn't help herself and shouted loudly, "If you keep asking questions, get out." She didn't lower her voice. Not only He Jingheng heard it, but also the secret guards standing at the door and guarding in the dark of the yard. Yun Tian opened his eyes wide. It's over, it's over. This Ling Jun is afraid that his life will be in danger. Is the last person who spoke to the master like this still alive? Oh, no, no one dares to speak to the master like this. He was ready for Ling Jun to be fanned out of the room by the master. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement in the room. He was even more frightened. Their master endured it? The sun really rose from the west, and their master didn't throw him out. Yunqi smiled. Sure enough, the treatment of the prince's wife was really different. He Jingheng in the room was stunned by Shang Ruai's roar. This woman is really brave. In fact, Shang Ruai was also a little scared after roaring. But seeing that he didn't make any move, her attention returned to the action of her hands. He Jingheng looked at Shang Ruai, who was serious and focused, and a trace of appreciation flashed across his eyes. At this moment, a drop of sweat flowed down from her forehead. He Jingheng subconsciously took his handkerchief to wipe her sweat. When he realized what he was doing, he was stunned. Looking at the handkerchief in his hand, he couldn't help but laugh. He Jingheng, you can even do such a thing as wiping a woman's sweat. Your life is ruined. At this moment, Shang Ruai's slightly anxious voice came. The anesthesia time is over. Hurry up. Hold him down. Hearing this, He Jingheng stretched out his finger and pressed on his sleeping point. The next moment, the body that had been moving suddenly became silent. Shang Ruai blinked and suddenly found that she seemed a little silly. How could she forget that the ancients who had internal strength would use the method of acupuncture? He Jingheng smiled. Go on. It took a total of 3 hours for Shang Ruai to remove all the rotten meat. She opened the porcelain bottle, sprinkled the powder on Prince Ding, turned to He Jingheng and said, "He may have a fever tonight, so you must send someone to watch him. If he has a fever, take this pill in time." He Jingheng took the pill and said softly, "You are tired today. Why don't you rest in the mansion? But if I don't come home at night, the mansion. I have sent someone to give my mother a letter of divorce." He Jingheng looked at the person lying on the bed. There is no doctor in the mansion now. If there is any emergency, no one can handle it. If the mansion doctor heard this, he would probably burst into tears, so he is transparent? Shang Ruai heard this and thought for a moment. But she had to come to the county town early tomorrow morning, so it was convenient to stay here.
Okay.
Gurgle. Shang Ruai smiled a little embarrassedly. I'm a little hungry. I neglected it. He told Yunqi outside the door to prepare the meal, and specifically asked him to prepare a 3 fresh duck. He remembered that he heard Qian Yang mention by chance that Shang Ruai liked to eat the 3 fresh duck at Taiyangxiangju. Yunqi nodded in agreement, and after telling the kitchen, he went to Taiyangxiangju to pack a 3 fresh duck. Hey, isn't this brother Yunqi? Qian Yang looked at the dishes in the food box in his hand and said with a smile, "Is this what your master uses to please his wife?" The shopkeeper has a good eye. Yunqi bowed. Goodbye. Qian Yang looked at Yunqi's back as he left and couldn't help but smiled and shook her head. She had never seen her master care so much about anyone in all these years. She just mentioned it casually in front of him, and the master remembered it in his heart. When Shang Ruai saw the 3 fresh duck on the table, her eyes lit up. Before He Jingheng finished washing his hands, she picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of duck meat and put it in her mouth. It was indeed the 3 fresh duck from Taiyangxiangju. She smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to like this dish too." He Jingheng just smiled and said nothing. How could Yunqi miss the opportunity to give his master extra points? He walked forward and said with a smile, "This is what the master specially asked his subordinates to buy from Taiyangxiangju." Upon hearing this, Shang Ruai paused with the chopsticks in her hand, but the smile on her face did not diminish. She looked at He Jingheng and whispered, "It seems that the prince has a close relationship with the owner of Taiyangxiangju. He can even find out such a small matter." Yunqi's breathing stagnated. He didn't expect that she could guess the relationship between the master and Taiyangxiangju from this sentence. He looked at He Jingheng. Now he knew what it meant to add fuel to the fire. It was all his fault. He Jingheng smiled. I didn't mean to hide it from you. Tang Xiangju is mine. Shang Ruai nodded. Seeing him so frank, she smiled and said, the prince doesn't need to tell me. These have nothing to do with me. He Jingheng just smiled and said nothing. Seeing her eating happily, he actually felt that today's meal was very delicious. He ate a bowl of rice unknowingly. He was not picky about food when he was on the march and fighting. As long as he could fill his stomach, he could swallow it. But he only ate very little. He almost never ate a whole bowl of rice like he did today. When the cook in the mansion knew that the prince actually ate a whole bowl of rice, he was almost moved to tears. He thought that his cooking skills had improved. As a result, when He Jingheng was dining alone, he cooked a table of exactly the same food, but it was all returned intact. He really cried this time. Eat slowly. He Jingheng picked up a new handkerchief and wiped the oil stains on her lips. This dish of duck is all yours. No one will eat from you. His hand touched the metal mask that covered half of her face, and Shang Ruai came back to her senses and said softly, I can do it myself. She took the handkerchief and wiped the oil stains on her lips with a smile on her lips. This handkerchief is stained with oil. I won't return it to the prince. He Jingheng's action shocked Yuntian and refreshed Yunqi's 3 views. Yuntian's eyes almost popped out. What did he just see? The master wiped someone's mouth. Or wiped a man's mouth. Is he dazzled? Yunqi swallowed his saliva. He knew that the prince was sincere to the prince's wife, but he didn't expect that his prince could do this. Is this really what he can see? Is the prince sure he won't dig out their eyes? Don't you know where my room is? I'll take you there. He Jingheng was about to get up when he was held down by Shang Ruai. Let Yunqi take me there.
What?
Yunqi, who was named, almost knelt down before her. Princess, I don't know how I have offended you to deserve this disaster. He Jingheng's face darkened slightly, and he glanced at Yunqi. The next moment, Yunqi covered his stomach with a look of pain on his face. Master, I have a stomachache and will withdraw first. After that, he ran faster than a rabbit. Shang Ruai looked at him in confusion. She was just wearing a mask. Was it so scary?
Why?
He Jingheng's low voice sounded.
Why?
Why should Yunqi take you there? He stared at her intently, as if he was looking for an answer on her face. Your legs are not conducive to walking. I want to perform surgery on you today. Before that, you can't use force on your legs for half a month. Shang Ruai looked at his legs and whispered, if you delay any longer, I'm afraid it will be difficult to recover. Surgery? He Jingheng was stunned. She had told him about the surgery before. Could his legs really recover? Thinking of her appearance when she just removed the rotten meat, He Jingheng's heart suddenly surged with turbulent waves. It was rare to see him stunned. Shang Ruai smiled and said, Sir, don't forget to prepare silver.
Ha!
What silver? If you can heal my legs, I will give you whatever you want. Yuntian heard the expression on his face, and you can write a storybook. His master was like a different person in front of this man named Lingjun Gongzi. Could it be that he really has some quirks? But Lingjun Gongzi said that he could heal the master's legs. If this is true, let alone silver, I would give her my life. So the person who sent Shang Ruai to the guest room changed from Yunqi to Yuntian. Along the way, Yuntian was really itching to heal her and couldn't help asking, Master Lingjun, can you really heal our master's leg? Shang Ruai glanced at him, nodded and said, Of course. Yuntian was very excited to hear that and respectfully sent her to the guest room, then turned around and went to find Yunqi. Really? Yunqi exclaimed. Master Lingjun really said that? Of course. How could I joke with you about the master's leg? Yuntian said with a smile, when the master's leg recovers, and one day, when he has achieved great success in the future, the master will definitely divorce that woman Shang Ruai. How can he be worthy of being with the master? Yunqi hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand. Shut up. I warn you, if you say anything bad about the crown prince's consort again, I will peel off your skin. Woo woo woo. Yunqi understood why he was asking him. You don't know the reason with your brain, just remember my words, especially in front of the Master and Master Lingjun. If you want to stay alive, keep your mouth shut, otherwise no one can protect you. That night, Prince Ding, He-Yuan, really had a fever. My lord, the prince has a high fever, and I can't do anything. The court doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble Master Lingjun. He Jinghen glanced at him. A waste. He couldn't even cure a fever. When Yuntian brought Shang Ruai in, there were already people kneeling in the room. This is. She looked at He Jingheng. Master Lingjun, we are the palace doctors. The leader acted as if he had found a life-saving straw. The prince has a high fever, and we have no other way. Please help, Master. Palace doctors? So many? Shang Ruai moved her gaze from them to He Jingheng's face. Didn't the prince say that there are no doctors in the palace? What does it mean to shoot oneself in the foot? This is it. He Jingheng touched the tip of his nose and whispered, They just returned to the mansion. Does the prince think I'm a fool? Shang Ruai was almost laughed at by him. Pushing aside the crowd, he came to the bed, took out the silver needle and pierced the acupuncture points a few times, looking at the porcelain bottle on the table. Can the medicine in the porcelain bottle be drunk by the prince?
Not yet.
A palace doctor stepped forward and said in a trembling voice, The prince did not tell us what is in it. How dare we play with the prince's body? He picked up the porcelain bottle, but he really didn't see what was in it. He Jingheng didn't say that the things in the porcelain bottle could be drunk. Shang Ruai looked at He Jingheng. She had told him so many times before she left that if he had a fever, he should drink it. Could it be that this gentleman turned a deaf ear to her words? At this moment, Yunqi stepped forward and helped He-Yuan up. Sir, I will feed the prince. Shang Ruai handed him the porcelain bottle, smiled and said, You are more perceptive than your master. After saying this, Yunqi was so scared that he almost crushed the porcelain bottle in his hand. Princess, can you not just pit him? Feeling He Jingheng's gaze, Yunqi gritted his teeth and fed He-Yuan the Lingquan book, and then stood behind He Jingheng. After the Lingquan water was swallowed, He-Yuan's high fever subsided not long after. The court doctor saw this and couldn't help but exclaimed, It's amazing. It's really amazing. Shang Ruai lifted the corner of his back to look at the wound on He-Yuan's arm, and then took out the powder and handed it to the court doctor. Sprinkle this powder on the prince's wound every hour. After 3 days, the wound on the prince's body should begin to scab. After all, this powder was prepared in her laboratory, and the effect is naturally not comparable to ordinary wound medicine.
Yes.
The court doctor took the powder carefully, thought for a while, and asked, Sir, there is something I don't understand. Please teach me.
You say.
I saw that the rotten flesh on the prince's body has been completely removed. How did you do it? Shang Ruai took out a scalpel and handed it to him. Use this knife. The court doctor took it with both hands, and his eyes lit up. There was such a sharp and small knife. But what material is this knife with a glowing color? Is this iron? Iron? Where is the iron? This is not iron. Shang Ruai smiled. This is steel. Seeing that the doctor couldn't let it go, she said softly, If you like it, this knife will be given to you. Are you serious? The doctor's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said in surprise, Can you really give it to me?
Yes.
But she still had a lot of it in her space. Steel? What is steel? He Jingheng looked at the knife in the doctor's hand, walked forward, and took it in his hand. What is steel? Shang Ruai was stunned for a moment. How could she forget that there was no technology for steelmaking in Tianshan? How should I know? Shang Ruai coughed and stammered. This is what my master left me. It's very precious. It's very precious. And you just give it away like this? Then your knife is really too precious. He Jingheng smiled, held the knife in his hand, and had no intention of returning it to her. Seeing this, the doctor smacked his lips, wanting but not daring to speak. At this moment, Yunqi found that He-Yuan's eyelids moved and exclaimed, Prince, the prince is about to wake up. Hearing this, everyone gathered around. Not long after, He-Yuan's eyes slowly opened and his pupils looked forward without focus. Shang Ruai's pupils shrank slightly, and she said in a deep voice, "Get out of the way." Shang Ruai stretched out her fingers and shook them in front of him, but his eyes still did not respond. He Jingheng's brows also frowned tightly. "What's the matter?" He walked forward and asked in a low voice. The prince's eyes seemed to be blind.
What?
Shang Ruai put her hand on his pulse, and Shang Ruai's face became heavier and heavier. After a moment, she took her hand away. "How is it?" The prince's eyes are blind, his voice is hoarse due to the poison, and his ears can't hear. Hiss. It's really hard to imagine how much inhuman torture he has suffered during his disappearance. Sir, the prince must know the man who took him away. He did this in order not to reveal his identity. Yun Tian said in a deep voice. He Jingheng whispered, "Is it irreversible?"
Shang Ruai did not speak.
"In this case, it is very difficult to treat, almost impossible. I will do my best. It is impossible to restore to the original state." Shang Ruai sighed. What kind of deep hatred could it be?
To torture people to this extent.
When she walked out of the room, it was already daybreak. After almost no sleep all night, Shang Ruai yawned. He Jingheng was sitting in a wheelchair, and Yunqi pushed him to her side. Seeing her very tired, he said softly, "It's still early, go and have a rest." Shang Ruai shook her head. "No, I have to go to the shop in town later." Seeing He Jingheng sitting in a wheelchair, she nodded. "You are a teachable boy, you just sit like this. I will perform surgery on you in 15 days. "Thank you very much." He Jingheng heard her say this, smiled and said, "Which master did you learn this medical skill from?" "It's a secret." Seeing that she didn't want to say more, He Jingheng didn't force her. After a simple breakfast, Shang Ruai said goodbye and left. Before leaving, she left some medicine powder and spiritual spring water and told the court doctor many times to make sure to apply and drink medicine on time. Leaving He Jingheng's manor, she mixed into the busy streets. He Jingheng looked at the scalpel on the table and fell into deep thought. He had never seen a knife of this material before. Most of the weapons in Tianshan were made of iron. Even the weapons on the battlefield were made of iron. Tianshan had abundant iron ore. Iron things were good in every way, but they were extremely easy to rust. After a long time, a thick layer of rust formed on them, and many weapons were corroded. If all the weapons could be replaced with this material. He looked at the scalpel on the table and fell into deep thought. Shang Ruai came to the shop. Mr. Xie had already delivered the first batch of glass cups. A dark-skinned servant smiled and handed her the 3-layer cloth-wrapped things in his arms. "Shopkeeper, this is what our shopkeeper asked me to give to you." Shang Ruai opened the cloth bag and was very surprised to see what was inside. She didn't expect that she only provided a drawing, and Mr. Xie actually made what she wanted in such a short time. There were several plates stacked inside, all made of glass. Shang Ruai wanted to use it to place tea, fruit, and snacks. Shang Ruai smiled and said to Ingxue, "Give him some money as a reward." The servant smiled even more when he heard about the reward. "Thank you, boss." Shang Ruai looked at the time and said to Ingxue, "Send someone to the 3rd Street to find a scholar who writes letters for others and tell him to come and pick up the goods."
Yes.
At this time, Ling Feng came in with a bag of milk. "Miss, I got what you wanted." Shang Ruai smiled. "I was thinking of asking the servants to get it. I have nothing to do." Ling Feng looked at her shop. "Are you going to open it?" Shang Ruai nodded. "By then, I'm afraid you will need a lot of milk every day. I'll send a few people to help you on the farm." "No need." Ling Feng smiled. "I can do it myself. I just need to send someone to get it on time every day." Shang Ruai heard him say this and didn't insist. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded at the door.
"Sister-in-law."
He Yuni walked to Shang Ruai with a smile. "Surprised? Why did you come to town?" Shang Ruai tapped her nose. "Did you tell mother?"
"Yes."
He Yuni hugged her arm. "I went to look for you last night, but you didn't come back until the evening. Later, mother said that you and brother would not come back.
I was lost for a long time."
Shang Ruai couldn't help laughing when she saw her like this. "Do you miss me or the food I made?"
I.
She coughed a little embarrassedly. Of course I miss my sister-in-law. Her eyes looked at Ling Feng, who was standing opposite her. She thought he was a servant in the shop, but she didn't expect him to be a young master. She smiled a little embarrassedly and let go of the hand that was holding Wen Shi's arm. Sister-in-law, I'll go in and see if there's anything I can help. Although she was exiled, as an unmarried woman, she always had to pay attention to the separation between men and women. Ling Feng looked at Hyuni, then retracted his gaze, smiled, and said, "In this case, I will go back to the manor first." Okay. Looking at Ling Feng's back as he left, she couldn't help but frown. Since returning to Tianshan, Ling Feng has become a different person compared to when he was with Shan Heng. Before she could think about it, she heard Hyuni's voice. Sister-in-law, that. She stared at the bag in Ningshua's hand, and the fragrance of milk emanated from it. Shang Ruai immediately knew what she meant and couldn't help but laugh. You said you miss me, but in my opinion, it's clearly someone's greed. Hyuni's little face flushed. Of course I miss my sister-in-law more, and wanting to eat is just a byproduct. I won't tease you anymore. He just delivered the milk. I'll make you pearl milk tea. Shang Ruai took the milk tea to the back kitchen, and soon, the fragrance of milk tea came to her face. The rich, milky aroma can be smelled even on the street. Many people stopped to look. What is this smell? Why is it so sweet? Shang Ruai poured the milk tea into the glass bottle and handed it to Hyuni. Try it.
Wow.
What kind of cup is this, sister-in-law? It's so exquisite. Hyuni said in surprise. I have never seen it in my life. This is called a glass cup. The conversation between the two was clearly heard by the people standing outside the door. They looked at the drink in Hyuni's hand with envy, and the sweet taste made them drool. Shopkeeper, what is this? A man walked up and pointed at the glass bottle in Hyuni's hand and said, Are you selling it? Yes, it's called pearl milk tea. Shang Ruai took out a few small cups, poured the remaining milk tea in the pot into them, and handed him a cup. Try it and see if it suits your appetite. The man took it, took a sip, and couldn't help but show surprise on his face. There is such a delicious food in the world. The sweet taste filled his mouth, leaving him with an endless aftertaste. Drinking this in such a cold season, I just felt warm all over my body. He drank the rest of the milk tea in one gulp, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Seeing him like this, the others gathered around him. Shopkeeper, can I have a cup too? He handed the remaining milk tea to everyone. Although everyone only drank a small sip, it was enough for them to be amazed. I wonder how much a cup of milk tea like this will cost? Shang Ruai smiled. 1 tael of silver for a cup of milk tea. 1 tael of silver? So, expensive? Upon hearing this, a woman hurriedly poured the remaining few drops of milk tea in the cup into her mouth. The first person who buys milk tea will be given a glass cup. If you bring this glass cup to buy milk tea later, you can get a discount of 200 won. After hearing what she said, people's eyes fell on the glass cup again. Although glass products are not extremely rare in the county, it is really the first time to see a glass cup. In this way, 1 tael of silver does not seem to be expensive. When will it be sold? The first man who drank it asked with some anticipation. His wife has been arguing with him recently, and this milk tea may please her. It will open in 3 days. Shang Ruai smiled and said, There will also be some snacks given away for free. I hope everyone will appreciate it. Hearing that there were snacks to be taken, everyone nodded and said yes. After they left, Hyuni asked softly, Sister-in-law, is there anything I can help with in the shop?
Why?
You want to help look after the shop? Hyuni shook the milk tea in her hand. It's not that I owe it to others. I have to do something to feel at ease. Since the exile, we have been relying on you. You have worked too hard. If you want to look after the shop, it's okay, but I have to ask Mother first to see if she agrees. After all, in Tianshan, no unmarried girl has shown her face outside. Although she didn't care, Qin and the old princess might not nod their heads. And your brother, if he doesn't agree, I can't do anything about him. Hyuni's excited mood just now fell to the bottom in an instant. How could she forget that her brother would never agree to let a girl like her look after the shop? After returning home, Shang Ruai told Qin and the old princess everything about Hyuni's plan to visit the shop. As expected, She was rejected outright by Qin and the old princess. Yuni, I notice that you are becoming more and more unruly. You haven't even gotten married yet, but you're already showing up in public. How can this be acceptable? The old princess said in a deep voice, You'd better stay in the mansion obediently. That's right, Yuni, you're still young. How can you watch the shop? Qin said gently, Listen to your grandmother, stay in the mansion obediently, and don't make trouble. How did I make trouble? Yuni pouted, My sister-in-law is only a little older than me. If she can do it, why can't I? Your sister-in-law has been betrothed anyway. Besides, how can you compare with your sister-in-law? The old princess glared at her. If you have half the ability of your sister-in-law, I wouldn't stop you like this. Grandmother, if Yuni wants to go to the shop, I will pay close attention to her. Shang Ruai said with a smile. That won't work either. At this moment, He Jingheng's voice came over. Actually, there's nothing wrong with letting her go and gain some experience. Yuni suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked at He Jingheng, who was sitting in a wheelchair at the door. Brother. She never expected that this most difficult brother would actually speak for her today. Cheng pushed him to the main hall, and the old princess and Qin hurriedly stood up and walked forward, asking with concern, What happened? Where did you get hurt again? It has nothing, Grandma, don't worry. Then why are you sitting in a wheelchair? My grandson met a miracle doctor who said he would help me heal my legs, but I can't exert any force within the next half-month, so I have to sit in this wheelchair. So that's how it is, and the two of them were relieved. The miracle doctor you're talking about is a Dr. Jiang? When Qin heard that He Jingheng's legs might recover, she couldn't help but show a look of surprise on her face. In her cognition, Dr. Jiang is the most powerful doctor.
No.
He Jingheng's eyes passed over Shang Ruai's face obscurely, and he smiled. But this miracle doctor's medical skills are far better than that of Dr. Jiang.
Oh?
The old princess asked in surprise. I wonder which miracle doctor it is? This miracle doctor doesn't want me to reveal her name. He Jingheng smiled. Maybe all masters have some quirks. Shang Ruai paused while drinking tea. Quirks? You have a quirk. Shang Ruai glared at He Jingheng, and noticing her gaze, the corners of He Jingheng's lips curled up slightly. Brother, did you just agree that I can go to my sister-in-law's shop to help? Yuni stepped forward, fearing that they would forget about their own affairs. He Jingheng nodded. I agree. Nonsense. The old princess's face turned cold, and she said to He Jingheng, Jingheng, how come even you are starting to be ignorant? Grandmother. It's not that my grandson is ignorant, but because I heard a sentence recently, maybe our previous thoughts were wrong. What sentence? People can only rely on themselves. He Jingheng suppressed the smile on his face and became serious. During this period of time, my grandson has been thinking about the sentence, whether it is right or wrong. At first, my grandson did not agree, but recently something happened and my grandson felt that this sentence is right. No matter men or women, they should not always hide under the protection of the family. If the family is prosperous, it is naturally good. If the family declines, just like the Dingwa Palace today, if it were not for Ruai, we would not have the comfortable life today. Shang Ruai heard the words, and a trace of surprise flashed across the corner of her eyes. I just said it casually at the time, and I didn't expect him to take it so seriously. Grandma, think about it. If Yuni gets married in the future, do you want her to have no special skills, only know how to engage in intrigues in the backyard and do embroidery, or do you want her to be like Ruoi? He Jingheng's words made the old princess and Qin fall into deep thought. For so many years, they have never been taught to rely on themselves, but to rely on their family and fathers and brothers. When the family is prosperous, they have glory on their faces. If the family is declining, they can only be humble. The old princess set her eyes on Shang Ruai, and her mind became clear instantly. Yes. Although Shang Ruai is a concubine's daughter, who in the family is dissatisfied now. Perhaps they have been wrong for so many years. She thought about it and said to Shang Ruai, Child, since Jingheng said so, why not let Ruai follow you? Don't worry, Grandma, I will definitely take good care of her. Okay. Yuni was overjoyed to hear her grandmother give in. Grandmother, mother, don't worry, I will never cause trouble to my sister-in-law. The next day, Shang Ruai brought her to the shop. Now the shop is fully prepared and will open in 2 days. When she came today, she brought Laoli with her. Milk tea and snacks made from milk are also sold at the same time. Don't worry, young lady. I have practiced the fried milk to perfection. Then I will leave the kitchen to you. That day, she brought the milk tea and a few plates of snacks to Tang Xiangju. As soon as she got off the carriage, Qian Yang came to meet her. What have you been busy with these days? He smiled and said, I heard that your shop seems to be opening soon, and I have even prepared a gift for you. Shang Ruai handed her the food box. I promised my sister that I would make it for you to try. The food box was covered with a lid, but the fragrance still couldn't stop coming out. The diners who were eating in her shop stretched their necks to look into the food box. Qian Yang opened the food box and a rich aroma wafted out.
Oh,
Why is there such a fragrant aroma? I am in for a treat today. As long as you like it, sister. Come upstairs with me. I want to taste it carefully. Just as she was about to turn around, she heard the diner next to her couldn't help asking, Boss, what's in the food box that this young lady gave you? It is a rare delicacy. Qian Yang's beautiful eyes moved, and she smiled and said, The shop of the girl next to me is about to open. If you have time, you must go and support it. What's the name of the girl's shop? Shang Ruai smiled and said, Life is like a dream. Following Qian Yang to the room on the second floor, Shang Ruai smiled and said, Sister, you have deceived me so much. When Qian Yang heard her say this, the smile on her face froze, and she instantly understood the meaning of her words and hurriedly bowed. Please calm down, Crown Princess. Shang Ruai couldn't help laughing when she saw this, and walked forward to help her up. There is no prince's consort here. I have a sincere friendship with my sister. It's just Shang Ruai who is standing here. Seeing that she didn't really blame her, Qian Yang slowly let go of her heart. Without the master's permission, Qian Yang dare not reveal her identity privately. Shang Ruai knew this. It doesn't matter, sister, just be like usual. Qian Yang sat on the chair with a little trepidation. As soon as she sat down, she heard Shang Ruai say, Sister, try it quickly. Is this milk tea? She has heard many people mention this thing recently. After taking a sip, her eyes widened instantly. Even though Tang Xiangju has enough delicacies, she is still shocked by this milk tea.
try this.
Qian Yang put the fried milk in her mouth and was stunned again. Princess Consort, is your shop still hiring?
How about me?
Shang Ruai couldn't help laughing and said, Sister, don't you want the shop anymore? Qian Yang took another sip and happened to a mouthful of pearls. I don't want the shop anymore. I'll follow the Princess Consort. If you like it, just send someone to the shop to get it every day. At this time, Su Zimo pushed the door open and said loudly, Qian Yang, I heard that you got a box of delicious food, so I came to taste it. The moment he saw Shang Ruai, he immediately covered his face with a fan. Well, I went to the wrong room. The wrong room. Shang Ruai raised her eyebrows slightly, looked at the man who was about to cover his face and escape, and said with a smile, Young master, we meet again. Su Zimo smiled dryly. Oh, isn't this the young lady of the He Mansion? I hope you are well. I suddenly remembered that I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first. Su Zimo turned around and left quickly. After he left, Shang Ruai looked at Qian Yang. Sister, I have some things to do in the shop, so I'll leave first. As soon as she arrived at the shop, she saw several servants carrying a plaque coming over. Life is like a dream, in red lacquer and gold characters. The pen and ink are originally unintentional, and the style is fully displayed on the white paper. She had seen He Jinghing's calligraphy before, and even though she had seen so many calligraphy and paintings by famous calligraphers, her eyes still lit up. She mentioned to him a few days ago that she wanted him to write a plaque, but she didn't expect it to be delivered today. Hang it up. Okay. The news that the He family shop was about to open soon reached Zhao Junyi's ears. I didn't expect them to be so quick. He frowned and said sinisterly, How dare you plot against me secretly? Just wait and see. My lord, what do you need me to do? Zhao Junyi waved at him and whispered a few words to him. My lord, just wait and see. As soon as the servant left, a woman walked out from the shadows. Zhao Junyi was startled. You are. Waste. You haven't done what the master asked you to do yet. What's the point of keeping you? The woman wore a veil, but from her exposed eyes, it could be seen that she was an exotic woman. Seeing this, Zhao Junyi stood up from his chair and bowed, saying, Your Excellency, the envoy. Humph. The woman stepped forward, stretched out her hand and grabbed his neck. Useless people don't deserve to live in this world. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Junyi's face flushed, his breathing was not smooth, and he squeezed out a few words from his teeth with difficulty. Envoy, give me another chance. Just when he was about to die, the woman slowly loosened her hand. Zhao Junyi fell to the ground, holding his neck and retching. This is the last time. If you can't do it again, I will send you to see the king of. As soon as the words fell, there was a sound of the window, and the woman's figure slowly disappeared into the night. He sat on the ground weakly, with a fierce look in his eyes. Finally, it was the day when Fusheng Ruomeng opened. People lined up at the door early in the morning. This is made of milk, and milk is a precious thing that can't be eaten casually. Even if it costs 1 or 2 silver taels, I must buy a cup, not to mention that they also give such beautiful glass cups and snacks. Xiaoyao opened the door and was shocked to see so many people standing at the door. Miss, your Fusheng Ruomeng is opening today, right? Xiaoyao nodded. Yes. She didn't expect that there would be so many people queuing for a drink that costs 1 or 2 silver taels. Her young lady is really amazing. At this time, Shang Ruai came out with Hiyuni and said with a smile, Today we are opening Fusheng Ruomeng. Thank you for coming to support us. Customers who enter the store today will be given a snack regardless of whether they consume or not. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. Whether you buy or not, you can get a snack. Shang Ruai nodded. Yes. Is the shopkeeper framing us? Whether I am true or not, you will know when you come in. Everyone rushed in after hearing this. As soon as they entered, they were attracted by the rich, milky fragrance. It smelled more tempting than outside. People who originally just wanted to get cakes couldn't resist the taste of milk tea and took out money to buy one. In such cold weather, drinking a cup of hot milk tea is so comfortable. They couldn't help but sigh. This is a delicacy that only gods can eat. More and more people came to hear the sound, and the queue was already 100 meters long. Many shopkeepers on the street saw this scene and envied it. Sister-in-law. Hiyuni looked at the customers in the shop and couldn't help but exclaim, This is too exaggerated. Shang Ruoi smiled. This is only the first day, and there will be more and more customers in the future. Hiyuni nodded. Yes, with such a delicious food, she wanted to drink it from morning to night, not to mention others. At this time, there was a commotion at the door. Did you see it? What's wrong with this person? Is he poisoned? It's terrible. Shang Ruai's lips curled slightly. She knew that someone would come to make trouble. Just as she was about to go out to take a look, she heard a man's voice. The owner of Fusheng Ruomeng. Get out of here. The things in your shop are poisonous. Poisonous? The people in the queue couldn't help but change their faces when they heard it. The things in the shop are poisonous. They must not buy them. Shang Ruoi walked out, stood on the steps, and looked down at the man who kept shouting. Sir, have you thought about the consequences of causing trouble in my Fusheng Ruomeng? The man heard her say that, and disdain flashed in his eyes. How dare you say such things? My brother got poisoned after eating something from your shop. What do you say? The man snorted coldly and said, I tell you, if you don't give us an explanation today, I will drag you to see the official. Explanation? What explanation do you want? Shang Ruai walked down the steps and walked slowly to the man. Let me hear you. 500 taels. Detoxify my brother, otherwise, you don't have to open the shop. He glared, took a step forward, raised his fist, and tried to make her surrender out of fear. Shang Ruai snorted coldly, stretched out her hand directly, grabbed his arm, turned quickly, and threw the man to the ground with a clean shoulder throw, raising a cloud of dust. Hiss. This woman looks thin and weak, but I didn't expect her to have such great strength and be so agile and nimble. The man covered his chest and coughed for a long time. He stood up with the help of the wall. He pointed at Shang Ruai. You dare to hit me. Hee hee, what's wrong with hitting you? Didn't you start to hit me first? Shang Ruai looked around. Everyone is a witness. Even if the officials came, I would say the same thing. You, a grown man, hit a weak woman like me. Don't you allow people to fight back? Everyone nodded when they heard it. They all agreed with every word she said, except for one sentence, which was a little difficult to agree with. Weak woman. She actually said that she was a weak woman. It was too scary that all the weak women in the world looked like her. The man's face turned pale, but after seeing her skills, he knew that he was not her opponent. He didn't dare to act rashly. He winked at the people in the crowd and heard the voices of several people in the crowd. I've never seen such a domineering woman. The food in her shop was poisonous, but she not only didn't apologize or compensate, but she even dared to fight in the street. It's really unheard of. That's right. People got sick on the first day of their shop. There must be something wrong with the food. Milk is so expensive, but she made it into snacks and gave it away for free. How can such a good thing happen in the world? There must be something fishy. When the people in the queue heard this, their minds began to waver. Yes, no one is stupid enough to give away such an expensive item for free. Hyuni heard this at the door and couldn't help but get furious. She walked forward quickly and said angrily, I have never seen people as shameless as you. You just frame others without any evidence. Huh, you say we framed you? Then produce evidence to prove your innocence. A man sneered. Otherwise, you'll have to admit the crime. Shang Ruai sneered. I don't have any evidence, but I can still prove my innocence. He walked to the man lying on the ground, squatted down, put his hand on his wrist. After a while, she stood up, took the handkerchief handed by Xiaoyao, wiped her hands, and said with a smile, This is really a difficult and complicated disease. The person who was hiding in the crowd and making trouble sneered, You want to get rid of us with a difficult and complicated disease? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Shang Ruai in a cold voice. However, I like to treat difficult and complicated diseases the most. She said to Xiaoyao, Get my medicine box. Yes. Hearing that she was going to use the medicine box, a woman asked softly, Does the shopkeeper know medicine?
Yes.
Shang Ruai took out the silver needles from the medicine box, picked the thickest one from it, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Not only understand, but master it. What? She said she was proficient in medicine? Several people who were making trouble looked at each other, and they all saw a trace of panic in each other's eyes. Shang Ruai held the silver needle and whispered, This thickest silver needle has been used to treat Lord Zhao's illness, and now the disease has been cured. This treatment method has no side effects except pain, but this pain is not something that ordinary people can bear. However, he is unconscious now and should not feel it. He will wake up after a few needles. After she finished speaking, she glanced at the man lying on the ground, only to see that his face turned pale and his lips were trembling slightly. Humph, are you scared like this? How can you stop here? She said to the servants behind her, Take off his shoes and pierce the soles of his feet with the silver needle. What? Pierce the soles of his feet? How can he survive? The man wanted to jump up immediately. At this moment, she said, and take off his hat. A person who was watching asked in confusion, Why do you want to take off the hat? When she smiled, and a low voice sounded, Because I want to pierce the silver needle on my head. The man was so scared when he heard it that he opened his eyes instantly, just in time to see the finger-long silver needle in her hand that was 10 times thicker than an embroidery needle, and the sinister smile she gave him. He was so scared that he shouted loudly, No. I don't want treatment. Shang Ruai raised the corner of her lips with a sneer. Didn't you get poisoned? How could the poison be cured so quickly? I don't need you to treat me. I don't need you to detoxify me. He rolled and crawled behind the man who came with him. You just need to compensate me with silver. Seeing the scene, what else did the onlookers not understand? This man was clearly here to cause trouble and extort money. That won't do. Don't worry. If you are really poisoned, I will not only pay you money, but I will also help you detoxify. Shang Ruai showed her silver needle. Just use the silver needle. The man's hands couldn't stop shaking. Seeing Shang Ruai walking towards him, he couldn't help but shout, I'm not poisoned. I lied to you. Lied to me? Yes, I'm not poisoned. Then I can't let you leave. She waved her hand. Tie them up and send them to the government.
Yes.
Several servants came forward. The two of them wanted to fight with Zhang Ruai's men with their mediocre skills, but they were knocked to the ground in just 2 moves and couldn't move. The servants in the shop were not ordinary servants. They were all secret guards carefully selected by He Jingheng. After a while, several yamen runners came over and took the two away. Zhang Ruai looked at the 2 men who left with a fearless look, and she had a plan in her mind. It seems that the mastermind behind the 2 of them is not ordinary, perhaps an acquaintance. She retracted her gaze and said to the people in line with a smile, "Don't worry, any food made by us is absolutely safe. Not only that, our milk tea can also prolong life." Prolong life? How can a drink have the effect of prolonging life? Zhang Ruai added spiritual spring water to the water that the cows drank. The milk produced by the cows contains the nutrients in the spiritual spring, which will naturally have the effect of prolonging life. Whether I said it is true or not, you will understand after drinking a cup. Facts speak louder than words. Zhang Ruai smiled and walked into the shop. Hearing her say this, people's eyes lit up. If this milk tea is really as she said, then selling it for 1 or 2 silver is really too cheap. Not only did the number of people in line not decrease due to this farce, but it increased instead. A few people hiding in the crowd left quietly when they saw that things were failing. They thought their actions were unnoticed, but they didn't want to fall into the eyes of a man. He Jingheng said to Yunqi behind him, "Send someone to follow them and see who is so bold as to set his sights on her."
Yes.
Seeing this, Su Zimo couldn't help but smile and said, I didn't expect it. You, He Jingheng, are so annoying.
Ha.
It's just a shop opening, and it's worth your trouble. He Jingheng picked up the glass cup on the table and took a sip of the milk tea in it. You don't understand. What don't you understand? You are a lonely person, so naturally you don't understand. Hearing this, Su Zimo's face darkened several degrees, gritted his teeth, and said, I don't understand. Only you understand, you understand. He didn't know who was the reason why he couldn't get a wife. Hiyuni never knew that making money was so hard. It was almost dark when all the things in the shop were sold out, and she only ate a few snacks all day. She rubbed her calf and said bitterly, Sister-in-law, I'm afraid my legs are not my own anymore. Do you still want to continue working in the shop? Zhang Ruai smiled and said, It may be much harder in the future than it is now. Yes. Hiyuni said firmly, This is the first time I earn money by myself. She asked excitedly, Sister-in-law, how much is the monthly salary in this shop? 3 taels of silver. How much? Hiyuni was surprised. 3 taels of silver? Just that little? The Ingwa sisters were also equally surprised. There are actually 3 taels of silver? So much? Hiyuni said that when the sister said this, she almost thought that her ears were broken. Xiaoyao saw her unbelievable look and explained with a smile, In this town, 3 taels of silver is already a very high wage. 3 taels of silver, is that too much? This undoubtedly shocked Hiyuni. In the past, she would spend more than 3 taels on a meal in a restaurant in the capital. You haven't really seen the sufferings of this world. Zhang Ruai touched her head, smiled, and said, You've worked hard today. When I go back home tonight, I will definitely praise you to your brother. Thank you, sister-in-law. Back at the He mansion, the old princess looked at Hiyuni with some heartache and pulled her to her side. Are you tired?
No.
Hiyuni told the old princess and Qin everything that happened today. Really? Someone came to make trouble? Hiyuni nodded. Yes, fortunately my sister-in-law is smart and saw through their plan in no time. Otherwise who knows what would happen today. When mentioning Zhang Ruai, Hiyuni's eyes lit up and she said proudly, Sister-in-law is so amazing. Then you should learn more from your sister-in-law. If you have the same ability as your sister-in-law, I will not worry about you getting married in the future. The old princess took a bite of the dessert and said lightly, With Ruai and our He family, I can rest assured 100 years later.
Grandma.
Hiyuni heard her say this, and hurriedly said, Grandma will live 100 years. Silly child. Everyone will die one day. I have been prepared for it. The old princess smiled and said, I thought I would die on the road of exile. Ruai saved me after I fell ill many times. Now I seem to be in good health, but Grandma is old and will return to dust eventually. Jingheng's words that day woke Grandma up. People have to rely on themselves to go a long way. When I can't protect you, you have to rely on yourselves. Qin said softly. Ruai probably said this to him. The old princess nodded. It's no wonder that our He family has been loyal for generations. We are blessed by our ancestors to have Ruai as our daughter-in-law. He thought for a while and said, Sister-in-law is really different from all of us. She knows a lot of things that I have never even heard of. Don't talk about you. Even I haven't heard of it. The old princess smiled. She has lived to my age, but her knowledge is not as much as the younger generation. People will laugh at her if I tell others about it. Sister-in-law said that her mother taught her. Speaking of her mother, the old princess' eyes flickered, but she didn't speak. At night, Shang Ruai had just fallen asleep when she heard the door creak open. He Jingheng came in on a wheelchair. After not seeing each other for a few days, Shang Ruai smiled and said, Why did you suddenly come back today? He Jingheng's face looked a little ugly. The people who came to make trouble today were sent by Zhao Junyi. Making trouble today? You mean you are here to extort money? Yeah. Shang Ruai didn't expect that he would pay attention to these things. I guessed it was him. All he has in his mind is money. No one else dares to ask for 500 taels except him. He Jingheng frowned even deeper when he saw her indifferent look. Don't worry, I have my own way to deal with him. A light flashed in Shang Ruai's eyes. It won't be long before he will come to me crying and beg me. Seeing her like this, He Jingheng was both happy and helpless. He was naturally happy that she was capable and scheming, but he felt frustrated with her again and again. All along, she seemed to not need him at all, but he couldn't leave her. Now not only he couldn't leave her, but the whole He family couldn't leave her. Just when he was lost in thought, a faint fragrance entered his nose. He saw Shang Ruai squatting in front of his legs without knowing when. She focused her eyes on the leg that was going to be operated on. She pinched it from time to time. His throat rolled unconsciously a few times, and the skin touched by her fingers seemed to be burned by flames. But when her hand moved away from her leg, he felt a sense of emptiness again. This kind of ice and fire is really a sweet torture. Finally, Shang Ruai finished the examination, stood up, and there was a hint of surprise in her voice. I didn't expect that your leg has recovered so well. It won't take half a month, and you can have surgery at any time. Normally, he should be very happy to hear such news, but He Jingheng was lowering his head slightly at this time, without any reaction. What's wrong? Aren't you happy that I can heal your legs? He still didn't respond. Shang Ruai was about to go forward to see what was going on, when she saw him quickly turn the wheelchair around and push it out the door. When he reached the door, his slightly hoarse voice came, I still have things to do. You take a rest first. Shang Ruai nodded in confusion, looked at his departing back, and said secretly, It's inexplicable. He Jingheng came to the yard, took a few deep breaths, and recited the heart purification mantra several times before he could barely suppress the evil fire in his body. Unexpectedly, after so many years of keeping his mind pure and desires abstinent, he almost couldn't control himself today. He smiled bitterly, and this time he was really in trouble. What did you say? Zhao Junyi looked at the guard in front of him and threw the teacup in his hand on his head. The man's head was bleeding instantly. If you can't even handle a woman, what's the point of keeping you? The guard was so scared that he dared not breathe and lowered his head and said, Sir, who could have expected that woman to be so cunning that she didn't even frown in front of so many people? Are you a pig? She knows medical skills, but you're just rushing into her blade. Aren't you seeking death? Zhao Junyi said hatefully, A bunch of trash. Get out. When the guard heard this, he felt as if he had been pardoned and hurried out. Zhao Junyi scratched his neck twice, and the pain and itchiness he had felt recently came back. Little. He scratched his neck a few more times, and suddenly a pain came over him. He felt that there was something on his hand. Looking closely, it was actually a small piece of flesh. Hiss. He looked at the flesh on his hand in shock, and felt that he had no strength at all. He suddenly thought of what Shang Ruai had said before. If the poison was not treated, the flesh on his body would fall off piece by piece. He thought she was trying to scare him, but it turned out to be true. How could he care about anything else? He crawled out of the room. The guard had not gone far yet, and when he saw Zhao Junyi rushing towards him, he thought he was coming to kill him, and he was so scared that he almost wet his pants. Zhao Junyi walked past him and went straight to the He family. At this time, Shang Ruai had already fallen asleep. As soon as Zhao Junyi arrived at the door of the He family, two strong men stopped him. Who? At this time, a piece of flesh fell off his body, and blood stained his neck red, looking extremely terrifying. How dare you? I am the official here. Why don't you get out of the way? Zhao Junyi said angrily. Bring out that woman Shang Ruai. Our young lady has already fallen asleep. If you have anything, please come back tomorrow. Tomorrow? In such a short time, 2 pieces of flesh have already fallen off. If he waits until tomorrow morning, he will become a pile of bones. No.
Now.
Bring her to her quickly. Otherwise, I will punish you. Zhao Junyi's shout startled the He family. At this time, the sound of wheels rolling came, and Cheng pushed He Jingheng to the door. Zhao Junyi saw He Jingheng and subconsciously lowered his voice. Even the governor Zhang Wenyu was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw him, let alone him. What's the commotion about? Master, it's the dead of night, and Lord Zhao insists on seeing our young lady. The guard at the gate said, I'm worried that the young lady's reputation will be damaged, so I stopped Lord Zhao from entering. Seeing that He Jingheng's face was a little gloomy, Zhao Junyi hurriedly said, I really have a reason not to see you. He took out the flesh of his palm. I have a strange disease, and only she can cure it now. At this moment, Shang Ruai came over with a cloak, covered He Jingheng's legs with a cloak, and whispered, You really don't want to keep this leg. Hiss. Who gave her the courage to talk to He Jingheng like this? The secret guards who were guarding in the dark couldn't help but be frightened when they heard it. The prince's wife spoke to her master in a scolding tone, and she was probably going to be thrown out of the yard by her master. What's more, some of them were already thinking about how to deal with Shang Ruoi, who was thrown out. I thought He Jingheng would be angry, but he just touched his nose and said nothing. Were they dazzled? How come they saw a hint of enjoyment on their master's face? Shang Ruai set her eyes on Zhao Junyi, who looked anxious. What are you doing here so late at night? Zhao Junyi said hurriedly, I found that some flesh and skin on my body was falling off today. He spread out his palms. Shang Ruai took a look and said lightly, This is a sign of severe poisoning. Zhao Junyi almost lost his balance when he heard this. Serious poisoning, how severe is it? If you don't get treatment, you will probably only have a few days to live. Shang Ruai smiled. Are you done asking questions, sir? I'm going to rest after that. Wait. He was about to pull her sleeve when he felt a murderous aura coming towards him. Zhao Junyi quickly withdrew his hand and smiled awkwardly. Miss Shang, you see, you were the one who treated my illness before, and it's not well yet. I wonder if Miss Shang is willing to help. Shang Ruai sneered when she heard that. Didn't the Lord say that you are well now and don't need me anymore? I didn't recognize you before. If I have offended you, please forgive me, Miss Shang. Shang Ruai couldn't help but feel sick when she saw his humble appearance. I'm afraid it will be more painful to treat it now than before. 1 injection was enough before, but now it takes 3 injections. 3 injections? In the past, 1 injection almost killed him. Wouldn't 3 injections kill him directly? But there was no other way at the moment, so he nodded and said, As long as it can be cured, anything is fine. Shang Ruai nodded, her lips curled slightly, but this time, I'm afraid I can't treat you for nothing. I'm sure you know that I opened a sweet soup shop in the county town, and I'm very busy every day. Every time I give you acupuncture, it will affect the business of the shop. How could Zhao Junyi not understand what she said? But even if it hurts, it's better than losing your life. I'll pay the silver. 100 taels each time. 100 taels? Zhao Junyi screamed. Do you think the silver is more important than your life? Her words shut Zhao Junyi up. He wanted to slap himself hard at this moment. At first, he didn't charge for each injection, but now he has to pay for 3 injections. Isn't this just asking for trouble? But what other options does he have at the moment? Save your life first. Thinking of this, he nodded. Okay, 100 taels is 100 taels. He took out a silver note of 100 taels from his arms and handed it to her. Let's start acupuncture today. Shang Ruai waved her hand, and Xiaoyao handed her the thickest silver needle. After a few screams, Zhao Junyi sat on the steps of the He family, with his whole body weak. Shang Ruai glanced at him and said to the servant at the door, "Send Lord Zhao back."
Yes.
Zhao Junyi's figure went away. Shang Ruai turned to He Jingheng and said, "It's cold today. If you still want this leg, find a cloak to cover it every time you go out."
Got it.
He Jingheng smiled, and the secret guards on both sides were stunned. Is the master possessed by something? He was scolded by the prince's wife and still laughed. She yawned, and just as she was about to turn back, her wrist was held by a warm big hand. What's wrong? Seeing her tired look, he swallowed his words that he wanted her to go to the other courtyard to see Hyun. Nothing. Go to bed early. Shang Ruai nodded and returned to the room. Seeing the door closed, He Jingheng set his eyes on Ah Chung behind him. Did the crown princess bring anyone back when she went to Shanheng? Ah Cheng's nerves stood up when he heard this. The crown prince asked this, he must have known something. But he did not forget what the crown princess said. My lord, the crown princess did not bring anyone back. He Jingheng glanced at him and sneered. You are loyal. Hearing him say this, Ah Cheng's legs went limp with fear. My lord. Forget it, since I gave you to her. You must be loyal to her. He Jingheng said coldly. Be careful of the man named Ling Feng. Yes, I understand. He Jingheng narrowed his eyes slightly. He had never heard of the name Ling Feng, but when he accidentally saw the man's profile that day, he was surprisingly familiar with it. At this time, Ling Feng was sitting on a tree, looking in the direction of the He family, raising the wine pot, and taking a sip. He Jingheng, it's been 5 years, and we finally meet again. He poured the remaining wine on the ground, his eyes full of hatred. Every day for so many years, I have been thinking about how to skin you alive, but even skinning you alive can't relieve the hatred in my heart. At this moment, a figure appeared behind him. An old voice sounded, Young master. Ling Feng jumped down from the tree and asked in a low voice, What happened? Young master is really as good as a god. Our people found that someone has been following He Jinghao in secret. I don't know whether it is surveillance or protection. Ling Feng sneered. What's the difference? Whether it's surveillance or protection, it's all about keeping him alive, right? Then according to what the young master said, what should we do? He Jingheng wants him to live, just to let more people know that the ring was stolen. We might as well give him a hand. Have you found him? Concubine Zhao pressed her temple and said tiredly. Not yet. Bishi whispered. Our people have been around the mountains for several times, but this person seems to have disappeared. No one can see him alive or dead. Concubine Zhao couldn't help but get angry. Dozens of people can't even keep an insignificant person at bay. What's the point of coming? My queen, many forces now know that it was He Jinghao who stole the ring from the Dingwa Palace. Now, even the western regions are beginning to get restless. We must find He Jinghao before they do. The ring must not fall into the hands of others, especially foreigners. It is said that the Dingwa Palace has its own army, and the ring is a token of command for the army. As the wolf soldiers of Tianshan, the Dingwa Palace has always been feared by other countries. When some small countries heard that it was the Dingwa Palace, they fled without fighting. You can imagine how fierce this army is. Bishi looked at concubine Zhao, and she felt very conflicted. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had already become suspicious of the Queen. She was under surveillance every day. If she said something she shouldn't have, she would be killed by the Crown Prince the next day. Thinking of this, Bishi had to keep her mouth shut. It was just that she had changed from the concubine's confidant to the Crown Prince's confidant. As long as His Royal Highness the Crown Prince didn't do anything to hurt the concubine, It wouldn't be considered a betrayal if she told the crown prince what the concubine had done. Bishi convinced herself over and over again, and finally wiped away the guilt. Send more people, and we must find He Jinghe.
Yes.
Concubine Zhao was half lying on the couch, covered with a thin blanket. She was a little drowsy when she heard the sharp voice of the outside. The emperor has arrived. Hearing this, concubine Zhao sat up straight. Why did the emperor come at this time? She hurried to greet him. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. May your Majesty be blessed with good health. Please stand up, my beloved concubine. Emperor Tianshun helped concubine Zhao up, her face somewhat gloomy. What's wrong with your Majesty? Concubine Zhao winked at Bishi, who hurried down to prepare tea and snacks. The emperor sighed and said faintly, there were many troubles in the previous dynasty, and only my beloved concubine's pipa can soothe my heart. Upon hearing this, concubine Zhao ordered someone to bring up the pipa. She smiled charmingly. Your Majesty, I still remember that the emperor couldn't walk after listening to my pipa.
Yes.
Emperor Tianshun smiled. My beloved concubine is beautiful and has a great skill in pipa. How can I not favor her? Concubine Zhao smiled, put her hand on the pipa, and lowered her eyes to hide the irony in her eyes. Favor? Haha. The emperor is heartless, and how can a heartless person really favor a woman? Which of these women in the emperor's harem is not his pet? If there is anyone who can get his true heart, it is probably only the queen. But what if she is the queen? Isn't she a waste who can't give birth to a son? If she can't get the emperor's heart, then she will plot other things. Power. Only the supreme power can make her feel really at ease. Her fingers moved slightly, and the pleasant sound of the pipa sounded. Emperor Tianshun squinted his eyes in enjoyment. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of even breathing sounded. Concubine Zhao stopped the movement of her fingers. She walked slowly to his side, looked at the profile of Emperor Tianshun, and raised the corners of her lips slightly. In order to get the emperor's favor, she also used all means like those young concubines who have just entered the palace. Now, when she sat on the position of concubine, she found out that whether the emperor really likes it, what does it matter? At this moment, a hurried in from outside the door. Seeing that he was sleeping, he stamped his feet anxiously. Emperor Tianshun was a light sleeper, and he opened his eyes unhappily when he heard the sound. Looking at the young, he said angrily, Can't you be gentler? Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Emperor Tianshun frowned. What's wrong?
Plague.
The plague is coming.
What?
Emperor Tianshun sat up suddenly and said loudly, What did you say? Several adults are waiting for you in the imperial study. He walked out without looking back. Concubine Zhao frowned and said to Bishi, Hurry up and inform the prince to think of countermeasures.
Yes.
He Lingxing had received the news a long time ago and came to the imperial study at this time. Emperor Tianshun looked at one memorial after another and was so angry that he smashed several teacups. How dare you conceal such a big thing until now? Now that you can't cover it up anymore, you report it. What were you doing before? You deceived your superiors and subordinates. You really deserve to be killed. Emperor Tianshun said angrily, Drag out all the people on the memorial and behead them.
Yes.
Shangmian stood aside and said softly, Your Majesty, please calm down. You must not let your body get sick from anger. Emperor Tianshun had disliked him for a long time, and when he opened his mouth, Emperor Tianshun directly vented his anger on him. You still have the nerve to stand in the imperial study. I wish I could drag you out with those people and behead you. Upon hearing this, Shangmian hurriedly knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, please calm down, calm down. Emperor Tianshun glanced at him. Then you tell me, what should we do about this plague? He Lingxing thought for a while and said in a deep voice, This plague is coming fiercely. It must be related to the famine some time ago. In my opinion, we should first send people to the epidemic area to control the plague and prevent it from spreading. At the same time, we should open the national treasury to provide disaster relief. Only in this way can we quickly solve the plague and prevent it from spreading. Once it spreads to the capital, it will be troublesome. Your Highness, the Crown Prince is right. I second your opinion. I also second your opinion. Emperor Tianshun nodded and said to Shangnian, who was kneeling on the ground, just do as the Crown Prince said. Do you understand, Shang Aiching? Shangnian's back stiffened when he heard this. He never thought that the emperor would actually give this matter to him. You know, the plague is not like other things. If you are infected, you will definitely die. Seeing that he did not answer, Emperor Tianshun said angrily, could it be that your beloved Shang wants to disobey the order? I dare not. Shang Nian said with a stiff face, I obey the order. Shang Ruai also got the news about the plague. He Jingheng frowned. What's going on? How could the plague suddenly break out? Shang Ruai was wearing a mask and was taking He Yuan's pulse. When she heard about the plague, the first thing that came to her mind was the villagers she met on the way to exile. Due to years of drought, the crops were barren, and the bodies of people who died of thirst and starvation rotted. Over time, viruses would appear and slowly form a plague. In the past life, people could develop corresponding medicines according to the type of virus, but here, medical care is backward, and no one knows how many people will die every time a plague breaks out. Sir, the worst hit area right now is Liangzhou. The city gates of Liangzhou have been blocked. It seems that the imperial court wants to kill all the people in that city. He Jingheng frowned and said in a deep voice, who is the imperial envoy sent by the imperial court to be in charge of disaster relief this time? Yunqi's eyes passed through Shang Ruai obscurely and he whispered, it's Prime Minister Shang Nian. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Shang Ruai sneer, is Emperor Tianshun blind? He actually sent that idiot to provide disaster relief. Yunqi. Princess, Shang Nian is your biological father after all. Is it really okay for you to say that? Send someone to keep an eye on the movement over there. Yes, Prince. Yunqi was about to turn around and leave when he was stopped by Shang Ruai.
Wait.
What does Master Ling Jun want? Shang Ruai took out 2 porcelain bottles and handed them to him. Eat one.
Huh?
If you eat this, you won't be prone to plague. Shang Ruai coughed. There is a 90% chance that you won't get it, but if you spend all day among the dead, I can't be sure. Yunqi was shocked when he heard this. There was such a powerful pill. You know, plague is different from other diseases and is highly contagious. In her previous life, Shang Ruai had experienced many global epidemic outbreaks. She developed many pills in the laboratory and finally developed this universal pill that can resist most infectious viruses. It has been kept in her laboratory. Unexpectedly, it was used this time when she traveled through time. He Jingheng looked at the porcelain bottle in Yunqi's hand. His eyes flashed slightly. Thank you, Master Ling Jun. Yunqi took the porcelain bottle and walked out excitedly. Shang Ruai continued to feel He Yuan's pulse, looked at his organs again, and sighed. It hasn't recovered yet. He Jingheng nodded. He was mentally prepared from the beginning that his father would never recover. What is the pill in that porcelain bottle? He Jingheng couldn't help asking. It is used to block the spread of the virus. Virus? What is that?
Well.
Shang Ruai smiled and said, it's what you call the plague. I like to call it a virus. Virus. He Jingheng murmured, a kind of poison that makes people sick. Haha, you are right. You can understand it that way. So, if you take that pill, you won't be infected?
Yeah.
Shang Ruai nodded. Most of the plagues in ancient times were caused by the decay of corpses. Compared with the man-made viruses in the previous life, this virus is not worth mentioning at all. Therefore, this pill can basically guarantee that people who take it will not be infected. Thank you. Shang Ruai shook her head. You're welcome. I'm also protecting myself. If someone around you gets the plague, what if it is transmitted to you? He Jingheng felt warm in his heart when he heard it. That's it. But his feeling of being touched did not last long, as he heard her continue to say, if you infect the people in the exile land again, how tiring will it be for me to treat them? TSK. He Jingheng's heart sank. Did this woman have to say the second half of the sentence? Shang Ruai took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to him. There are 2 pills in total, 1 per day. I will perform surgery on you the day after tomorrow. He Jingheng was slightly excited when he heard this. However, He did not show any emotion on his face. Okay. Shang Ruai came to the shop and found that the queue had extended to the entrance of Tianxiangju. She had no choice but to get off the carriage. When Qianyan saw her, she smiled and said, "Sister, your business is so good that I am a little jealous." Shang Ruai smiled and said, "Sister, just send someone to the shop to get whatever you want to drink." Qianyan walked up to her and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "This morning I saw two people hanging around in front of your shop for a long time. They seemed to be from the tea house on another street." Tea house, Tianqi Tea House. Qianyan's voice was slightly deep. The shopkeeper of their shop is a well-known bully in this county. His brother-in-law is an official in the capital, so he has something to rely on. The previous shopkeeper of the shop you bought was bullied by him countless times. So that's it. The shopkeeper said that his son made money in the capital, which might be true, but more likely it was because he was squeezed out and could not continue his business. Thank you for your reminder, sister. Just then, there was a commotion in the crowd. Why can't you move forward for so long? What's going on in front? Shang Ruai hurried to the shop. As soon as she entered the shop, she heard a crisp sound of glass. A cup of steaming milk tea was thrown to the ground.
Bah.
You still have the nerve to ask for 1 or 2 taels of silver for such a bad drink. He turned and said to the people behind him, "How many buns can you buy with 1 or 2 taels of silver?" Selling them so expensively is simply making money with a dirty mind. He thought his words would incite many people, but they didn't. People looked at him with disapproval. "If you don't like it, get out of the way." "I still need to buy some." A girl whispered, "Get out of the way quickly." From her dress, you can tell that she is a maid from a wealthy family. He didn't expect that after he said this, no one behind him agreed. "Miss, that's 1 tael of silver." "What's wrong with 1 tael of silver?" She took out 4 taels of silver and handed it to Ingxiue on the counter and handed over a basket with 5 glass bottles in it. "Please pack 5 bottles for me." 5 bottles? She turned her head and looked at the man. "The young ladies in our family like to drink it. Not to mention 1 or 2 taels of silver, even 5 taels of silver, is worth it. Besides, every time I drink milk tea, I feel refreshed and very comfortable." "I have this feeling too." A woman said, "I had a constant headache a few days ago. Since I drank milk tea, I feel very comfortable every day." Shang Ruai smiled. "Our drinks and snacks at Fusheng Ruomeng have some longevity effects. You can buy them with confidence. 1 or 2 taels of silver is definitely worth it." She looked at the man again and said with a smile, "Your Excellency, go back and tell your master that it is best not to come here to make trouble, otherwise I will not be polite." As soon as the words fell, a servant came forward, picked up his collar, and threw him out. He got up from the ground, patted the dust off his body, and hurried to the back street.
What?
"Thrown out?" A man holding a string of beads in his hand said with a dark face. "Did she say those words herself?" "Yes, shopkeeper, in my opinion. She clearly knew that I was sent by you." "Haha, this girl is young, but she is very brave."
Send someone to check who she is.
"Yes." The servant rubbed his painful face, rolled his eyes, and said with a sly smile, "However, shopkeeper, that girl is really attractive. You will definitely like her when you see her. That little face is so tender that you can pinch water out of it, and the waist is so thin." The man grinned when he heard it. "In that case, I won't be polite." A gleam of light flashed in the servant's eyes. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed, and the two agreed to prepare for surgery early the next morning. At night, He Jingheng lay on the couch with his eyes closed, but he was not sleepy at all. Not long after, there was a sound of even breathing on the bed. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that the person on the bed had fallen asleep. I really don't know how there are so many different things in her little head. He thought he had traveled a lot and had seen a lot, but in front of her, it seemed that it was not worth mentioning. She was obviously a girl who had never even left the mansion. How could she know so many strange things? And those things were all right. Every time he asked her in a roundabout way, she would use the book given by her mother to prevaricate. This was okay to deceive others, but in front of him, this lie was a bit clumsy. looking at her sleeping face. He was a little sleepy, even though he had no sleepiness at all, and he fell asleep without knowing when. Shang Ruai was actually not asleep at all, but her consciousness entered the space, and she looked like she was asleep. The surgery was to be prepared the next day, and she had to come to the operating room in advance to prepare. She hadn't performed surgery for a long time, so she was a little nervous. After preparing the equipment, she took out a bottle of medicine powder from the space. The next morning, it was already bright when He Jingheng opened his eyes. He hadn't slept so soundly for many years. At this moment, Shang Ruai's voice came to his ears. I have never seen the sleeping face of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. For so long, when she opened her eyes every morning, He Jingheng had disappeared. When she got up in the morning today, she found that there was someone sleeping on the couch, which made her feel very strange. Her soft hair touched He Jingheng's face, itching. He curled his fingertips slightly, looked at the smile on her face, and coughed lightly. Nothing to do this morning. Shang Ruai nodded and said with a smile, after breakfast, let's prepare for surgery.
Okay.
While eating, He Jingheng said that he was going to treat his leg. Can it really be cured? Don't worry, Grandma. The miracle doctor has superb medical skills and can definitely cure your grandson's leg. He Jingheng smiled and said, just wait for news in the mansion.
Ba.
The old princess' eyes were full of excitement, and she even ate a little more than usual. He Yuni looked at Shang Ruai. Sister-in-law, are you going with me? Yes. Shang Ruai picked up a piece of tofu for her. You will have to work harder today. He Yuni pouted, but I want to be with my sister-in-law. Qin rubbed her head. Your sister-in-law is marrying your brother. How can you pester her all day long? He Yuni sighed. What good things did my brother do in his previous life? He actually got such a good wife. At this time, Aunt Zhao, who was sitting at the end, snorted coldly. It may not be a good thing. Thing about our Dingwa palace. Loyalty to the emperor and patriotism did not get a good end. It can be seen that God is afraid of evil people. Her words made everyone at the table put down their chopsticks. The originally cheerful atmosphere gradually dimmed. At this moment, Shang Ruai smiled. Aunt Zhao, what you said is wrong. If it weren't for the loyalty of our Dingwa palace for generations and the blessing of our ancestors, could we live so comfortably in this place of exile? Shang Ruai's words made everyone feel a lot more comfortable. Humph, whatever you say. As soon as Aunt Zhao finished speaking, she was gently pushed by He Qinian, who was sitting next to her. Only then did Aunt Zhao shut up. She secretly glanced at He Jingheng. She couldn't help but curl her lips. Treat the leg? She had never heard of any miracle doctor who could cure a. It was just to cheat their money. After breakfast, Shang Ruai and He Jingheng came to the farm in the county town. Drink this medicine. Shang Ruai handed him the porcelain bottle. Take a nap after drinking it and you'll be fine. He Jingheng took it, and without asking anything else, he tilted his head back and drank the potion. Soon, a strong sense of sleepiness came over He Jingheng, and he felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and soon he fell into a deep sleep. Shang Ruai gently called his name in his ear for a long time, but He Jingheng did not respond. Just in case, Shang Ruai gave him another shot of anesthetic. He Jingheng was very skilled in martial arts, and if he woke up in the middle of the night, she didn't know how to explain. Seeing that he really had no response, Shang Ruai walked out of the door and said to Yunqi, guard this place well, and don't let anyone in even if the sky falls. Yes, Master Lingjun, don't worry. They had already surrounded the manor tightly, trying to prevent even a fly from flying in. Shang Ruai brought He Jingheng into the space and put him on the operating table. The operation was ready. She picked up the scalpel and cut open his legs. It took 4 hours until the last stitch was sewn, and Shang Ruai breathed a sigh of relief. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. Fortunately, her level had not deteriorated. After bandaging his leg and changing his clothes, when she had a flash of thought, and the two returned to the room. At this time, He Jingheng had not woken up yet. She rubbed her aching shoulders and smiled bitterly. She felt tired after just one operation. It seemed that she had lived too comfortably since she traveled through time. In her previous life, she could even persist in performing stage surgery. It seems that people cannot live too comfortably. At this moment, there was a noise outside the door. You can't go in. Master Lingjun is treating the prince's injury. Yunqi's voice sounded.
We must tell the prince about this.
A secret guard said, the young lady is missing.
What?
Miss Yuni is missing. The secret guard said anxiously, the young lady said she was going to buy needles and thread and told us not to follow her. We were worried, so we followed her from a distance. As a result, she disappeared after turning a corner. Did she go into a shop? The secret guard shook his head. No, we found this on the ground. Before he could hand over the thing in his hand, he heard a creak and the door opened. The masked Master Lingjun took the jade pendant in his hand. This was the jade pendant given to her by He Jingheng. He Yuni had always treasured it like a treasure, and it would never be dropped accidentally. Someone must have kidnapped her. Shang Ruai said in a deep voice. How long has it been? It's been a cup of tea.
There's still time.
Shang Ruai turned to Yunqi and said, select 10 secret guards to follow me, and the rest of you stay here. Yes. Yuntian, who came running after hearing the voice, hesitated for a while and said, Yunqi, apart from the master's instructions, the rest of us. Before he finished speaking, Shang Ruai took out an emerald green ring from her. As soon as the ring came out, the faces of the people standing in the yard suddenly changed. This ring. How did this ring end up in the hands of Master Lingjun? Who are you? How do you have this ring? Yuntian said angrily, this is from our Dingwa palace. Where did you get it from? Shang Ruai glanced at him and said to Yunqi, I am holding this ring. Do you listen to my orders or not? Follow the orders of Master Lingjun.
Do as I said just now.
Shang Ruai said coldly. Act immediately. Yes. Yunqi said to Yuntian, I will go with you to rescue the young lady. I will leave the prince to you. Okay. Yuntian looked at Shang Ruai vigilantly. Shang Ruai and others came to the street where Shang Ruai disappeared. Her jade pen fell in front of a restaurant. Shang Ruai looked solemn and walked straight in. The owner of the restaurant was startled when he saw a group of people coming in aggressively. What can I do for you, sir? Shang Ruai asked in a cold voice. Half an hour ago, did the shopkeeper see a woman being kidnapped? Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's eyes flickered and he shook his head and said, No, I haven't seen it. Shang Ruai knew he was lying from the pause just now and sneered, If you don't tell the truth when I ask you this, young master, don't blame me for being rude. I really haven't seen it. The shopkeeper saw that she was young and was wearing a mask. Sir, do you have anything else to do? If not, my shop still needs business. Please leave. The shopkeeper's anxious look made Shang Ruai more certain that he must know the inside story, and even that Hiyuni was very likely in his shop, since the shopkeeper refuses to cooperate. Shang Ruai took out a dagger and threw it out. The dagger brushed the shopkeeper's shoulder and nailed to the pillar behind him.
Ah!
The shopkeeper didn't expect that she would actually attack directly. The next moment, when Shi's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost, with a sharp dagger against his neck, I ask you again, where is she? Shang Ruai exerted force, and the bright red blood flowed down his neck. The shopkeeper's 3 souls were gone, and seeing that she really had the intention to kill, he hurriedly said, It was the people from Tianqi Tea House who took her away. Tianqi Tea House? Shang Ruai narrowed her eyes slightly, put away the dagger, and looked at him coldly. You'd better tell the truth, otherwise. She exerted force on her hand, and the dagger shot straight out, and the porcelain bottle placed in the corner shattered. Otherwise, this porcelain bottle will be your fate. The shopkeeper was so scared that he fell to the ground. Shang Ruai and others had been gone for a long time, but he didn't come back to his senses. All the way to Tianqi Tea House. There was no customer inside. When Shang Ruai walked in, the servant thought at first that there was a business coming, so he came to greet her cheerfully. What would you like to buy, sir? Buy someone.
Buy.
What? Suddenly, a familiar fragrance came into her nose. It was the smell of milk tea. In the morning, Hyuni said that she had been in the milk tea shop for a long time, and her body was stained with the aroma of milk tea. Shang Ruai grabbed the servant's throat. Tell me, where's the woman you brought? The servant heard this. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes, and then said, What? What woman? Still pretending. Shang Ruai said to the people behind her, Smash it. Smash it hard. Yunchi and others heard this, picked up their weapons and started smashing things. Don't smash it. Don't smash it. Such a big commotion alarmed the people in the backyard. Go to the front and see what's going on. Du Sheng frowned and said angrily, Who is so bold as to come here to make trouble? Sister-in-law. It must be sister-in-law. Hyuni held a dagger in her hand. It must be someone from our house who came to save me. Let me go quickly, and I will spare your life. Oh, I didn't expect you to have such a hot temper. I like you. Du Sheng smiled. It's romantic to die under the peony flowers. There are so many powerful people under my command that I can't count them. I'm afraid your family can't even get through the door. Hyuni's heart sank. At this moment, a huge noise came, and the people he had just sent out were directly blasted back. What's going on? As soon as he finished speaking, a silver needle flew over and sank directly into his kneecap.
Ah!
A shrill scream rang out. Shang Ruai walked in, walked to his side, and kicked him into the corner with a flying kick. Where had Hyuni seen her dressed like this? Young master, who is young master? Shang Ruai walked up to her, took off the mask for a moment, and quickly put it on again. Sister-in-law.
Sure.
Shang Ruai made a gesture at her lips. Just call me young Master Lingjun. Young Master Lingjun. Hyuni's eyes were full of stars, and she looked at her with admiration. So amazing. Yunchi. Shang Ruai said in a deep voice. Take the young lady back. Yes.
But.
Hyuni whispered. I want to be with young Master Lingjun. Be obedient. Shang Ruai smiled. The scene is bloody. Children can't watch it. Hearing this, Hyuni had no choice but to follow the secret guard and leave. Yunchi stood behind Shang Ruai. Sir, what should we do with this man? Du Sheng looked at Shang Ruai walking towards him step by step, and couldn't help but step back. What do you want to do? Shang Ruai sneered. What?
Hee.
She opened her thin lips slightly. Do you know who you kidnapped? Who? Who gave you the courage to dare to touch our He family? The He family? The He family of Dinghua Palace?
Du Sheng's voice trembled.
It seems that you know a lot. The silver needle on Shang Ruai's hand flashed, and her fingertips pressed hard and sank into the other knee.
Ah!
The scream rang again. My brother-in-law is the Minister of Industry. If you dare to hurt me, my brother-in-law will not let you go. Minister of Industry? Shangnian student, also a member of Shangnian's faction. He was also responsible for the exile of Dinghua Palace. So, what if he is the Minister of Works? Shang Ruai sneered. Do you think I will let him go? He is just a dog of Shangnian. I don't even care about Shangnian, let alone a Minister of Works. Hearing her say this, Du Sheng couldn't help but be shocked. Who are you? Shangnian was the Prime Minister of Tianshan. It sounded like an ant when he came out of her mouth. Are you deaf? Master Lingjun. Du Sheng lay on the ground and begged, Please spare my life, Master. I was blind and didn't recognize a great man. I have offended you. I won't dare to do it again, never again. Now you're scared, but it's too late. Shang Ruai took out a porcelain bottle and smiled fiercely. I never give evil people a second chance. When you set your sights on her, you should have expected the outcome today. You can't kill me. He wanted to step back, but his legs couldn't move. Murder is illegal. What you did is not enough to kill you 1,000 times. Who doesn't know that he abducted Hyuni here to do something improper? If a woman's reputation is tarnished, can she still survive? Thinking of this, Shang Ruai stepped on his heart. Du Sheng screamed in pain, and Shang Ruai threw the pill in the porcelain bottle into his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Du Sheng scratched his throat with his hands, trying to spit out the pills. Don't waste your energy. My pills melt in your mouth. There is no possibility of spitting them out. Shang Ruai sneered. What is this? What did you give me to eat? You are the first to experience my special poison. Shang Ruai kicked him in the stomach, causing him to grimace in pain. Just as he was about to speak, he felt like there were thousands of bugs gnawing in his stomach.
Bugs.
You gave me bugs. Hee hee. Shang Ruai sneered. Bugs? That's too good for you. The next moment, he felt as if his internal organs had shifted.
Ah!
He shouted, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Yunqi, who was standing behind her, couldn't help swallowing his saliva. This prince's wife is really too tough.
Take him away.
Shang Ruai said in a cold voice. Where to take him? Shang Ruai smiled. Of course, to your prince's farm. Shang Ruai walked to the side of Du Sheng's fat body with a smile on her lips. I've heard that your prince is quite experienced in interrogation, and I believe the punishments are many. Just take him there, and take a good look. Hiss. Yunqi looked at Du Sheng, who was unconscious on the ground, and felt a little sympathy. He was tortured in the hands of the prince's wife, and it would be worse than death to fall into the hands of their prince. Yes, sir. Yunqi stepped forward, picked up Du Sheng on the ground, and flew away. The commotion at Tianqi Tea House was so loud that it soon attracted the police. What's going on? The servant saw the official and crawled to him. Sir, help.
Help.
What happened? Sir, a group of thieves suddenly rushed into the shop and smashed our tea house into this state without saying a word. You see, the injuries on my body are all caused by them. Sir, you must help me. Who are the thieves? A man's voice sounded. Ling Feng walked out of the crowd. If you hadn't robbed the woman in broad daylight, would they have come to you? Ling Feng's words stunned the servant. Then he shouted loudly. What do you mean by robbing a woman? What are you talking about?
We don't understand.
TSK, you are still stubborn. Ling Feng sneered. How many people saw you dragging a girl into Tianqi Tea House along the way? It's just that they didn't dare to speak out because of your power. Ling Feng bowed to the leading official. I saw it with my own eyes. They took the woman away from the front of the restaurant, and the person who took her away was... Before he finished speaking, he heard a tiger roar.
Ah!
A huge white tiger appeared on the street.
Ah!
Help! Tiger!
Tiger!
The sudden change made everyone present stunned. The white tiger was holding a fat man in its mouth. The man was wearing a purple robe, but his face was not clear. The tiger's body was much larger than all the tigers, and it didn't feel tired holding a person in its mouth. That's it. That's shopkeeper do. A man said, when I went to the tea house to buy tea this morning, he was wearing a purple robe. So, this boy is lying? But it is true that someone smashed the Tianqi tea house. The white tiger glared at the people, and no one dared to step forward. The white tiger walked towards the city gate in full view of everyone. A yamen runner drew his bow and arrow, and the next moment the arrow flew out. Zhang Wenyu wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Originally thought that the arrow would definitely hit the white tiger, who would have thought that it seemed to have eyes on its back, and its body moved slightly, without even turning its head, and the arrow shot at the person in its mouth. The person in its mouth trembled for a moment, and then there was no movement. Zhang Wenyu was shocked and turned around and kicked the yamen runner on the leg. Du Sheng is the brother-in-law of the Minister of Industry. When he came this time, the Minister of Industry specifically mentioned it to him and asked him to help. The Minister of Industry had done him a favor, so he naturally had to help with this little thing. But now, not only did he not take care of him, but his own men shot him with an arrow. Zhang Wenyu looked at the direction where the white tiger left, and his heart sank. The white tiger might not have bitten him to death, but that arrow must have taken his life. However, where did this white tiger come from? How could such a ferocious beast suddenly appear in this county?
Check.
Where did this white tiger come from?
Yes.
Ling Feng narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Shang Ruai took advantage of the chaos to leave the tea house and took a detour to the dense forest outside the city. When the white tiger saw her, it immediately let go of the person in its mouth and ran to her side. Shang Ruai rubbed its head and put it into the space. As for the man who had already died on the ground, Shang Ruai looked at the blood flowing from his legs, thinking that wild wolves would drag him away and eat him soon. When she arrived at the farm on the outskirts of the city, Yunqi had already put Du Sheng in the dungeon. At this time, He Jingheng had woken up. When did you wake up?
Just now.
He Jingheng smiled. I heard that you just showed the ring. Shang Ruai nodded, took out the ring, and put it on the bedside. Give it back to you. What's wrong? He Jingheng frowned slightly. Don't like it?
Yeah.
Why don't you like it? He Jingheng was a little puzzled. Who in the world is not keen on power? Who doesn't want to hold everything in this world in their hands? Why is she different? Everything I want, I will get by myself. Whether it's money, power, or people's hearts, I will get all these things I want by myself. Recalling Yun Tian's vigilance and reluctance when he looked at her, Shang Ruai became more determined in her thoughts. You and I are husband and wife are one. Why should we separate you and me? He Jingheng said in a low voice. Husband and wife. Shang Ruai was stunned. Is this what He Jingheng could say? Just as she was stunned, she suddenly found that her hands were held by a pair of warm, big hands. He Jingheng smiled faintly. In fact, I have wanted to say this to you for a long time, but every time I see my legs, I wonder if I will drag you down, will you? You want to say whether I will dislike you, right? Shang Ruai's blunt words made He Jingheng choke. He looked at Shang Ruai and sighed. Some words must be said. Will you suffocate to death if you don't say it? At first, I only saw the eldest daughter of the Xiangfu. I knew she was my future wife since she was a child. Although she was really ugly, I had to nod my head and agree to it because of my family's order. When I learned that the engagement with her was cancelled, I was very happy. But I still remember clearly what you said when you married me. Shang Ruai smiled and said, You are just a concubine's daughter. It is a blessing from your previous life that you can marry into the palace of my Dinghua. If it were not for the imperial edict, I would never marry you. Her eyes fell on He Jingheng's face. Didn't you say that? Cough, cough, cough. He Jingheng couldn't help but began to cough. Can you please stop interrupting me? Shang Ruai pouted and said no more. Every moment since you entered the palace, someone has been watching you. This is my arrangement. I am worried that you are Shang Yin's spy next to me. In fact, Shang Ruai knew about this. With her keen perception, how could she not know that someone was watching her in secret? It's just that the person watching her was a woman, and she didn't have any malicious intent, so she didn't say anything. I know that the exile of the He family has nothing to do with you. It was the emperor and Shang Yin's party that caused it. He Jingheng said in a deep voice, You are just a chess piece thrown out by them. But none of them thought that this chess piece would have such great ability. I believe that the emperor and Shang Yin must be regretting it now. On the way to exile, you mentioned divorce many times. He Jingheng rubbed her hand gently with his thumb. This is the first time I felt what fear is. I was afraid that you would really leave. At this point, he couldn't help but smile. It is said that heroes are hard to resist beautiful women. I used to sneer at the sentence, but now I finally understand the taste of it. I have led troops to fight for several years and almost died on the battlefield many times. Even so, I have never experienced what fear is. Shang Ruai couldn't help laughing when she heard him say this. What are you laughing at? Your Highness, where have you read all these years? Why are you so dumb? Shang Ruai's words made He Jingheng stunned for a moment. What do you mean? You've been talking so much. Don't you just want to say that I like you? He Jingheng's lips curled slightly after hearing her say this. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. I like you. Her voice was much louder than before. Yunqi and Yuntian just walked to the door and heard this. Yunqi laughed, and Yuntian was dumbfounded. Is Aunt Master Lingjun a man? What kind of lewd words was he saying to the prince? He Jingheng's next words made Yuntian even more terrified. Well, I like you too. Shang Ruai heard him say this, and realized that he said it on purpose, just to hear those words from her mouth. Her pretty face was slightly red. Fortunately, the mask was blocking it. Otherwise, He Jingheng would definitely notice her thoughts. Just then, He Yuni came over. Where's my brother? Miss, the prince is inside. He Yuni stepped forward and knocked on the door. Brother, can I come in?
Come in.
He Jingheng's voice was no longer as gentle as before. Shang Ruai glared at him. Yuni is your sister after all. Why do you speak in such a tone? Humph, if she hadn't taken the initiative to not let the secret guards follow, would such a thrilling incident have happened today? If it had been a little later, the consequences would have been disastrous. Hearing the sound of the door, Shang Ruai immediately pulled her hand out of He Jingheng's hand. Seeing this, He Jingheng's face sank. Looking at He Yuni, who walked into the inner room, his expression became even colder. He Yuni walked into the inner room with her fingers twisted together, tears welling up in her eyes. Brother, sister-in-law, go back and reflect on your mistakes. You are not allowed to come out without my permission. He Jingheng said angrily, what I said to you before is useless. Don't you think about it? If something really happens, what will you ask your grandmother and mother to do? What will you do yourself? He Yuni lowered her head and listened to He Jingheng's scolding. Okay. Shang Ruai walked to He Yuni. You can't blame her entirely. If I hadn't helped you heal your leg today, she wouldn't have to go to the street by herself, and she wouldn't have been targeted by that group of people. Hearing this, He Yuni looked at Shang Ruai gratefully, sister-in-law. Shut up and don't cry. He Jingheng had just finished yelling when he heard Shang Ruai hissing beside him. What's wrong? He asked hurriedly, without caring about scolding. Shang Ruai spread out her hand. A blood mark appeared on her palm. Maybe it was done accidentally when I was dealing with Du Sheng. He Jingheng heard this and transferred all his anger to Du Sheng. Someone come. Yuntian and Yunqi hurried into the room. Prince, cut off the hands and feet of that Du Sheng and throw him into the jungle to feed the dogs. Yes. They were about to turn around and leave when they heard Shang Ruai say softly, wait. Yunqi turned around immediately. What do you want, sir? Yuntian cupped his hands and said nothing. Du Sheng's brother-in-law is the Minister of Works, a member of Shang Nian's faction. You just let him go. It's a bit of a waste. Hearing her say this, He Jingheng knew that she had a new idea and said with a smile, then tell me, what should we do? Of course, we should make the best use of everything. Shang Ruai said to He Jingheng, the Minister of Works has many concubines. He doesn't love his wife very much, and he can even be said to hate her, but he is very good to this brother-in-law. Why do you think that is? Haha, the world is bustling. All for profit. The world is bustling. All for profit. He can treat this brother-in-law so well, there must be a conflict of interest between the two. He Jingheng looked at her with appreciation. Smart. Seeing this, Yuntian lowered his head even more. The prince looked like he had feelings for this young masterling Jun. Yunqi whispered, Prince, do we have to torture him to extract a confession?
Not only that.
Shang Ruai said in a cold voice, we also have to let the Minister of Works know that he was captured by a mysterious man, so that he will be worried and afraid. Yes. After Yunqi and Yuntian went out, He Yuni was looking at Shang Ruai in shock. Sister-in-law, you are so smart. Shang Ruai took off the mask on her face and smiled. What's the good of becoming as calculating as me? Doesn't she want to live an easy life? It's reality that won't let her live like this. Are you okay? If not, I'll have someone send you back. Yes, of course I am. He Yuni looked at He Jingheng and moved her lips. After a while, she whispered, Brother, who is in the innermost room? He Jingheng frowned. What's wrong? Is it Daddy? He Jingheng looked into her eyes and saw that she was determined. He sighed yes. He Yuni's tears fell instantly. Is Daddy injured? Can I go and see him? Shang Ruai heard this and whispered, the prince's injury is a bit serious. It's not appropriate to disturb him. I'll just take a look. I won't make any sound. He Yuni grabbed Shang Ruai's arm. Sister-in-law, please, just let me take a look. He Yuni, have you had enough of the trouble? He Jingheng said angrily. He Yuni was startled. Although her brother was strict with her on weekdays, he had never called her name so angrily. Shang Ruai whispered, you can take a look from a distance at the door. He Yuni nodded and was dragged out by Shang Ruai. Yun Tianyan saw the door open. He Yuni was holding someone's arm, and the owner of that arm was the one who just said to their prince in the room that I like him. Yun Tian's eyes were fixed on He Yuni's hand holding Shang Ruai. He wanted to pierce a hole in it. This masterling Jun, Argue the prince's man? Why do you turn around and pull with the young lady of their mansion, and it's unclear? Hiss. Could it be that he is a man of both sexes? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shudder. Yunchi looked normal and went to meet him. Miss, Master Lingjun. I'll take you to the backyard. You don't have to follow.
Yes.
The two came to the backyard. Zhang Ruai dismissed the servants and said to Hiyuni, the prince has a lot of wounds on his body, and you have a lot of dust on your body, which may cause infection, so take a look from a distance. A man with gray hair was lying on the couch. Although Hiyun's face was so thin that he looked unrecognizable, Hiyuni recognized him as her father at a glance. After all, in the entire Dingwa Palace, her father was the one who loved her the most. Tears instantly flowed from her eyes. When Zhang Ruai took her away from the backyard, she was crying like a tearful person. Sister-in-law, how is my father? Zhang Ruai clenched her fists secretly, but pretended to be relaxed on her face. They are just superficial injuries. Don't worry. It will be fine. Zhang Ruai thought for a moment and said, Yuni, this place is your brother's last stop. If it is exposed, the Dingwa Palace will be considered by the world to be plotting a rebellion. So the moment you leave here today, you must forget everything that happened today, including meeting your father, and you must not tell anyone. Hiyuni hesitated for a moment and asked, can't you tell Grandma and Mother? Mother always cries secretly at night, and Grandma too.
No.
Zhang Ruai said firmly, it may not be a good thing if more people know about this. Have you forgotten what the imperial edict said when we were exiled? If we find Prince Dingwa, no matter where he is, we will kill him on the spot. Zhang Ruai's words made Hiyuni feel that her breathing was very difficult. After a long while, she finally recovered. I know, sister-in-law. Today you were frightened. I will send a few more people to take you back. Zhang Ruai waved to Yunchi, who was standing in the distance. Young master, find a few people to take Miss back. Hearing her say this, Yunchi hurried down to make arrangements. At this moment, Yuntian glanced in her direction, and seeing Hiyuni holding her hand, he couldn't help but frown. This Master Lingjun is really too tactless. After seeing Hiyuni off, Zhang Ruai returned to Hiyuan's room. Hiyuan had woken up at this time. In the past few days, he has been awake more and more. Zhang Ruai came to the bedside, looked at Hiyuan, whose eyes were still empty, and sighed slightly. At this moment, she suddenly had an idea. If the spiritual spring water was dripped directly into his eyes, would it have any effect? Thinking of this, he took advantage of the moment when Hiyuan opened his eyes and dripped 2 drops of spiritual spring water into his eyes. She watched the changes in his eyes carefully. While there was no one around, she took out an extremely small but very delicate machine from the space. It was a laboratory specially used for testing check the eyes. She placed the machine above Hiyuan's eyes and observed carefully. After a while, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the necrotic tissues began to revive. This discovery made her very happy. This shows that his eyes can be cured. Following the same method, she dripped spiritual spring water into the other eye and both ears, waiting for them to recover slowly. Hiyuan has lost his eyesight and hearing, so he still doesn't know where he is. But he can feel that his body is gradually getting better, so he knows that someone is treating him. So when Zhang Ruai did these things, he didn't resist. In the evening, Zhang Ruai returned to the He family. I thought they had gone back to rest, but I didn't expect that the He family gathered in the main hall, waiting for her news. Seeing her come back, they hurriedly called her over. The old princess asked anxiously, how is Jingheng? Did the miracle doctor cure him? Why didn't he come back with you? Qin was also very anxious. What's going on? Why did you come back by yourself? Where is Jingheng? When will he come back? Except for the old princess and Qin, the third wife, Aunt Zhao and others were also waiting for her answer. Zhang Ruai smiled. The miracle doctor is very skilled. Jingheng's leg can definitely be cured. Now he is still recuperating with the miracle doctor. He said that he will come back naturally when he is well. Oh, that's how it is. Qin's heart was slightly relieved. Did the miracle doctor say when he can be like a normal person? Zhang Ruai smiled. The miracle doctor didn't tell me the specific date. When Aunt Zhao heard that He Jingheng's leg could actually be cured, her heart sank. If He Jingheng was really cured, what would happen to everything in the He family and them? If Shang Ruai's belly was more successful and gave birth to a son, they would never be able to turn things around. With Shang Ruai's assurance, everyone in the He family was excited. Finally, after being here for so long, this was the happiest thing for all the He family members except Aunt Zhao. In the next few days, Shang Ruai went to the farm every day to change the medicine for them. Ever since He Jingheng expressed his feelings to her, he was no longer as serious as before. Every time he saw Shang Ruai, he had a smile on his face, and even Yuntian, who had been with him for many years, found it a little unbelievable. On this day, she took out the spiritual spring water and poured it on the cut on his leg. He Jingheng whispered, "Your potion is really magical. Compared with the golden medicine, your potion can make the wound heal faster." Shang Ruai's expression did not change. She smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you that this is an exclusive secret recipe, passed down to girls only? Don't come to me to test the waters. I won't tell you." He Jingheng nodded, with a smile on his lips. "In order to prevent your secret recipe from being lost, it seems that we must have a daughter." Shang Ruai stopped moving her hand suddenly, looking at He Jingheng in surprise. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't it?" He Jingheng had just held her hand when he heard Yuntian's voice from outside the door. "Prince." He Jingheng looked at the door with anger in his eyes and said angrily, "You'd better have a reason to come and report." Yuntian didn't understand and whispered, "Just now the doctor came to report that the prince seemed to have a sense of sound and light." Before Yuntian finished speaking, the door of the room opened. He Jingheng sat in a wheelchair. "Can you say it again?" "The doctor said that the prince seemed to have a sense of sound and light." He Jingheng looked at Shang Ruai in surprise. "Could it be that you use some secret method that can only be passed on to girls but not boys?" Shang Ruai nodded, and her thin lips under the mask slightly curled. "Of course." At this time, in the capital, in Launching Palace, concubine Zhao was eating snacks elegantly, and below her was kneeling Dr. Su, who had just examined the queen's pulse.
Tell me.
"Dr. Su, is the queen's baby a prince or a princess?" Dr. Su lowered his head and said softly, "The queen is weak, and the dragon fetus is also weak. It is still impossible to determine whether it is a prince or a princess."
Oh.
Concubine Zhao smiled. As the chief physician of the Imperial Medical Bureau, Dr. Su must have superb medical skills. How can he not even make this diagnosis? "Reporting to your majesty, the dragon fetus is weak. I really can't tell. Please forgive me." Upon hearing this, concubine Zhao nodded. "Okay, go down." Dr. Su was as if he had been pardoned and hurried out with the medicine box. Xiaorao handed her the tea. "Your Majesty, in my opinion, this Dr. Su is just trying to deceive us. Even if the dragon fetus is weak, it can still be distinguished as a boy or a girl. As a woman who has given birth to a child, how could this trick of Dr. Su escape her eyes? It doesn't matter if he doesn't want to say it. In this huge palace, are you worried about not being able to find someone to investigate this matter?" Xiaoyao whispered, "Your Majesty, in fact, even if the queen gave birth to a prince, what can it do? His Highness is already the crown prince and is the most outstanding heir to the throne among many princes and princesses. Does the queen have to take away the crown prince's position if she gives birth to a prince? The legitimate son of the empress is always different from the illegitimate son." She put down the teacup in her hand and said lightly, "Is Xin Shi from the Duke of Jinggua's mansion here?" Xiaorao nodded. "Miss Shen has entered the palace and is walking towards our Launching Palace." As soon as the voice fell, she heard the palace servants outside the door come to report, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Please come in." Since the outbreak of the plague, the Crown Prince has been busy with government affairs and has not come to pay his respects to her for a long time. "Your son pays respects to your mother. Hurry up." Concubine Zhao stepped forward and said distressfully, "You must be exhausted these days. Your face has become thinner. Thank you for your concern. Your son is fine." He Lingxing smiled and said, "That's the best." At this time, the voice of the palace servant sounded again. Miss Shin Shui of the Duke of Xinggua's mansion has arrived. Shin Shui walked in gracefully and greeted politely. Concubine Zhao was very satisfied to see the two standing side by side. Only such a proud girl could be worthy of her son. Shui, I heard that you can play the pipa? Concubine Zhao smiled. I only know some trivial tricks, so I won't show off in front of your pipa skills. Shin Shui's pretty face was slightly red, very moving. However, Healing Xing's mind was not on her at all. At this time, a guard came forward and whispered a few words in his ear. Healing Xing's face suddenly became very ugly. He hurriedly stood up and bowed his hands and said, Mother, I still have some things to deal with, so I will leave first. After the words fell, he turned around and left without waiting for Concubine Zhao to say anything. Shin Shui didn't even get to say a word to him. She even dressed up specially today. What's going on? Healing Xing asked in a deep voice. How can the plague spread so quickly? I don't know either. The letter from Shangnian has been sent to the emperor in an expedited manner over a distance of 800 miles. Emperor Tianshun looked at Shangnian's handwritten letter and was so angry that he almost overturned the table in the imperial study. What's going on? Massacre? Emperor Tianshun threw the memorial to the ground and said angrily, the censor of Liangzhou City actually concealed the truth and did not report it. Now the people of the entire Liangzhou City are suffering from the plague.
Kill him.
Your Majesty, the censor of Liangzhou City has died of the plague. At this time, the old Duke Xingwa stepped forward and whispered, Your Majesty, now all the people in Liangzhou City are infected with the plague, and people in other cities are in panic. The top priority is to appease the people and solve the plague. Nonsense, you don't need to say it. I also know what I need to do now. Only by letting the most important people in the court go can we play a calming role. He cupped his hands and said, I think the prince should go.
What?
The prince?
No.
Emperor Tianshun refused without a second thought. The crown prince is the future master of Tianshun appointed by me. How can he take risks? At this time, a university scholar stepped forward and whispered, Your Majesty, I think what the Duke of Xingwa said is right. We really need a person of extremely noble status to go. Since you think the crown prince is not suitable, how about the fourth prince? His words made Emperor Tianshun silent. The fourth prince was born to him and concubine Shu, who was an extremely quiet woman. The fourth prince inherited his mother's character, not fighting or competing, and only reading the books of sages. Regardless of age or status, the fourth prince seems to be the best candidate. Emperor Tianshun nodded. That's great. Let the fourth prince go to Liangzhou City to meet Shangnian, and then allocate a group of imperial doctors to go together, and there are 100,000 taels of disaster relief funds.
Yes.
The news that the fourth prince was about to leave for the epidemic area soon spread throughout the palace. Haha, this mother concubine is not favored, so naturally the child she gave birth to is not favored either. When concubine Lin heard the news, she came to Launching Palace and said with a smile, The concubine has always been aloof and not close to us. The emperor dislikes her very much. It is said that he has not visited her palace for half a year. That's right. Not everyone is as blessed as the concubine to give birth to such an outstanding child as His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Concubine Li sneered. Although they are all princes, the fourth prince is far inferior to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. So the emperor sent the fourth prince to the epidemic area this time, concubine Lin said in a low voice, holding the first-hand information. My lady, I was originally serving the emperor in the imperial study, but when those ministers came, the emperor ordered me to hide behind the screen. I heard with my own ears that when the Duke of Xingwa suggested that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince go, the emperor refused without a second thought. When it came to the fourth prince, the emperor agreed, without the slightest hesitation. Hearing this, concubine Zhao curled her lips and smiled. Now, the emperor's suspicion should be gone. Emperor Tianshun was suspicious by nature, and he began to be suspicious of her ever since he knew that she frequently summoned Shin Shui to the palace to accompany her. She had specially sent someone to write a letter to the Duke of Xingwa, asking him to find as many faults as possible with the prince in front of the emperor and to create the impression that the Duke of Jinggua's mansion had some complaints about the prince. This will dispel the emperor's suspicion. The Duke of Jinggua also had this intention. It is a great honor for the Duke of Jinggua's mansion to be favored by the crown prince and concubine Zhao. If she could become the crown princess, when the crown prince ascends the throne in the future, Xin Shui would be the legitimate queen. Their Jinggua mansion has made great achievements in battle, and with the queen firmly in the harem, their Jinggua mansion can be guaranteed to have at least 100 years of glory.
Why not?
If she gives birth to another legitimate son, he will be the crown prince. By then, wouldn't the entire Tianshan be firmly in the hands of their Jinggua mansion? The emperor's edict was quickly delivered to the fourth prince's mansion. He Lingqi looked at the imperial edict on the table with a mocking smile on his face. Your Highness. He Lingqi's bodyguard Inran said in a low voice, the emperor has really given you this difficult task. He Lingqi sneered. It is said that the emperor's will is unpredictable. Even I can't guess what my father is thinking, but He Jingheng always guesses it right. Is this He Jingheng a worm in the emperor's stomach? Inran had just finished speaking when he heard He Lingqi say in a cold voice, he is the master. How can you call him by his name? Even if he is exiled, his ability is still above mine. Although he was reluctant to admit it, the facts were there. From childhood to adulthood, he had had several confrontations with He Jingheng, both openly and covertly, and he was defeated every time. Later, he joined forces with other princes, but was still no match for He Jingheng. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that his father was so wary of the Dingwa Palace and wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. I know I was wrong, and I overstepped my authority. He Lingqi glanced at him and said, this will not happen again. Yes. He Lingqi held the imperial edict in his hand, a sharp look in his eyes. He walked towards his mother's palace. The news that the emperor sent the fourth prince to Liangzhou city quickly spread throughout the harem. Xu Fei naturally also got the news. She looked anxious and was about to send someone to invite the fourth prince over. At this time, a palace maid came in. Your Majesty, the fourth prince is here. Please invite him in. Concubine Xu stood up from her chair. The fourth prince walked in, and before he could even salute, he was helped up by concubine Xu. Seeing the anxiety in her eyes, He Lingqi felt warm in his heart. Mother. As soon as he spoke, he saw Xu Fei's tears falling. Lingqi, good boy, it's mother's fault. If mother was as favored by your father as concubine Zhao, you wouldn't need Liangzhou. He Lingqi smiled. Mother, don't blame yourself. This is not your fault. Whether you are favored or not, your son will definitely go. He was of the same age as Crown Prince He Lingsheng, and concubine Zhao had long wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. This completely cut off his possibility of inheriting the throne. Xu Fei's father was a grand scholar, and his students were all over the world. Born into a scholarly family, she never learned how to flatter or curry favor. The literary character of a scholar who is well-read and elegant is fully embodied in her, a woman. Xu Fei was not beautiful, and her figure was not as graceful as that of other women. But she only needs to stand there, and she will be like a proud plum blossom, cold and aloof. Emperor Tianshan was attracted by her temperament at that time, and despite the fact that she was already engaged, he insisted on taking her into the harem. Xu Fei's grandfather was a man who valued his promises the most. He felt uneasy about the cancellation of the engagement and died of excessive worry not long after. Because of this, concubine Xu's resentment towards Emperor Tianshan became even more serious. After giving birth to the fourth prince, she became increasingly cold towards Emperor Tianshan. Love is nothing but a passing cloud to the emperor. There are so many young concubines in the palace, one after another, and which one of them is not respectful and fawning to him? How could he hang himself on a tree? Soon, he forgot about concubine Xu. Upon seeing this, concubine Xu took the opportunity to propose moving to Yongfu Palace. Yongfu Palace is the palace farthest from Emperor Tianshuan's sleeping palace. Seeing that she was stubborn, Emperor Tianshan immediately nodded in agreement. Concubine Zhao felt slightly relieved when she saw that she had fallen out of favor. Otherwise, with the power of Concubine Shu's mother's family, she might not win if she really competed for favor. Mother, I came here today just to reassure you. Healing Chi smiled. I got a magic medicine. After taking it, I will not be infected with the plague.
Oh.
Upon hearing this, Concubine Shu exclaimed, Is it really so magical? Healing Chi poured out the black pills in the porcelain bottle and whispered, I will leave these 2 pills for you, Mother, in case of emergency. Concubine Shu looked at the 2 pills in his palm with a slight flash in her eyes. His eyes fell on Healing Chi's face, and he understood. Ling Chi, have you really thought it through? Healing Chi nodded. Mother, I have always kept your teachings in mind and wanted to stay away from the court disputes and be a leisurely king, but things did not go as I wished. Even though I have avoided the mansion and not left, those people still refuse to let me go. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing the scars of varying depths on his arms. Over the years, they have harmed me so many times, openly and covertly, that I can't count them all. When Concubine Shu saw the injuries on her son's body, her heart felt as if it was tightly grasped by a big hand, and it hurt so much that she could hardly breathe. He originally thought that if he did not fight or compete, they would not do anything to him and his son, but he did not expect that his blind tolerance would become a reason for them to bully him and his son at will. Mother, in this world, people have always been at the mercy of others. If you don't want to be the fish on the chopping board, you must become the one holding the knife. Healing Chi said in a deep voice, I didn't want to get involved in this turmoil, but was dragged into it by them. Now it's too late even if I don't want to get involved. Hearing this, Concubine Shu nodded, wiped her tears, and said in a deep voice, Mother understands. She put away the porcelain bottle and said softly, Don't worry, Mother has just been disdainful of vying for favor over the years. If she focused on vying for favor, she wouldn't even take Concubine Zhao seriously. After coming out of Yongfu Palace, Healing Chi went to the imperial study. When the emperor heard the palace servant report that it was Healing Chi, he raised his eyebrows, closed the memorial, and said in a deep voice, Summon him in. Soon, Healing Chi walked in. Your son pays respects to the emperor. Stand up. He smiled slightly. When are you going to leave? In the next 2 days, I have already ordered people to prepare the luggage. Healing Chi whispered, So your son has come to bid farewell to the emperor. I don't know if I will be able to return. The only thing I am worried about is my father and mother. My mother is all alone in this deep palace. Please take good care of her, father. Your mother is arrogant and proud. Why does she need my care? Healing Chi heard him say this, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Sure enough, all these years, his father was just angry at his mother for not giving in. When I just entered the palace, I went to see my mother on the way. I saw her holding a jade flute, and tears seemed to flash in her eyes. After asking, I learned that the jade flute was given by you when she first entered the palace. As soon as Healing Chi finished speaking, he heard the palace servants come to report that Concubine Zhao was coming. Hearing this, Healing Chi said softly, I will take my leave first. Emperor Tianshun nodded and said softly, Be careful on the road. Just as he was about to turn around, he heard him say again, This trip is dangerous. I let Ji Feng go with you. This sentence happened to be heard by Concubine Zhao, who was about to come in. She stopped suddenly, and her hand supported by Bishi clenched instantly.
Yi Feng?
The emperor actually let Ji Feng go with the son of that. You know, Ji Feng is the emperor's personal guard. Over the years, she had never seen the emperor assign her to anyone. Now, he actually asked Ji Feng to be his guard. Even the prince had never had such an honor. At this moment, Healing Chi came towards her, saw her, and saluted respectfully. Your Highness, your son greets you.
Get up.
Concubine Zhao had a slightly stiff smile on her face. She was obviously itching with hatred in her heart, but she had to pretend to be generous. You must pay attention to safety on this trip. I heard that there is an epidemic raging in Liangzhou City, so you must not get sick. Thank you, Your Highness. Your son will save you. Okay, go. Concubine Zhao narrowed her eyes and thought to herself, Go. It's better to die there and never come back. He Lingqi knew what she was thinking, smiled, and said, "Yes, your son will definitely come back safely." After saying that, he left without caring about concubine Zhao's gentle image that could no longer be maintained. In the afternoon, when concubine Zhao came out of the imperial study, Bishi walked up to her and whispered, "Your Majesty, I have inquired about it." The fourth prince specifically mentioned concubine Shu to the emperor today, and also mentioned something about Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao? Upon hearing this, concubine Zhao said angrily, "It is indeed this little. I was too soft-hearted back then, and did not directly find someone to kill her when she moved to Yongfu Palace. I didn't expect that she would dare to go against me now. Your Majesty, what should we do? What can we do? Let's keep our troops on hold and see if the emperor has any abnormal behavior. The fourth prince has just been entrusted with an important task, and his mother is in trouble. The emperor will definitely be suspicious." Concubine Zhao whispered, "Let the people outside the palace keep an eye on it and report any movement from the fourth prince immediately."
Yes.
He Jingheng's legs recovered quickly. Although the weather has been cold recently, it is still very comfortable to feel the sun outside falling on his body at noon. He was sitting in a wheelchair, reading a book in the courtyard. Yuntian walked up to him and whispered, "Your Highness, as you expected, the emperor did send the fourth prince to Liangzhou to provide disaster relief, and he also specially assigned Jifeng to accompany him." "Oh, our emperor is like this, giving a slap in the face and a sweet date. It's always been like this." He Jingheng smiled and said, "Just make sure everything goes according to plan."
Yes.
Yuntian took the order, but did not leave. He Jingheng frowned slightly. "Is there anything else?" Yuntian thought for a while and said softly, "Prince, that day I saw Master Ling Jun and Miss Uni arguing in the backyard." Before he could finish, he saw the prince, who had been frowning and impatient just now, with a gentle smile on his face, and even his eyes were gentle. At this moment, a chuckle came from behind. "I didn't expect that a grown man like you would gossip about others behind their backs like a gossiper." He turned around suddenly and found that Master Ling Jun, whom he had just talked about, was walking towards him leisurely. The upper half of his face was wearing a mask, so his expression could not be seen clearly, but the lower half of his face was wearing a disdainful smile. Your subordinates just think that you and Miss Uni are not related, and doing this will damage Miss Uni's reputation." Hearing this, Shang Ruai chuckled, "Who said I have no relationship with her?" After she finished speaking, she said to He Jingheng, "How do you feel about your leg today?" "It's stronger than the previous few days." Shang Ruai looked at the wound on his leg. She had done a minimally invasive surgery, and the wound was very small. In the past few days, the wound has scabbed under the effect of the spiritual spring water. "Why did you come at this time today?" "Of course I have something to do." Shang Ruai looked at Yuntian beside her and couldn't help laughing. "Prince, I originally thought that the secret guards around you were all smart people like Yunqi. How could there be such a stupid person?" Yuntian was very dissatisfied when she heard her say that. "Mr. Lingjun, just speak directly. Why are you beating around the bush and saying that I am stupid?" He originally had a good impression of Mr. Lingjun, but after a few days of contact, he disliked this person more and more. He is obviously a man, but he has an ambiguous relationship with the prince. Tian Shun and the people are open-minded, and there are many men who have the same interests as Long Yang, he understands. But he can't help but have an ambiguous relationship with the prince, and then he starts to hook up with Miss Uni. Such behavior is really shameful. Beating around the bush? Shang Ruai couldn't help but sneered. "You don't know what your eyes see and your ears hear. Am I beating around the bush? Didn't I say it directly?"
"You."
"Yuntian, don't be rude." He Lingxing said in a deep voice, "See Master Lingjun as you would see me." Yuntian lowered his head and responded sullenly. At this moment, a doctor ran over in a hurry. "Prince! Prince! What happened?" "Great news! Your Highness seems to have sensed the sound."
"What?"
He Jingheng looked at Shang Ruai, and seeing her calm expression, he knew that this must be her work. Everyone came to the backyard, and Shang Ruai picked up a teacup and knocked it against his ear a few times. Every time she knocked it, He Yuan's brows moved. Shang Ruai put down the teacup, smiled, and said, "Yes, the prince's ears are gradually recovering." Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. Shang Ruai checked his eyes again. His eyesight has also recovered a little. "I believe he will be able to see again soon." "Really?" "Of course." The wounds on Hyun's body have also recovered a lot. Compared with when he just came back, he is simply a different person. Ling Feng pinched a piece of dessert and just put it into his mouth. He heard from the people below that Hyun had recovered. Hee, I didn't expect Shang Ruai to have such superb medical skills. He can be saved even if he is in that state. Ling Feng snorted coldly. Yeah, I don't know who is so cruel. Whoever it is, it doesn't matter. There are too many people who want their lives. Ling Feng looked at the already filled milk, his mouth curled slightly. As long as he could make the He family suffer, he would use any means. These days, Shang Ruai is very busy, and all matters of the milk tea shop are taken care of by Hyuni. Since being kidnapped last time, Hyuni rarely leaves the shop on weekdays. If she goes out, there will be someone accompanying her. These days, Ling Feng comes to deliver milk every day. Today, he was waiting outside the shop before it opened. Winter is coming, and the weather is cold, especially in the morning. When you speak and pronounce words, you will bring up bursts of white mist. Shang Ruai got off the carriage at the manor, and Hyuni continued to move forward. This carriage was specially studied and modified by Shang Ruai and Mr. Wu. The seats in the carriage are all soft couches, and they are very spacious, so you don't feel crowded even if you lie down. Hyuni was a little drowsy, and she felt the carriage shake violently and suddenly stopped. What happened? She was about to lift the curtain when she heard a sound of close combat. Is this an assassin? She hid in the carriage and pulled out a dagger and held it in her palm. If the secret guards were defeated, she would not let herself fall into their hands even if she died with them. The assassins who came to assassinate this time were all very skilled in martial arts. Hyuni could not understand their moves, otherwise she would have discovered that the martial arts used by these people all came from the western regions. Seeing that the secret guards began to retreat step by step, Hyuni held the dagger in her hand more tightly. At this moment, an assassin came to the front of the carriage, raised his long sword, and shouted loudly, "Give me your life." The secret guard wanted to withdraw to protect her, but the opponent bit too hard and could not leave at all. Hyuni was startled and stretched out her dagger to block it. If she had not learned some martial arts from Shang Ruai some time ago, she would not have been able to take this sword. Just as the assassin was about to shoot another sword, a tall figure wearing a silver-white mask fell from the sky. A sword was swung out and pierced into the assassin's arm. Turning back, he kicked him out. The assassins looked at him with fear on their faces and slowly retreated. "Who are you? How dare you ruin our good thing?" The man sneered. "I just saw injustice on the road. You so many people are here to bully a woman who is powerless. What kind of ability is that?" He pointed the long sword in his hand at the group of assassins. "Let me meet you today." As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked the group of assassins fiercely. Soon, these assassins were injured and fell to the ground, lying on the ground and wailing. 1 against 10, that's it. Hyuni watched this scene in the carriage, biting her thin lips lightly, with an admiring look on her face. "Why don't you get out of here quickly?" The masked man whispered. "I don't want to kill anyone today, and I'll leave you a dog's life. If I see you doing evil again, you won't be so lucky." When those people heard him say this, they hurriedly limped away. Seeing this, Hyuni slowly opened the door of the car, wearing a peach-pink cloak with a circle of white fluff on the collar. It looked very playful and cute. "Thank you for your rescue, brave man. I am very grateful." Hyuni had a smile on her face. "I only have some silver on me, which is a small token of my gratitude. If you think it is not enough, you can come with me to the shop in town to ask my sister-in-law for it." The masked man laughed softly. "No need. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I didn't help you for the reward." He pushed back the silver bag and said with a smile, "Little girl, although there are not many robbers on this road, there are few people in the morning. It is better for you not to walk here on weekdays." He took out a whistle from his arms and handed it to her. "I am nearby most of the time on weekdays. If you are in danger, you can this whistle. I will come to rescue you when I hear it. Hyuni looked at the whistle and thought for a while. Forget it. If my brother knows, I am afraid he'll blame me. The masked man didn't force her after hearing her say this. He put away the whistle and said lightly, "In this case, I will take my leave." As soon as he finished speaking, the figure in front of him flashed, and the man disappeared. Not long after, the guards on the ground got up one after another, came to Hyuni, and asked in a low voice, "Miss, are you injured?" Hyuni shook her head. "No, let's get on the road quickly." She walked onto the carriage and looked in the direction the man had just left. She didn't lower the curtain until the carriage started again. The masked man saw the carriage leave, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his lips. At this time, a man came behind him, bowed and said, "Master. Well, you did a good job just now." He took off the mask. If Hyuni saw this scene, she would definitely be shocked. Isn't this Ling Feng, who delivers milk to the shop every day? She shouldn't have any doubts.
Hee.
Ling Feng sneered. In the entire Dinghua Palace, except for He Jingheng and Shang Ruai, no one else needs to be taken seriously. Yes. When Hyuni came to the shop, Ling Feng had already delivered the milk to the store. When he walked out of the shop, he happened to meet Hyuni. He smiled and greeted her. Hyuni's heart moved. Why did she feel that this person was a little familiar? At this moment, the shout of a customer in the shop attracted her attention. It seemed that Xue accidentally spilled the milk tea when she handed it to the customer and sprinkled it on the customer. She hurried forward, and before she could speak, she saw the woman slap Xue in the face. "You lowly creature! How dare you dirty my dress? I think you are tired of living." She looked at Xue arrogantly. "Do you know how much silver this silver cloth costs? I can't afford the compensation even if I sell you." Xue covered her face, gritted her teeth, and whispered, "I'm sorry. You think you can get away with just an apology?" The woman said angrily, "I spent 40 taels on this dress. I just put it on today, but it was ruined by you, a low servant." Hyuni hurriedly stepped forward and said with a smile, 40 taels. We will compensate you according to the price." "Oh, I'm short of your 40 taels of silver?" She pointed at Xue. "I'm going to beat her to death today." Shang Ruai, who had just walked to the door of the shop, heard this, and a trace of coldness flashed across her eyes. At this moment, Xue whispered, "I clearly handed it to you just now, young lady, and you let it go, and it spilled." Upon hearing this, the woman raised her hand again. "How dare you quibble?" She was about to wave it down, but the next moment, her hand was held by another hand, and the huge force made her unable to wave her hand down anymore.
Who?
Shang Ruai looked at the woman in front of her with a cold expression. "Why did you hit my maid? Are you the owner of the shop?" The woman looked at her face. A trace of jealousy flashed across her. "That's right." Shang Ruai looked at her and whispered, "I wonder if the young lady has any advice for you?" "It's not really advice. I just want to teach you how to behave." She was angry. "You. It's because of you that my fiancé wants to break off the engagement with me. It must be you or your maid who seduced him." "Your fiancé?" Shang Ruai looked back at Xue and saw that they both shook their heads. She turned around and said to the woman, "Who is the fiancé you are talking about?" "My fiancé is the legitimate son of Mr. Wei." She raised her chin, as if this man was of high status, and sneered, "You are a merchant, the lowest of the lowest class. You must have set your eyes on the splendor of the Wei family. That's why you try to them."
Oh.
Shang Ruai sneered, "Let alone Mr. Wei or your fiancé. We don't even know them. Even if we do, why would I covet the money of the Wei family? Do you think I'm short of money? I don't care." She pointed at Shang Ruai's nose. "That's you. I'll beat you to death, you." At this time, the shop was already surrounded by people, all pointing at Shang Ruai. I know she is not a quiet person just by looking at her appearance. Of course. Relying on her face, she must have seduced many men. She is really shameless. She even doesn't let go of a man with a fiancé. She is really corrupt. Such a woman should be drowned. Most of the people who said these words were women. They were jealous of her looks. Seeing such a good opportunity, they would definitely add insult to injury. Shang Ruai sneered at the corner of her lips. Miss, please think before you speak. We will call the young master Wei you mention now and confront him face to face. If I have done anything out of line, no matter what you want to do, I will not say a word. If what you said is untrue. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Let's go to the government office. I want to ask the adults what crime you should be punished for spreading rumors and slander like you did. Shang Ruai's words stunned the woman. She never expected that such a businessman could speak so clearly. Suddenly, she felt guilty. After all, she had heard from other places that Wei Yan had been frequently visiting Fu Sheng Ruomeng recently. It just so happened that the Wei mansion proposed to break off the engagement with her. She was furious and rushed here regardless of anything. At the moment, Shang Ruai's words made her a little unsure. But seeing her fearless look, she felt quite guilty. At this moment, someone among the onlookers said, Miss, why don't you go find your fiancé? Let him confront you face to face. Expose the true face of this. She was among the people who had just gossiped. She wished that this shop would go bankrupt as soon as possible. Her husband recently took in a concubine and doted on her very much. She would come to buy a cup of milk tea every day, which cost 1 tael of silver a day, which was 30 taels a month. A concubine only got 8 taels of silver a month, and the main wife only got 20 taels. These 30 taels were specially allocated to her by her husband. She was even more glorious than her, the main wife. Not only that, the concubine became more beautiful after drinking the milk tea. Now her husband is so fascinated by the concubine that there is almost no place for her in the mansion. That's why she came here today to see what it is that attracts so many people. She didn't expect to encounter these things. She must step on it. She walked up and said to Shang Ruai, Tell me, is there something shameful added to this milk tea? Shang Ruai was stunned. Shameful things? How can you say that? So the woman told the public what happened at home. Suddenly, people looked at the woman with very strange expressions. A smile flashed across Shang Ruai's eyes. I have said long ago that there are many things in our milk tea that are good for the body and have the effect of prolonging life. Women who drink it will beautify their skin. As soon as she finished speaking, people who originally did not intend to line up gathered again. With such a good effect, why not buy it? At this time, a man ran in a hurry. This man was none other than the fiancé that the unruly woman had mentioned, Wei Yan, young Master Wei. He pulled the woman's arm and dragged her out. Wei Yan, stop it. The woman cried out in pain. You hurt me. Are you crazy? Wei Yan said angrily. Jiang Mimi, why are you here, making trouble? If your Wei family hadn't proposed to cancel the engagement with our Jiang family, why would I come here to make trouble? Jiang Mimi's eyes were filled with tears. You and I have been engaged since we were young, and we are about to get married. Now you say you want to cancel the engagement. Where does that put my Jiang family? Both the Jiang and Wei families are wealthy families here, and the marriage was indeed decided by their elders. The whole county knows that Jiang Mimi is the daughter-in-law of the Wei family, who is not yet married. At this juncture, the Wei family proposed to cancel the engagement, and Jiang Mimi would not be able to marry again in the future. Wei Yan's behavior is really criticized. I heard people say that you've been going to this Fu Sheng Ruomeng every day recently. There must be that shameless and despicable guy who seduced you, which is why you're like this. Jiang Mimi looked at Shang Ruai's face. It's her right? Shang Ruai sneered. Miss Jiang, I have never met this young man before, so please don't say anything nonsense and ruin my reputation. Wei Yan shook his head and said in a deep voice, I don't know this girl. The few times he came here happened to be when Shang Ruai went to the farm outside the city, and the two had never met each other. He also came up, took Shang Ruai's arm, and looked at Jiang Mimi coldly. You are really eloquent and can confuse right and wrong. If my brother knew that you slander my sister-in-law like this, he would definitely not forgive you. Sister-in-law, you are married? Jiang Mimi's face turned slightly pale. Why didn't you say it just now? Why should I say it? Shang Ruai sneered. Do I have to keep saying that I am married every day in order to prove my innocence? Besides, it is easy to find excuses to accuse someone of a crime. Even if I just said it, you will have other excuses to deal with me. Maybe you will say that I am not a faithful wife. I am obviously married, but I still your fiancé. Shang Ruai's words successfully made Jiang Mimi's face pale. She turned her head, looked at Wei Yan and said, "Then why? Why did you break off the engagement with me? Who did you buy the milk tea for?" Which? Wei Yan really couldn't bear it anymore and said angrily, "Look at you. Do you look like a lady from a noble family? You always say things like lowly embryos and keep these words on your lips all day long. Who can look down on you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a man in the crowd whisper, "Hey, this gentleman looks familiar. I seem to have seen him somewhere." The man finished speaking. Wei Yan looked a little flustered. At this time, a servant in the crowd smiled and said to the man, "It seems that you are also a frequent visitor of our Tingyu pavilion." After the servant's reminder, the man remembered instantly. He said to Wei Yan, "I was wondering why she looked so familiar. Isn't she Miss Yuro's guest?" The man's words instantly changed Wei Yan's face. He didn't expect that he would be recognized. Jiang Mimi's face turned pale instantly when she heard it. Tingyu Pavilion, Yuro. These two words are known to everyone in this county. The three words Tingyu Pavilion sound like a tea house, but in fact it is a brothel business, and Yuro is the top courtesan here. She is very beautiful, but she only sells art and not her body. The more this is the case, the more the group of men will think that she is pure and innocent, and then they will do anything to get her favor. Not only the people in their town, but also several nearby towns often have guests come here to listen to her music. It is said that some time ago, a man gave tens of thousands of taels to the shopkeeper of Tingyu Pavilion in order to marry her, but he still failed to get Miss Yuro's approval. "I really don't know what kind of man she wants to marry," Jiang Mimi said in a trembling voice. "Did you really go to Tingyu Pavilion to find Miss Yuro? Are you going to break off the engagement with me because of a cheap?" The more she talked, the sharper her voice became. "Wei Yan, she is just a... How can you humiliate me like this for such a woman?" Her tears burst out instantly, and she said angrily, "The affection between you and me since childhood for so many years is not as good as a... It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous." Wei Yan stood there, his face gloomy, as if he was holding back his anger. After a while, he whispered, "Yuro is not the kind of person you think. She is deeply trapped in this and has no choice." Shang Ruai sneered, "What a fate that has no choice. Master Wei really knows how to be considerate of others." The obvious sarcastic words made Wei Yan's face change slightly. But when he set his eyes on Shang Rui's face, which was much more beautiful than Yuro's, he could not help but be slightly stunned. There are such iconic people in this world. Shang Rui felt particularly disgusted by his gaze and coughed heavily. "Mr. Wei, Miss Jiang, now that the facts are clear, I wonder how Miss Jiang plans to compensate for the losses in my shop?" She smiled and said, "I have been delayed by you for so long. I don't know how much silver I have lost." Jiang Mimi's face flushed, and she took out 100 taels of silver from her and put it on the table. "Is this enough?" Although there was still arrogance in her eyes, the aura around her had been reduced a lot. Shang Ruai smiled. "Enough? There is still some left." Shang Ruai took the banknotes in her hand and flicked them a few times. "In this case, I will give you a few words." "What words?" "Some people are not good people. Even if they're forced to get together, they will just waste their lives. A person's life is not long or short. It's just one day after another, but how to live this life is still up to you. Women don't have to rely on men. Only by relying on themselves can they stand between heaven and earth." Shang Ruai smiled. "That's all I have to say. Miss Jiang, please take care of yourself." The people queuing behind were shocked when they heard her words. Women don't have to rely on men? How is it possible? Which woman in this world doesn't obey her father at home, obey her husband after marriage, and obey her son after her husband's death? This is the rule left by our ancestors. The woman who had just started the commotion sneered upon hearing this. "I said you are a very strange woman. Which woman doesn't listen to her husband? This is decided by our ancestors, and we should obey it. Are all the decisions made by our ancestors right? Shang Ruai sneered. The ancestors you mentioned used to eat raw meat in the beginning. Why don't you learn from them? What do you mean by eating raw meat? You're just talking nonsense. Shang Ruai glanced at her and was too lazy to argue with her. Since you said you would follow the rules of our ancestors, put your husband first in everything, and listen to him, then why did you come to me today to make trouble? It can be seen that the rules of our ancestors are not necessarily right. Shang Ruai's words left her speechless. Jiang Mimi felt that her back was soaked with sweat. A woman can only stand between heaven and earth if she relies on herself. Rely on herself. She looked at Shang Ruai in front of her, and her heart suddenly settled down, as if she had found her backbone. When Jiang Mimi looked at Wei Yan again, the desolate look in her eyes had disappeared completely. Wei Yan, it was your Wei family that made the mistake today. You, Wei Yan, were blind and chose to break off the engagement with my Jiang family for a mirror. Since you have made up your mind, I will accept it. She pulled a piece of her skirt off with force and threw it on the ground. From now on, you and I will sever our ties and ties. Tomorrow, someone from my clan will come to cancel the engagement and take back the token. Jiang Mimi turned around and bowed deeply to Shang Ruai. Listening to your words is better than reading 10 years of books. Jiang Mimi said softly. Thank you for your frank words today. I am very grateful. I will definitely bring a heavy gift to thank you in the future. After she finished speaking, she turned and left without looking at Wei Yan again. Shang Ruai did not take this matter to heart. Unexpectedly, the Jiang family sent the housekeeper to pick her up in person the next day. Madam Shang, my lady and young lady are affectionate. Shang Ruai raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect that Jiang Mimi would actually do what she said. She came to the Jiang family. Mr. Jiang and Mrs. Jiang were standing at the door. Seeing her coming down, Mrs. Jiang hurried forward. This must be Madam Shang. She is indeed a very iconic person. Hello, Mrs. Jiang and Mr. Jiang. Shang Ruai was slightly startled. She didn't expect that the couple would greet her at the door. Jiang Mimi walked up and put her arm around her familiarly. Mother, I told you. Madam Shang is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Shang Ruai was not impressed by Jiang Mimi's speed of changing her expression. She pulled her arm out of her hand and smiled. Madam Jiang, you are too kind. Come into the mansion quickly. Mr. Jiang said, It's very cold outside. Don't catch a cold. After entering the mansion, Shang Ruai handed her cloak to Xuanmei. She was wearing a warm satin robe of sky blue. Seeing this, Jiang Mimi said with envy, Sister Shang's dress is so beautiful. This material is not like the one sold in our cloth shop. The Jiang family started out as a clothing business and later began to enter the government, so they are very sensitive to these things. This material is warm satin produced in Jiangnan. He Jingheng knew that she didn't like to wear too heavy clothes, so he specially ordered Yunqi to find it. Warm satin is rare, and not much is produced throughout the year. Most of it will be tribute to the palace. All the production this year was secretly transported here by He Jingheng. Mr. Zhang's eyes flickered slightly. Ever since he heard his daughter come back and tell him what happened on the street yesterday, he sent people to investigate the background of this milk tea shop. Unexpectedly, it was opened by the daughter-in-law of the He family in the exile land. The whole Tianshan knew that the Dingwa Palace was exiled. The Dingwa Palace is not an ordinary aristocratic family. Even the emperor is afraid of it. Although it was exiled, it is not something that people like them can afford to offend. Seeing Shang Ruai's dress today, this intuition is even stronger. Fortunately, his daughter did not offend her too much. When he thought of her unruly temper, Mr. Jiang couldn't help sweating on his forehead. Madam Shang, my daughter is young and inexperienced, and she speaks without restraint. If she has offended you, please do not take it to heart. Mr. Jiang stood up, bowed and said, I am here to apologize to you. Shang Ruai saw this and said quickly, Mr. Jiang, you are too polite. It's all a misunderstanding. It will be fine once we talk it out. Mr. Jiang was relieved to hear her say this. At this moment, a servant came in and whispered a few words to Mr. Jiang, and then he left. Seeing him leave, Madame Jiang sat beside her with a smile on her face and said softly, "Yesterday I heard Mimi say something that I had never heard before. She said that it was Madame Xiang who told her. I was really shocked, and I wish I could meet you immediately and ask you for advice in person." Xiang Ruai smiled. "Madam, you are too kind. It's not that I'm asking for advice. I'm just sharing some of my own opinions. Madam, you said that women should rely on themselves, but looking at Tianshan and other countries, women are all dependents. How can they rely on themselves?" Xiang Ruai smiled. "Madam, what you said is wrong. Since ancient times, women have had dowries when they got married. Their parents' families basically took away everything they needed for their entire lives, and they basically didn't need the money of their husband's family. Not only that, they also had to serve their parents-in-law, manage the inner house, and educate their children. None of these were easy tasks. If their parents' families were more powerful, they would also give them farms and shops. The money they earned would occasionally be used to subsidize their husband's family. Isn't this relying on themselves?" Her words stunned Madame Jiang. Since ancient times, women have been given dowries when they get married, and these are taken for granted. I have never thought about it this way. Most of the money earned from the manor shops and lands flowed into the public account of my husband's family. This is also considered very normal by my husband's family. In this way, it is really as Shangroi said. Moreover, I see that many women in Tianshan are opening shops and becoming shopkeepers. They can support themselves by earning money on their own. Why do they have to look at their husbands' faces all day long? Mrs. Jiang was shocked by her words. It turns out that a person's life can be spent like this. Many times, the more you care, the easier it is to lose. Only what you really hold in your hands is yours. Xiang Ruai smiled. Only if you are excellent can you not be afraid of wind and rain. Jiang Mimi heard this, holding her chin, her eyes sparkling, and said, "Mother, what did my daughter say?" Sister Xiang's words made my daughter feel like she had an epiphany. Madame Jiang nodded. This was the first time she heard such a novel point of view, but in Tianshan, not everyone could have such thoughts. It would be great if everyone could think like you. A spark can start a prairie fire. The status of women cannot be changed overnight, but I believe that one day, all women in this world can be like what I said. A spark can start a prairie fire. Madame Jiang kept repeating this sentence. Her heart seemed to be filled with something. When she left the Jiang family, Madame Jiang personally sent her to the door and wanted to pack some brocade for her as an apology. But Xiang Ruai politely declined. "Madam, Miss Jiang has already paid the compensation that day, so let's just leave it at that." Okay. She patted Xiang Ruai's hand and said with a smile, "There is a long way to go, and you must come to our house more often in the future." Watching Xiang Ruai's carriage turn and disappear, the mother and daughter reluctantly returned to the house. "Mother, I am not wrong, am I?" Jiang Mimi said with a smile. "After being taught a lesson by Sister Xiang yesterday, my daughter was unwilling at first, but when I think about it carefully, not a word she said was wrong. I have rarely admired anyone in my life, but Sister Xiang is definitely someone I admire very much." Madame Jiang nodded and touched Jiang Mimi's hair lovingly. "Mother has only you as a precious daughter, so I will find the best family for you and protect you for a lifetime." "Mother, I don't want anyone to protect me. I want to rely on myself," as Sister Xiang said. As soon as the voice fell, Master Jiang walked in with a serious face. "Master, how is it? Did you get the token back?" Mrs. Jiang asked hurriedly. Master Jiang sat on the chair and didn't speak. Mrs. Jiang felt something was wrong and asked in a low voice, "Master, what happened?" Master Jiang sighed. "The Wei family refuses to cancel the engagement."
What?
Jiang Mimi stood up from the chair and said angrily, "Why? Why don't they want to cancel the engagement?" "Yes." Mrs. Jiang was also very puzzled. Was it the Wei family who first proposed to cancel the engagement? Why are they unwilling to do so today? Hey, it's because Wei Yan's visit to the brothel was exposed, and the Wei family was worried that the rumors would spread. Wei Yan still wanted to take the entrance examination, but based on his behavior, I'm afraid it would affect his future. Master Jiang clenched his fists. They said that if our Jiang family insisted on canceling the engagement, they would not let our Jiang family go easily. The Wei family is more powerful than the Jiang family. The Jiang family used to be merchants at the bottom of the 9 classes. Unlike the Wei family, which had gentry a long time ago, there are still people from the Wei family serving as officials in the court. If the Wei family used some tricks to trip up the Jiang family would definitely be unable to move forward. The people do not fight against the officials, not because they do not want to fight, but because they cannot fight. Mrs. Jiang sat on the chair in a daze. Is there no other way? The Wei family has such an attitude before the wedding. If our precious daughter marries into their family, I don't know how much suffering she will have to endure. As she spoke, tears fell. How could Mr. Jiang not know? He only has one daughter, Jiang Mimi. How could he bear to let her marry into a den of tigers and wolves and suffer? It's not that he is reluctant to give up the family business. If he can use the Jiang family's business to exchange for his daughter's freedom, he is willing to do so. What he fears most is that even if he gives up these, his daughter will still marry into the Wei family. At that time, they really have no capital to compete. At this moment, the shadow of a person emerged in his mind. Perhaps only she can save their Jiang family. The next day, before dawn, the Jiang family's carriage stopped at the door of the He family. Master Jiang was waiting in the carriage with his wife and daughter. The weather was cold, and even though Jiang Mimi was wearing thick clothes and holding a hot water bottle in her arms, she was still shivering from the cold. Dad, how long will it take for the day to dawn? Wait a minute. Why do you have to come so early? It would be better to come after dawn. Jiang Mimi yawned. I haven't woken up yet. You are so careless, girl. You still want to sleep. Madame Jiang whispered. The Wei family may have arranged spies outside our Jiang family. If we don't set out at night, it may be difficult for us to leave the city. After all, it is easy for the Wei family to do something to their Jiang family in this county. In fact, what Madame Jiang said was really right. At this time, Master Wei was arranging servants to keep an eye on the Jiang family. Jiang Mimi's face turned pale for a moment when she heard her mother say this. If she was really controlled by the Wei family, she would have no way to go to heaven or to the earth. Not long after, the sky slowly brightened. Shang Ruai had just walked out of the room when Ing Shue came to meet her. Miss, the Jiang family's carriage has been parked at the door for almost 2 hours. Shang Ruai thought for a moment and said softly, Grandmother and Mother haven't gotten up yet. Let them go to the side hall. Yes. Shang Ruai simply packed up and went to the side hall. At this time, the Jiang family had arrived. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Shang Ruai smiled and said, The weather is so cold. Drink some tea. Jiang Mimi took the tea and drank it quickly. After drinking the hot tea, the 3 finally felt much more comfortable. I dare not disturb you, as you came so late at night. I feel so sorry to come to your house now, but we are really desperate and have no other choice. Please save our Jiang family and my daughter, Madame Shang. Shang Ruai understood in her heart that the Wei family must have lost face in front of others and now refused to cancel the engagement and insisted on marrying Jiang Mimi. If the Jiang family refused, the Wei family would definitely not give up. If what happened the day before had not happened, Jiang Mimi's marriage to the Wei family would most likely be an unhappy marriage, and she would be neglected by her husband. However, due to the Jiang family, they would not do anything too extreme. However, Jiang Mimi made Wei Yan singled out in front of so many people for loving A, and the Wei family lost all their face. Now, marrying Jiang Mimi into the family, who knows what kind of torture they will have to endure. It was also because of this that the Jiang family came to find her. What does Master Jiang want me to do for you? She smiled. I'm new here and don't have any roots in this county, so I'm afraid I can't help you. No, you can definitely help. Master Jiang looked around and said in a low voice, Only the Crown Prince's wife can help me with this matter. Shang Ruai paused while drinking tea. The Jiang family really had this idea. She put down the teacup. Although the sound of the teacup hitting the ground was light, it still frightened Master Jiang and Madame Jiang. Although the woman in front of them was not very old, She came from a famous family and married into the Dingwa Palace. If it weren't for the Dingwa Palace exiling them here, how could they have the honor to meet such a person? Not to mention sitting with them. Master Jiang, I am no longer the crown prince's consort. I am exiled from the Ding kingdom. If you call me like this again, I am afraid you will be charged with disrespecting the emperor's will and treason. Master Jiang and Madame Jiang were shocked when they heard this. Master Jiang's neck shrank. Shang Ruai smiled. Master Jiang, don't worry. What you said will not be spread here. Just be careful in your words and deeds in the future. Yes, yes, yes. He wiped the sweat from his head and sat on the chair, his legs trembling. Jiang Mimi sat at the end, her eyes red, tears rolling in her eyes, but she didn't dare to let them fall. Master Jiang, is it for the Wei family's matter today? Shang Ruai said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Mr. Jiang said quickly, That's right, Madame Shang is really a prophet. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Jiang. Since you are here, please speak frankly. Miss Jiang and I are also strangers to each other. Shang Ruai smiled and said, If there is anything I can help with, I will definitely not refuse. Hearing her say this, Mr. Jiang stood up and bowed. I am very grateful to hear these words from Madame Shang. Madame Jiang sat aside, wiped the tears from her face with a handkerchief, and whispered, The Wei family forced our Jiang family to marry their daughter. Their son is such a bad person. If we, Mimi, marry into their family, won't we suffer? Jiang Mimi finally shed tears when she heard this. Shang Ruai pondered for a moment. Then why did Master Jiang come to me? I want you to come forward and resolve this marriage. Shang Ruai couldn't help laughing when she heard this. Master Jiang, I am just the owner of a milk tea shop in the county. How can I influence the Wei family? You really think too highly of me. Master Jiang paused for a moment when he heard her say this. Yes, now that the Dingwa Palace no longer exists, he came to visit rashly without knowing the situation of the He family. This behavior is really inappropriate. His heart sank slightly. Could it be that their Jiang family can only let the Wei family manipulate them? Just when they were discouraged, Shang Ruai said lightly, But it's not that there is no way at all. What? Jiang Mimi raised her head suddenly and looked at Shang Ruai without blinking. What can we do? Shang Ruai took a sip of tea and said lightly, I heard that someone in the Wei family passed the imperial examination a long time ago, but that was all. Now they all hope that Wei Yan can continue the glory of their ancestors, but Wei Yan doesn't seem to be as motivated as they thought. Master Jiang nodded. I didn't expect that I would be wrong one day. Wei Yan is a hopeless case. He hangs out in brothels all day long. He is morally corrupt and a disgrace to society. The Wei family is most worried about Wei Yan not being able to enter the government. Shang Ruai said coldly, Tianshan has strict requirements for the official selection system. I heard from my father before that people with corrupt morals will never be able to serve as officials in the court. This was indeed what Shang Nian said, and Shang Ruai sneered at it. If people with corrupt morals cannot serve as officials in the court, then how did they enter the officialdom? And they were even appointed as prime ministers. When Master Jiang heard her say this, his eyes lit up. May I ask who is Madame Shang's father? Shang Nian. Shang Nian? Shang, Prime Minister Shang? Don't be surprised, Master Jiang. It's all in the past. Shang Ruai smiled faintly. If Wei Yan's behavior gets out, the Wei family's prestige in officialdom will probably end with this generation. Master Jiang was shocked. She is worthy of being the daughter of the Prime Minister's mansion. She has grasped the weak spot of the Wei family so easily. I heard that the Jiang family used to be a merchant family. They must be very wealthy, right? Mr. Jiang nodded. My ancestors started out as a clothing family. Although they are not as wealthy as the aristocratic families, they have more than enough. I wonder why Miss Shang asks this? Now there is an epidemic in Tianshan. If Mr. Jiang is willing to lend a helping hand, the court will surely remember your kindness. Upon hearing this, Mr. Jiang was enlightened. He quickly stood up and said with a bow, Listening to your words is better than reading for 10 years. Thank you for your advice today, young lady. I understand. I am just talking casually. Don't take it seriously. After Mr. Jiang and his family left, He Jinghun was pushed in by Ah Chung. So this is why you asked Yunqi to investigate the Jiang and Wei families yesterday. Shang Ruai smiled slightly. I'm just curious. He Jinghun knew that she didn't want to say more and nodded. Okay, I'm just curious. Shang Ruai smiled and said nothing. I didn't expect you would actually instruct him to donate money for charity. I heard from Yunqi that Liangzhou City has some special meaning to the Dingwa Palace. I guess even if these gentry don't raise money for charity, the prince will give out money. Shang Ruai drank the last sip of tea, and the originally steaming hot tea had become cold. Since you have to take money, why not use other people's money?
Haha.
He Jinghun laughed softly. My wife really knows how to live. That afternoon, the news that the Wei family's legitimate son lingered in the red light district had spread everywhere, and the rumors seemed to have wings. Not only did everyone in the county know about it, but other counties around it also knew about it. Even if the Wei family wanted to suppress him, they couldn't. Wei Yan knelt in the main hall, and the head of the Wei family threw a teacup at him. Have you read all the books of sages? You dare to linger in that kind of place before you even enter the officialdom. Now that it's been exposed, how are you going to end it? At this point, he was still not satisfied, so he picked up the ruler on the table and hit him in the back. She's just a... Why are you so obsessed with her? You want to marry her as your principal wife? Are you crazy? Let it be your principal wife. You have disgraced our Wei family. Wei Yan knelt there, not daring to say a word. Mrs. Wei kept wiping away tears when she saw her son being beaten. Cry, 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 you only know how to cry. This stinky boy is spoiled by you. He is so useless. How can we hand over the Wei family to him in the future? When Wei Yan heard this, he looked at his father in disbelief. Could it be that his father still wanted to hand over the Wei family to that? What are you looking at? This Wei family is mine. I can give it to whoever I want. If you don't live up to expectations, I will give this Wei family to your half-brother. The head of the Wei family sat on the chair and panted. You are not allowed to go to Tingyu Pavilion again. Hurry up and marry that girl from the Jiang family. Tell the public that she was angry with you and spread such rumors. Over time, people will gradually forget about this matter. Still want to marry that crazy woman Jiang Mimi? Wei Yan frowned and said in a deep voice, I don't want to marry that crazy woman Jiang Mimi. When Master Wei heard this, he slapped him.
Rebellion.
How dare you talk back? Wei Yan's head was knocked off, and there was a trace of blood on the corner of his lips, which showed how strong his hand was. Master Wei was really angry. He raised his hand and wanted to hit him, but was stopped by Madame Wei. Master, stop hitting. Master Wei shook his hand, and Madame Wei fell to the ground. He pointed at the mother and son and said, Marry the daughter of the Jiang family within 10 days. As long as she is married, I will not care whether she is beaten or hurt. But if she is not married, don't blame me for being rude. Madame Wei nodded and said, Don't worry, master. I will immediately ask the matchmaker to facilitate this marriage. Master Wei snorted and went out. Wei Yan was still kneeling on the ground, with hatred in his eyes. He had had enough of being controlled like this. The next day, Madame Wei came to propose marriage, but the Jiang family claimed to be sick and refused to see them. Madame Wei was anxious and had no choice but to ask for help from her brother who worked in the government office. Since marrying into the Wei family, Madame Wei felt that she was superior to others in her family and was arrogant all day long. Now she asked to go back, but she was not welcome. The Wei family was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, but Jiang Mimi was happy and relaxed. She came to the milk tea shop and pestered Shang Ruai to learn how to make milk tea. That day, Ling Feng came to the shop to deliver milk again. Jiang Mimi looked at his profile and always felt that he looked familiar, but she was not sure. Seeing her expression, Shang Ruai couldn't help asking, What's wrong? Nothing, I just seemed to see an old friend, but it seemed that I recognized the wrong person. Jiang Mimi's personality was carefree, so Shang Ruai didn't take it to heart. Shang Ruai called him to the back kitchen and said in a deep voice, There is one thing I want to ask you. Miss, please go ahead. You have a farm here, which means you are not short of money. Why do you follow me? Ling Feng smiled. Who said I am not short of money? He took out a few copper coins from his arms. I only have these few copper coins left on me, and I don't even know how to solve the dinner problem. Shang Ruai looked at the copper coins in his hand and couldn't help choking. She took out 50 taels of silver and gave it to him. It was my negligence. Ling Feng took the silver. Thank you for the reward, young lady. Shang Ruai saw the calluses on his palms and frowned slightly. This is a mark that only people who practice swordsmanship for many years will have. What is the reason why he stays by her side? He Jingheng's legs are recovering better and better, and he can already walk on the ground with the help of something. The old princess and Qin were so happy to see this, and they looked at Shang Ruai more and more kindly. To them, Shang Ruai is the great benefactor who saved their Dingwa palace. However, in front of outsiders, He Jingheng still sat in a wheelchair. No one would have thought that his legs had recovered. On this day, Shang Ruai just arrived at the shop and saw Hyuni making milk tea absent-mindedly, and she didn't even notice that the milk was overflowing. What are you thinking about? Shang Ruai walked forward and asked with a smile. Are you missing some young man? Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? Hyuni wiped the spilled milk and said with a red face, I'm not. Hearing her say this, Shang Ruai couldn't help but be stunned. I just said it casually, and her reaction was so big that she was confessing something. Hyuni also found that her reaction was a bit too intense. Blushing, she said, It's not a big deal. She told her everything about the assassination and rescue that day. I thought nothing happened after all, so I didn't let them tell you and your brother, for fear that you would worry. Shang Ruai frowned when she heard this. A hero saving a beauty? How could it be such a coincidence? Sister-in-law, I have never seen that man since that day. You must not tell grandma and mother, otherwise they will never let me go out again. Hyuni said anxiously. What Hyuni said was true. According to the temperament of the old princess and Qin, they were not willing to let her come here. After such a thing happened, they would definitely let her go back home. Sister-in-law, he and I are really innocent. Nothing happened. If you don't believe me, go ask the coachman and guard who sent me that day. Shang Ruai touched her head and said softly, It's not that I don't believe you, I'm worried. What are you worried about? You. Shang Ruai tapped her forehead. I have so many things to worry about. Where did that group of assassins come from? What was their purpose? What did that knight who appeared out of nowhere do? She sighed. If you are assassinated again, you must not hide it. Otherwise, not to mention that your grandmother and mother did not allow you to come, even I will not agree to let you leave the house again. I know, sister-in-law. Hyuni hugged her arm and said, There will not be a next time. After getting her promise, Shang Ruai was willing to let her go. The Wei family's affairs were a hot topic and really became a topic of conversation after dinner. That day, Wei Yan was walking on the road and passed by Tingyu Pavilion. He heard people talking about Miss Yu Ro. He wanted to leave quickly, but the next words made him stunned on the spot. Have you heard? Miss Yu Ro is getting married. Really? Of course, said an old procuress dressed in fancy clothes. Our Yu Ro is so lucky to be favored by Lord Zhao from the next city.
Lord Zhao.
Which Lord Zhao? Which Lord Zhao could it be? Of course, it's Lord Zhao Su, the county magistrate. The old procuress looked at the new gold bracelet on her hand with a proud look on her face. See? This is sent by Lord Zhao, and it was personally matched by our Wei Yuanwei. Oh, congratulations. Your Yu Ro is so lucky. Wei Yan was stunned where he was, his eyes full of shock. His father actually used this trick to make him give up. Cut off the firewood from under the cauldron. But Lord Zhao was already half buried in the ground. He was too old to be Yu Ro's father, so how could he marry her? How could he be worthy of a woman as gentle as Yu Ro? He turned and came to the door of Tingyu Pavilion. When the madam saw him, a hint of sarcasm flashed in her eyes. Hey, Master Wei, what are you doing here in my Tingyu Pavilion again? I want to see Yu Ro. See Yu Ro for what? Master Wei, you vowed to me that you would marry Yu Ro back to the Wei mansion as the first wife. I didn't believe it, but you kept promising us, so Yu Ro believed it. What was the result? She sneered. If you can't do it, don't tell us. Now Yuro is about to get married, and you also want to get married, so it's better not to meet. Mother Zhang, let me see Yuro again. He said earnestly, I will explain everything to you, Ro. Talk, what's there to say? We were deceived by your eloquent mouth before. Mother Zhang snorted. I'm telling you the truth. Mr. Wei has already told us that Mr. Wei is not allowed to step into our Tingyu pavilion. Mr. Wei, please go back. As soon as Mrs. Zhang finished speaking, several strong men came out. Mr. Wei, please go back. We have received money from you and don't want to do anything to you. Seeing this, Wei Yan subconsciously glanced at the room upstairs, only to see a pink corner of clothes disappear and his originally dead heart revived again. Yuro must have him in her heart. Yuro must not be married to the Zhao mansion as a concubine. His eyes gradually became firm, and he left quickly. Yuro stood by the bed and saw him leave through the window. She turned around and said to the people in the room, I have done what you said, sir. Can you really let me leave here? Don't worry. Shang Ruai, who was dressed as a man, smiled with a romantic face. I always keep my word and do what I say. In that case, I would like to thank you in advance. Yuro's eyes kept falling on her face, pursed her lips, and swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and Mother Zhang walked in. She twisted her body and walked into the inner room. Shang Ruai had already put on the mask on her face. Sir, I did these words according to your instructions. Shang Ruai smiled. Well done. She took out a silver note and put it on the table. Please take it to Mother Zhang for a drink. Oh, how can I be so embarrassed? It's just a piece of cake. Mother Zhang had a smile on her face. Looking at the face value of 500 taels on the banknote, her smile grew even wider. She pushed Yuro to Shang Ruai. Yuro, why don't you serve the young master well? Yuro blushed slightly and took a step toward Shang Ruai. She picked up the wine cup and poured the wine into it. Shang Ruai stretched out her hand and put it on the wine glass. Drinking is harmful to your health. Miss Yuro should drink less. Yuro's face turned even redder when she heard her say that, and a warmth emerged from her heart. Thank you, young master. She put down the wine glass, walked to the guzheng, and said with a smile, How about Yuro playing a song for you? Miss Yuro, please. She bowed slightly and sat on the chair. Every move seemed to be calculated. Everyone says Yuro plays the pipa well, but they don't know that Yuro is really good at playing the guzheng, and you are the first person to listen to Yuro playing the guzheng. As expected of the courtesan of Tingyu Pavilion, her guzheng skills are so impressive that they can be heard for 3 days. After the song, Shang Ruai said with a smile, Miss Yuro is really versatile. I admire you. You are too kind, sir. Shang Ruai saw that it was almost time, so she was ready to get up and say goodbye. At this moment, Yuro stepped forward, took out a purse and handed it to her. Sir, Yuro has been in Tingyu Pavilion since she was a child, and she doesn't have any good things. This is what I made myself. Please don't dislike it. Shang Ruai looked at the purse and raised her eyebrows. Could it be that Yuro has taken a fancy to her? In Tianshan, this is the meaning of a woman giving a man a purse. Shang Ruai smiled. Miss Yuro, this purse is of great value. I cannot accept it. Yuro's face froze. Sir, do you despise my origin? She said hurriedly. Although I am trapped in the quagmire, I have never lost my virginity to anyone. I am innocent. Shang Ruai waved her hands. No, I don't mean to despise you. She smiled bitterly. I really have my reasons for not accepting your kindness. Yuro held the purse in her hand and said with a lonely look, I know. Shang Ruai smiled and turned away. Yuro watched her disappear before she closed the window in disappointment. At this time, Zhang's mother came in. Yuro, I think Mr. Yun has no intention of marrying you. Yuro sat on the chair where Shang Ruai had just sat and sighed. Mom, in our line of work, who can really be free of any grudges? I believe that with my looks, it is only a matter of time before he is willing to marry me.
Oh.
Mother Zhang frowned. Mr. Yun is generous. He must be rich or noble. Even if you marry him, You will definitely not be able to be his wife, and with such a background, you don't know what kind of torture you will have to endure. Mother Zhang whispered, I think Wei Yan is a coward, but he really likes you. Marry him, maybe. Mom also said, he is a coward. As long as his father is still alive, he will not have the final say in the Wei family. Yu Rou interrupted her. Mom, there is no need to persuade me anymore. Wei Yan, I never thought of marrying him. She has always been someone who has her own ideas. When Mother Zhang saw that she had made up her mind, she stopped trying to persuade her. She knew that no matter how much she talked, she could not change her decision. However, she was the top girl in Tingyu Pavilion, and she earned the most money. Now she is getting older, and she will not have many more years of glory. Many young women in Tingyu Pavilion are growing up, and there will be no place for her. It is better for her to get married early. Shang Ruai came to the farm, feeling quite depressed. What's wrong? He Jingheng said with a smile. Who made you angry again? Nothing. Shang Ruai smiled, walked to his side, and when she checked the wound on his leg, she found that he was only wearing a thin pair of trousers in such cold weather, and she couldn't help but frowned. Why are you wearing so little? Those who practice martial arts don't need to wear too much. Shang Ruai cast her eyes on Yuntian behind her and found that he was also wearing very little. She said with a sigh, What's wrong with you men practicing martial arts? When you get old, all the problems will come up, such as frozen shoulder, old cold legs, and so on. He Jingheng's lips curled slightly, with a smile on his face. He found that he actually liked listening to her nagging. It was as if the more she naggled, the more it proved that she had him in her heart. Suddenly, he found that his emotions seemed to be always controlled by her. She had never expressed her feelings to him, and it was he who was looking for traces of her having him in her heart in various clues. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a little pitiful, and Yuntian behind him was also stunned for a moment. He kept recalling what she had just said in his mind. You men? What does this mean? Could it be that she is not a man? Master Lingjun, isn't he a man?
Then.
His eyes fell on the smooth chin exposed by Shang Ruai, and he wanted to slap himself in the face. How could he be a man without even a beard? Was he blind at the beginning? However, since she was not a man and she behaved intimately with his master, she must be the master's sweetheart, and she was so intimate with Miss Uni. Then this person could only be. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take a breath. Could it be Shang Ruai? The two shadows kept overlapping and finally merged into one. Hiss. It was really her. He was stunned on the spot. She actually healed the master's leg. He didn't even hear Shang Ruai calling him Yuntian. Shang Ruai raised her voice. What does the prince's wife have to say? He half knelt and said in panic. Prince's wife. What a fool. Yunqi, who was about to walk in, heard him say this. He couldn't help but sigh. He walked in, bowed and said, Prince, Master Lingjun, our people have received the donation raised by Master Jiang, a total of 30,000 taels of silver. He Jingheng nodded and said to Shang Ruai, This time it is really thanks to you that you thought of such a solution. Yuntian was still kneeling on the ground. Shang Ruai smiled and said, You get up. Yuntian stood up. His face was very unnatural. He stared at Yunqi secretly. Looking at him like this, he must have known the identity of Master Lingjun for a long time. It was too disloyal not to tell him. Yuntian set his eyes on Shang Ruai again, and suddenly found that he had been too narrow-minded. She was not what he thought. Not only that, she also helped the prince heal his legs and save the prince. Was he blind before? Yunqi knew what he was thinking, and did not stop him from blaming himself. After all, he had reminded him a long time ago, and as the prince's personal guard, the most taboo thing was to complete the tasks assigned by the prince with his own emotions. The two walked out of the room, and Yuntian said to him with a hint of complaint, Why didn't you remind me? Yuntian, there are some things I have wanted to tell you for a long time. Yunqi said seriously, If you always carry out the tasks assigned by the prince with your personal opinions, then you should go back to the Dark Guard camp for retraining. Yuntian was stunned. It's just for the good of the prince. Yunqi sneered. Do you think that the prince can't think of what you can think of? Do you think you are smarter than the master? Yunqi's words stunned him. Yes. How could the master not think of something that I can think of? You know how outstanding and amazing the crown prince's consort is. You just don't want to admit it. Yuntian lowered his head and said softly, I know. From today on, if you say anything bad about the crown prince's consort again, and the crown prince hears it, I won't plead for her. Yuntian nodded. I understand. At this moment, a voice came. It's been so long since we last met, and I heard Yuntian being scolded as soon as I came back.
Yunting.
Yuntian exclaimed, Why are you back? A woman in tight clothes walked out from the dark. Of course I have completed the mission and came to report to His Highness. She held a bundle in her hand, shook it and said, Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. I finally got what His Highness wanted. I will take you to His Highness now. Yuntian looked at Yunqi's face and swallowed. Can I take her with me? I don't think His Highness needs this thing now. The crown prince's consort has already cured the princess' illness, so the heavenly soul grass is no longer useful to them. No need? How is that possible? Yun Ting was stunned. Forget it. I'll take you to see His Highness. Yunqi walked in front expressionlessly.
Yunting fra ned.
As soon as she reached the door, she heard He Jingheng's gentle voice. You are so old. Why are you still lying down to read? Don't you want your eyes anymore? They had never heard such a gentle voice before. Yun Ting paused and Yun Tian, who was following behind her, almost bumped into her. What happened? Yun Tian whispered. I almost bumped into him. Who was in the master's room? Yun Ting's voice was cold. Of course it's the prince. Yun Tian stopped talking. The prince's wife and Master Ling Jun are the same person. It seems that only a few of them know about this. He doesn't know whether the master is willing to let Yun Ting know. He can't leak this matter. Of course it's the prince, he said with a smile, and the people who treat the prince. Yun Ting vaguely felt that this was not what Yun Tian wanted to say at first. At this time, Yunqi had already knocked on the door. Prince, Yun Ting is here. In the room, Shang Ruoi hurriedly put on the mask. There was a rustling sound, which sounded like something unspeakable was done outside. Yun Ting's face was a little ugly. As soon as He Jingheng uttered the word enter, she squeezed Yunqi aside and walked into the room impatiently. Yunqi looked unhappy. Where did Yun Ting learn the rules? Yun Tian walked to his side and said with a smile, Yun Ting's temper has always been like this. Don't bother with her. Yunqi didn't say anything and followed in. Your Highness. She bowed slightly. Yes. He Jingheng put down the book in his hand and said lightly, What did you gain from this trip? Your Highness, the Tianhun grass has been brought back. She opened the bundle and observed He Jingheng's reaction. Yunqi just said that the prince didn't need it. How could it be possible? The prince was so ill. In addition to rare herbs like Tianhun grass, what other herbs can cure it? Unless the prince has passed away. He Jingheng looked at the Tianhun grass in the bundle, nodded, and said calmly, You have worked hard. Go down and have a good rest. Yun Ting was startled. Judging from the attitude of the prince, he was indeed not enthusiastic about the Tianhun grass. At this moment, Shang Ruoi's voice rang. Prince, can you give me this heavenly soul grass? He Jingheng looked at her, smiled, and said, Do you want it? Yes. Shang Ruoi stared at the herbs in the package. This is heavenly soul grass. The herb only exists in legends and is extremely rare. If it is planted in space and grows a few more plants, wouldn't it be a fortune? At this time, Yun Ting's slightly annoyed voice came. This is a heavenly soul grass that I have gone through untold hardships to get. Why do you want it just because you want it? Don't be rude. Yunqi said in a deep voice. Young Master Ling Jun is the benefactor of our Dinghua Palace. Yun Ting heard Yunqi say this. She lowered her head and stopped talking. Just now, she actually saw a smile in the eyes of the prince. How could it be possible? This young Master Ling Jun is a man. How could the prince be so kind to a man? If it is true, what should I do in the future? If you like it, I'll give you this heavenly soul grass. He Jingheng said softly, It's a small way to repay your kindness to our Dinghua Palace. Shang Ruai took the heavenly soul grass in her hand with a bright smile on her face. This happiness was not fake. For Shang Ruai, getting a rare herb was more fun than making money. Seeing this, Yun Ting couldn't help but clench her fists. She almost lost her life for this broken grass, and the prince gave it away in the blink of an eye. Yun Qi saw her unwillingness, and his heart sank. If the Dark Guard has thoughts about the master that he shouldn't have, he is not worthy of staying by the master's side. In addition to healing external injuries, this heavenly soul grass can also detoxify. Shang Ruai said with a smile, I have already thought of a way to treat the poison you were poisoned with. Her words stunned everyone in the room, including Yun Ting. The world. Yun Tian changed his words. Master Lingjun, are you telling the truth? Shang Ruai nodded, lowered her head and fiddled with the Tianhun grass. If the poison is not detoxified, your prince will not live for many years. If the ice bone poison is not detoxified, he'll be frozen for longer and longer, and finally die in the ice. A mere ice bone poison will not kill me. As soon as He Jingheng finished speaking, Shang Ruai rolled her eyes. He touched the tip of his nose and stopped talking. Yunqi and Yun Tian were already accustomed to this scene. Since their prince was willing to pamper him, they naturally had no objection. But Yunting was extremely shocked. Yunting didn't recover until she left the room. Could it be that the master really likes men? This. Yunqi looked at her and said lightly, You take a rest for 2 days, and then set off for the western regions. Yun Ting was stunned for a moment. Why? Didn't you say that after this mission, I can return to the prince? The prince has us to serve him, and the western regions need manpower. Yunqi turned and left after saying this. Yun Ting's heart sank. Could it be that her thoughts were discovered? Thinking of this, her back felt numb. I still remember that from the day she became the prince's secret guard, Yunqi told her that she should not have any thoughts about the master that she shouldn't have. Otherwise, he would not let her stay. Yunqi is really strange. You just came back and he asked you to leave again. Yun Tian scratched his head and said secretly, The western regions don't need manpower either. Why send Yunting there? However, the secret guards have always been managed by Yunqi, and Yun Tian did not dare to question his words, especially after the incident with the prince's wife. He was even more obedient to Yunqi. Where is the crown prince's consort? Yun Ting looked around. She shouldn't be here. Everyone knew Shang Ruai's identity. When she married in, the prince sent secret guards to monitor her at all times. Before Yun Tian could answer, she said, Yes, given the crown prince's personality, how could he let Shang Mian's daughter know this place? She thought Yun Tian would agree with her point of view. After all, he used to hate Shang Ruai the most. Unexpectedly, Yun Tian's face suddenly darkened. Yun Ting, we are the crown prince's secret guards. How can we talk about the mistress behind her back? Mistress? Yun Ting was stunned for a moment. What kind of mistress is Shang Ruai?
Just a spy.
Did Yun Tian's brain get kicked by a donkey? He mistook Shang Ruai for the mistress. At this moment, a figure walked out. Shang Ruai was wearing a green robe and holding the heavenly soul grass in her hand. Master Lingjun. Yun Tian bowed and said, Master, are you leaving? Do you need me to prepare a car? Shang Ruai waved her hands, no need. I have something else to do, and I have to leave first. It's so late, you don't seem very comfortable being alone. Before he finished speaking, he felt a figure passing by in front of him. The next moment, he felt a pain in his knee, and his arm was suddenly pulled back by someone. It hurts. It hurts. His shoulders seemed to be torn off. Now, do you still feel unsafe being alone? Shang Ruai said lightly. Safe, safe. Yun Tian's veins popped up on his head in pain. Shang Ruai let go of his arm, clapped her hands, smiled, and turned around. Yun Tian stood up from the ground and was about to clasp his fists when he suddenly felt that the hidden injury on his shoulder didn't hurt at all. Could it be that the crown prince's wife's action just now was to help him heal his injury? His eyes lit up instantly when he looked at Shang Ruai, and he bowed to her back. Thank you, Master Lingjun. Shang Ruai did not stop, did not look back, just waved her hand, and her figure slowly disappeared into the night. He Jingheng slowly stood up and walked a few steps slowly. He looked at his legs, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Soon he would be able to be like before. At this moment, Yunqi walked in with a note. "Prince, something happened." Jingheng frowned as he looked at the note in his hand. "We have secretly sent so much silver to Liangzhou City. Why can't we even build a shelter?" "Prince," the fourth prince said in the letter that the emperor meant that if the epidemic could not be controlled, Liangzhou City would be abandoned. Our silver was sent in batches, and in the end it all went into the pockets of those corrupt officials. There was not much left for the lower levels. Jingheng's eyes sank. Liangzhou City was an extremely important city for Tianshan and must not be abandoned. He is getting more and more daring. He even dared to embezzle from me. "Prince, do you want to ask the crown princess?" Yunqi whispered. The brothers who took the crown princess's pills were not infected even though they were in the epidemic area. Jingheng's eyes were heavy. The pills should be extremely precious. There were a large number of people in Liangzhou City. Not to mention whether there were so many herbs, it was unknown how long it would take to make the pills. He shook his head and whispered, "Let's see if there are any other ways." "What actions has the prince taken?" The prince originally asked divine Dr. Jiang to treat his grandfather. Now that his grandfather's illness has not been cured, the prince has no choice but to recommend divine Dr. Jiang to the emperor. With divine Dr. Jiang, the plague should be under control, Jingheng said lightly. However, in this case, wouldn't the fourth prince have come here in vain? How could it be in vain? Jingheng sneered. The prince's personal presence represents the emperor's grace. Knowing that this is disaster relief money, they still dare to embezzle. The officials in Liangzhou City should really be rectified. At the same time, in the imperial study, the emperor looked at the memorial handed over by the fourth prince and was so angry that he threw the inkstone away. "Your Majesty, please calm down." Seeing that Emperor Tianshan was so angry, Zhang hurriedly said, "Your Majesty must not get angry and hurt yourself."
Calm down?
"How can I calm down?" he said loudly. "It is clearly written in the memorial of the fourth prince that out of the 100,000 taels of silver, not even 10,000 taels were distributed. Where did all the silver go? How dare Zhang speak out? Throughout the dynasties, how many officials were not corrupt? Your Majesty, isn't Lord Zhang also in Liangzhou City?" His words made Emperor Tianshan pause his hand that was about to smash the teacup.
Yes.
Now, all he saw was the one-sided words of the fourth prince. At this moment, a secret letter was delivered to him.
It was written by Shangyan.
The content of the letter was almost the same as what the fourth prince said. Upon seeing this, Emperor Tianshan crumpled the letter into a ball, and his anger could no longer be suppressed. "Draft an edict. I want all officials in Liangzhou City shall be sentenced to death." Just then, the voice of the palace servant came from outside. "Your Majesty, the crown prince is here." It was late at night. What was the crown prince doing here at this time? "Let him in." Lingxing walked into the imperial study, looking at the mess on the ground. His face did not change at all. "So late? What are you doing here?" Emperor Tianshan rubbed his eyebrows and said tiredly, "What is so urgent that you have to come to see me now?" "Reporting to your father, I have found the world's #1 doctor, Dr. Jiang. With him, the epidemic will definitely be under control." When Emperor Tianshan heard him say this, he instantly became energetic. "The world's #1 doctor. But is it true?" Lingxing nodded. "My grandfather was seriously ill. If it were not for Dr. Jiang, he would have passed away by now. It is not an exaggeration to say that he has the effect of bringing the dead back to life." When Emperor Tianshan heard him say this, he hurriedly asked him to bring Dr. Jiang into the palace. "I have brought him into the palace, and he is now outside the palace." Divine Dr. Jiang walked into the imperial study and knelt on the ground in fear and trepidation. "Your humble servant pays homage to the emperor. Long live the emperor. Stand up." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Emperor Tianshan looked at him for a long time and nodded. "You are truly a miracle doctor with an ancient and immortal style. Your Majesty's praise is so high that I cannot accept it." Divine Dr. Jiang bent his body, looking nervous, with beads of sweat on his forehead, for fear that he would say something wrong and anger the emperor. The prince said that you have superb medical skills and can solve the problem of epidemics. Is that true? Divine Dr. Jiang whispered. There are only a few types of epidemics in the world, and the treatment methods are similar. I have helped the people of the western regions treat epidemics before. Emperor Tianshun nodded. In this case, I will wait for your good news about this epidemic. If you can cure the epidemic, I will reward you greatly. I dare not accept the reward from your majesty. It will be my honor to help your majesty share his worries.
Ha ha ha.
Good. Emperor Tianshun showed his joy and praised. You are worthy of being a genius doctor. If you can solve this crisis, you can stay in the palace to treat me. Upon hearing this, Divine Dr. Jiang knelt down hurriedly. Thank you, your majesty. He Lingsheng heard what the emperor said. His eyes flashed slightly. No one knew better than him what the emperor's personal imperial physician meant. It seems that he must recruit Divine Dr. Jiang for his own use. After returning, Divine Dr. Jiang kept expressing his gratitude to him. Thanks to the recommendation of the prince, I can get the favor of the emperor. This prince did nothing. It was still Divine Dr. Jiang's own ability. He Lingsheng took a sip of tea with a faint smile on his face. This prince uses tea instead of wine, and congratulates Dr. Jiang first. Dr. Jiang raised the teacup. Thank you, your highness. At this moment, Jiang Anir appeared at the door. Your highness, daddy. Jiang Anir was holding a food box in her hand.
Come in.
He Lingsheng frowned slightly. Jiang Anir walked in and said with a smile, I heard from the servants that your highness and daddy just came back, so I made some food and sent it over. Seeing this, Dr. Jiang had a smile on his face, and it can be seen that he was very satisfied with Jiang Anir's actions. She put the food out, and He Lingsheng looked at the things on the plate that he couldn't call and frowned slightly. This kind of thing, just let the servants do it in the future. Jiang Anir thought that He Lingsheng didn't want her to work hard, and with a smile on her face, Daddy likes the food I make the most. Your highness can also try to see if it suits your taste. He Lingsheng just took a piece of dessert, tasted it, and put it down. It tastes good. He swallowed it without changing his expression and stopped eating. After returning to the bedroom, He Lingsheng ordered the palace servants to bring tea and rinsed his mouth for a long time to get rid of the taste in his mouth. Your highness, the food made by Miss Jiang is so unpalatable. Why do you still eat it? His personal guard Li Ju asked in confusion. Since Divine Dr. Jiang came to the mansion, he has been bringing Jiang Anir to hang around in front of me from time to time. He Lingsheng snorted coldly. How could I not know what he meant? Your highness means that Divine Dr. Jiang wants you to take Jiang Anir into the mansion as a concubine? He Lingsheng shook his head. Dr. Jiang's ambition seems to be more than that. Could it be that Jiang Anir is thinking about the position of the main wife? He exclaimed. He Lingsheng glanced at him, and the fierceness contained in his glance made Li Ju lower his head instantly. The prince was no longer the boy he had been many years ago. He realized that he had overstepped his authority. Li Ju stepped back and bowed, saying in fear, I know I am wrong. It's not your fault. He Lingsheng knew that in the entire palace, only Li Ju followed him wholeheartedly. Just because he gave him a bun when he was dying, he could risk his life to protect him. He Lingsheng sighed. Now, Dr. Jiang has won the favor of my father. If he can control the plague, he will surely rise to prominence. But he can win the favor of the emperor. Isn't it because of your promotion? When people reach a high position, their mentality will naturally be different from before. He Lingsheng sneered. Just wait and see. If he can solve this plague, then Jiang Anir, I will definitely take her into the mansion. Li Ju noticed that He Lingsheng used the word accept, and he had a plan in his mind. Since ancient times, the word accept has been used for concubines. Yes, although Jiang Anir is the descendant of a genius doctor, she was born in the countryside, was very crude, knew nothing about etiquette and manners, and always put on a condescending attitude. Not to mention that His Highness didn't like her. No one in the mansion liked her. After a few days, He Jingheng's legs had recovered by more than half, and with the help of the spiritual spring water, he could already walk alone. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. If there is no spiritual spring water, I'm afraid he would still need to sit in a wheelchair. Yun Ting came to say goodbye to He Jingheng the day before Yunqi arranged to go to the western regions. Sir, I will leave for the western regions tomorrow. Yes. He Jingheng said in a deep voice. The western regions are not as smooth as Tianshan, so you must be careful.
Yes.
Yun Ting's face lit up, thinking that He Jingheng was caring about her. Looking at the secret guards under the prince, there were very few who could get his advice. Just when she was complacent, He Jingheng's words shattered all her fantasies. The forces in the western regions are complicated. If you provoke someone you shouldn't, I can't protect you. Yun Tian, who was guarding outside, sneered. He said to Yunqi, every time she goes on a mission, the prince has to remind her. In fact, it's because she is prone to trouble, and she doesn't even know it. Yunqi glanced at him. How could he have the nerve to say that? At this moment, Shang Ruai came behind them. Is He Jingheng in the room?
Yes.
Shang Ruai nodded and walked straight into the room. As soon as she stepped into the door, she heard Yunting's voice. Prince, how will Shangnian's concubine be placed in the future? Will she be placed in a yard like she did at the beginning? To put it nicely, it's placement, and to put it bluntly, it's confinement. He Jingheng whispered, just take care of your own business. It's better not to interfere in things that don't require your intervention.
But
Yunting thought for a while and whispered, the prince married her in the beginning because it was a wise decision. You didn't believe her at the beginning. Besides, isn't it all because of that old man Shangnian that the Shang family has become what it is now? He Jingheng frowned and said impatiently, you don't understand what this prince says, right? Shang Ruai is my prince's consort, and she is your mistress. As a servant who talks about the master behind his back, I think you should go back to the Dark Guard Pavilion and train again. Yun Ting's face turned pale when she heard this. She never expected that He Jingheng would say this. Your Highness, I just...
All right.
He Jingheng waved his hands and said in a deep voice, once you go to the western regions, do not come back without my order. Yun Ting's face turned completely pale. Didn't her master mean to not let her come back? She retreated to the door and almost bumped into Shang Ruai. Greetings, Master Lingjun. Her eyes were slightly red, and she bowed awkwardly and left quickly. When He Jingheng heard Yun Ting's voice, he knew that she had overheard the conversation just now.
Sighing. Why don't you come in?
Shang Ruai curled the corners of her lips. I saw that the prince was saying goodbye to his subordinates and seemed to be in a bad mood, so I didn't want to disturb him. She walked into the room, smiled and said, I didn't expect that there was such a wonderful person around the prince, who actually reached her hand into the prince's room to take care of things. Yun Ting has been by my side since she was a child, and she has been taking care of things a lot. He Jingheng saw that she was speaking with sarcasm, and there was a smile on his face. Since he has been raised by the prince since he was a child, he must have a deep relationship with the prince. He Jingheng nodded. I guess so. Shang Ruai rolled her eyes when she heard him say this, squatted at his feet, and said coldly, Leg, let me take a look. He Jingheng smiled and showed the wound. It's almost healed. He took a few more steps. Shang Ruai nodded and said coldly, in this case, I don't need to come again in the future. He Jingheng had just sat in the wheelchair, and his expression paused. Why? The prince's leg is already healed. Why do I need to keep coming? She put away her medicine box and threw it to the door, and Yunqi quickly took the medicine box. Shang Ruai looked at him with appreciation. He has good skills, good reactions, and good eyesight. How about the prince assign him to me? Yunqi was stunned when he heard this. He Jingheng said in a deep voice without thinking, Yunqi is not good enough. Many people know him. His face is not easy to appear in the eyes of too many people. Look at the others. Yun Tian, who was standing next to him, straightened his back. You know, she is not only the prince's wife, but also the son of Lingjun. Shang Ruai glanced at him, then closed her eyes and said lightly, Others, there is really no one who can look up to her. Yun Tian blinked. Was he being despised? Since the prince is unwilling to give up, then give me a discount. How much silver do you think your legs and the prince's life are worth? He Jingheng stood up from the wheelchair, walked to her, and said with a smile, Do we have to settle it so clearly? What are you talking about, the prince? Of course we have to settle it more clearly. As the saying goes, brothers should settle accounts clearly. Not to mention that we are not even brothers, let alone what kind of relationship we have. Shang Ruai thought about it and smiled. It can be considered roommates.
Roommate?
He Jingheng was confused. What does roommate mean? It means living under the same roof, not related by blood, not friends, but better than strangers, that's all. He Jingheng heard her say this and said with a smile, I never knew a woman would be angry like this. Shang Ruai glanced at him. Now you know. I have arranged Yun Ting to the western regions, can you not be angry? It was the first time that Yun Tian saw their young master being humble. He blinked and said to Yunqi next to him, am I dazzled? Yunqi was also a little unbelievable. He didn't expect that the young master would be so angry for. To please the prince's wife, he even sacrificed his dignity. If others saw this scene, they would definitely say that their prince was someone else pretending to be him. After all, they had been with a prince for so many years, and the most common thing they saw was his cold face. When had they ever seen him like this? Shang Ruai glanced at him and said kindly, the secret guards belong to the prince himself. I, a concubine of the Shang family, have no right to manage them. He Jingheng smiled bitterly. If he had known, he would not have teased her. He wanted to see her jealous, but he didn't expect that she was not jealous, and coaxing her made her exhausted. At this moment, a gray carrier pigeon landed on the window. He Jingheng took it in his hand and took the note from the pigeon's feet. Seeing the content of the note, he couldn't help but frown. Shang Ruai saw it and wanted to ask him what happened, but when she thought of what Yun Ting said, she swallowed the words that were on her lips. If you have something to do, I'll go back first. She turned around and was about to leave, but He Jingheng grabbed her wrist and said, it seems you can't leave yet.
Huh?
Under the shocked gaze of Yunqi and others, He Jingheng handed her the note and said, take a look. Shang Ruai didn't take the note. If she took it from now on, they would be in the same boat. She didn't know what He Jingheng was going to do, but in the eyes of the court, it would definitely be a rebellion. If she took it from now on, everything he did would show her handwriting, which ran counter to her purpose of making enough money and then lying down. But then again, even if she didn't participate, if He Jingheng got into trouble in the future, she would still be punished together. In this case, why not find a way out for herself? Thinking of this, she took the note. That divine Dr. Jiang, who is praised by people as the best in the world, is also helpless against this epidemic? Shang Ruai said in surprise, it's just a small plague. How can it not be cured? A small plague? Yunqi and Yuntian couldn't help but take a breath of cold air when they heard it. That's a plague. In every country and dynasty, who doesn't tremble when talking about plague? How come it became a small plague in the mouth of the prince's wife? Hearing her say this, He Jingheng's eyes lit up. So, you know how to treat it? Shang Ruai nodded. The pills I gave you before have an inhibitory effect on the plague. If you want to treat it. She rummaged through the medicine box for a while and took out a white porcelain bottle. This is the pill that can cure the plague, but it can't be said that it can be completely cured. This kind of disease still requires me to go deep into Liangzhou City to treat it. He Jingheng nodded, and just as he was about to speak, he heard footsteps coming from outside. The man whispered something in Yunqi's ear, and Yunqi's face suddenly changed. Prince, it's bad. Something has happened. What happened? For some reason, someone in the county has been infected with the plague. Now, the whole county is in a panic and every family is staying indoors. He Jingheng frowned when he heard this. Plague is not like other things. You can't avoid infection if you don't go out. Are there many people infected with the plague? It seems that there are dozens of people at present. Dozens of people, a lot of people. So many people were infected with the plague at the same time. It doesn't seem like a coincidence at all. Have you found out where these people have been? We have found out that they have been to Liangzhou City. At this time, Shang Ruai smiled. I wonder what benefits the emperor has promised to Dr. Jiang? What do you want to do? Shang Ruai took the pills. If I can cure the plague that Dr. Jiang couldn't cure, what benefits should the emperor give me? He Jingheng saw a cunning look in her eyes and knew what she was thinking. He said slowly, if you want something, just go to your husband. Don't covet other men's things. Shang Ruai was speechless when she heard this. At such a juncture, this man actually had the mind to make a joke. It's always more fun to make money from others than to make money for yourself, isn't it? Shang Ruai took out a few porcelain bottles and handed them to Yunqi. Give these to them and see how effective they are.
Yes.
2 days later, Yunqi came to He Jingheng with a look of surprise. Prince, great news. What's wrong? The pills of the Crown Prince's wife are really effective. The conditions of those people have improved significantly. The one with the mildest symptoms is almost cured.
What?
He Jingheng put the book on the table. So fast? That's right. At this moment, Shang Ruai walked in, heard the conversation between the master and servant, smiled and said, I said my pills are very effective. There is undiluted spiritual spring water added to it. How much silver are you going to sell each pill for? Shang Ruai blinked. It depends on who you sell it to. She put down the teacup in her hand. If it's an ordinary citizen, I won't charge a penny. If it's the court, I will ask for the cost price, 5 taels of silver per pill. 5 taels of silver. Cost price. Yunqi almost bit his tongue. The Crown Prince's wife is really worthy of being the shopkeeper of Fu Sheng Ruameng. He Jingheng's eyes flickered slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his lips. In this case, let the court bleed. Yunqi saw the smile on his son's lips and couldn't help but shudder. It's true that family members stick together. If the prince becomes sinister, I'm afraid he'll be on par with the prince's wife. On the second day, the news spread in the town that those who had previously contracted the plague had begun to gradually improve. Improved?
Impossible.
That's the plague, not the cold. How could it get better in such a short time? That's right. What has become of Liangzhou City? I heard that there are not many survivors. What do you know? It was Master Lingjun who saved us. Master Lingjun?
Who is that?
You don't even know Master Lingjun. The man sneered. That's a genius doctor who is much more powerful than divine Dr. Jiang. Soon, the name of Master Lingjun spread throughout Qingzhou. Everyone wanted to find her and ask for some pills. Shang Ruai came to the shop, and Hyuni called her aside. Sister-in-law, people in the county are talking about you today. You should hide quickly. What are they talking about? Of course, it's about how powerful Master Lingjun's medical skills are. He can even cure the plague. Shang Ruai smiled. Yes. You also said that is Master Lingjun. What does it have to do with me? I am Shang Ruai. Hyuni was stunned for a moment and smiled embarrassedly. My brain must be broken. Shang Ruai looked at her and joked. Are you still thinking about the chivalrous man who saved you a few days ago in your little head? Hyuni blushed and said quickly, no way. After she finished speaking, she turned around and walked outside. Shang Ruai saw her like this, and the smile on her face froze. Her heart sank slightly. This was clearly the appearance of a young girl in love. Could it be that she met that man again later? Before she could think about it, she heard Hyuni's cry of pain. What happened? Shang Ruai walked forward and saw that Hyuni's hands had been burned red. She frowned and hurriedly took cold water to soak her hands in it. Fortunately, the weather was cold and the water temperature was very low. What happened? Humph. Can't the servants here hold things steadily? You got my clothes and things wet. Can you afford to compensate me? A woman in a peach-pink dress raised her chin and said coldly, even if I sell all of you, it won't be enough to compensate.
Sister-in-law, it's not like that.
The milk tea was on the table.
I was just passing by.
She spilled the milk tea on me herself. Where has Hyuni suffered such an injustice? She said hurriedly. You're making up a story. It's obviously you who did it. The woman said arrogantly, the herbs in my bag are all the herbs that Master Lingjun needs to make pills. Each pill is worth 1,000 gold coins. Can you afford to pay for it, Master Lingjun? Shang Ruai was stunned. Why didn't she remember asking someone to get some herbs? And they were worth 1,000 gold coins. It seemed that someone was using her name to defraud people. She knew it in her heart, but how could others know? When they heard about Master Lingjun, they all gathered around. Is what the young lady said true? Is it really young Master Lingjun? The woman raised her chin even higher. Of course. Where is young Master Lingjun now? No matter how much silver it is, I am willing to take it. I only ask you to sell me a pill. Whether you are willing to sell it depends on your mood. You can't buy it just because you want to. At this time, a woman in white clothes and a veil on her face walked in and said softly, Xiao Tao, what's the matter? What took you so long? When Xiao Tao saw her come in, she quickly pushed aside the crowd and came to her side, saying loudly, Young Master, why did you come down? Young Master? The person who could call Young Master by her mouth must be young Master Lingjun without a doubt. Seeing this, people hurriedly surrounded her, each with a flattering smile. I guess the girl is young Master Lingjun. I didn't expect it to be a woman. A woman said, I thought young Master Lingjun was a man. Shang Ruai watched the scene, wishing she could grab a handful of melon seeds from somewhere and eat while watching. It must be said that these people's acting skills are a bit average, but still quite good. Yuni's face flushed. Others don't know, but doesn't she know? Young Master Lingjun is clearly her sister-in-law. She was about to tell Shang Ruai that she was going to expose them when she saw her looking at those people with interest. It's more convenient to dress as a man when traveling in the world. The woman in white looked at Xiao Tao with annoyance. You exposed my identity for no reason. Sir, Xiao Tao knows she was wrong. She thought for a while and suddenly pointed at Hyuni and said, It was all her fault. She spilled the milk tea and almost wet your medicinal materials. I just argued with her for a few words. Hyuni was already angry because she was wrongly accused, and they pretended to be Master Lingjun. Who doesn't know the ability of Master Lingjun now? They pretended to be just to swindle people. If something happened, wouldn't it ruin her sister-in-law's reputation? Now, that Xiao Tao dared to throw dirty water on her. How could she bear it? If she didn't show her power, those would not know that she is both civil and military. She stood up and took her hand out of the cold water, pointing to her still red hand, and said, It was you who spilled the milk tea on my hand. Where's the evidence? What evidence can prove that I spilled it on you? It was you who spilled the milk tea, and it almost soaked the herbs that Master Lingjun needed. Seeing that people were so adoring of their young lady, she raised her face even higher. You! Hyuni was exhausted. At this moment, the woman in white clothes called Master Lingjun came forward, looked at the burn on her hand, asked the servant to get the medicine box from the car, and took out a jar, which contained the burn ointment. She handed the ointment over. Just think of it as the negligence of my maid, and this ointment is an apology. Her action made everyone around her look at her with admiration. As expected of Master Lingjun, this kind of mind, how can a little girl selling milk tea compare? Once compared, people naturally thought it was Hyuni's fault. The eyes looking at her were somewhat unfriendly. How could Hyuni have ever suffered such an injustice that she could not defend herself? At this moment, Shang Ruai put down the snacks in her hand and walked forward slowly. You said that we spilled your milk tea, then what evidence do you have? Shang Ruai sneered. You want to slander people with your red mouth and white teeth. What do you think we are in Fu Xing Ruameng? Unexpectedly, Shang Ruai would actually say this, and the woman in white was obviously stunned. He had revealed his identity as Master Lingjun, and she didn't do anything to humble herself, but she actually dared to talk back. Shang Ruai did not miss the flash of astonishment on her face. The woman in white looked at Shang Ruai and said softly, Didn't I just say that even if it was spilled by my ignorant servant, I am still willing to offer this secret burn ointment? What do you mean by count it as? Hyuni said angrily. It was obviously her. Oh, girl, Master Lingjun didn't blame you. Why are you so fussy about it? That's right. He is Master Lingjun. I never thought that Master Lingjun would have such a good character. A hint of pride flashed in the eyes of the woman in white. These stupid people are so easy to fool. As long as she is called Master Lingjun, they will subconsciously stand on her side. Just as she was enjoying it secretly, a sneer came. So, what if he is Master Lingjun? Shang Ruai sneered. Let's not talk about the authenticity of your identity. Even if it is true, what does it have to do with me? I am just the owner of a milk tea shop. I have no connection with you, let alone Mr. Lingjun. Even if you are the emperor's princess, it has nothing to do with me. Hearing her say this, the face of the woman in white darkened. Besides, everyone, look at the traces of the milk tea spilled on the ground. The water droplets are splashing outward from the table, which means it was splashed from the direction of your maid. Not only did she not admit it, she slandered my sister. Being able to raise such a servant shows that the master is not much better. Shang Ruai walked up to her, with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. I am not talented. I have had the honor of meeting Mr. Lingjun several times. She shows people with a mask all day long. I have never seen the young master dressed like this. The woman in white looked flustered for a moment, but soon calmed down. Thinking in her heart, she is just the owner of a shop. How could she have met a person like Mr. Lingjun? Really? Why don't I have any impression? She stroked the veil on her face. I did wear a mask before, but I dressed like this today because I didn't want people to recognize my identity. The onlookers were originally suspicious of her identity because of Shang Ruoi's words, but after hearing her say this, they felt that it made some sense. Really? Shang Ruoi smiled. I heard that Master Lingjun can cure the plague. I wonder what method he used? Xiao Tao snorted coldly when she heard it. What method our master used? How can you know? She rolled her eyes at Shang Ruoi. I thought you, a merchant at the bottom of the 9th class, could have so much pride in you. You just want to get our master's secret recipe. Don't be ungrateful. Our master doesn't want to bother with you. It's your blessing. Xiao Tao stepped forward and pointed at the burn ointment. This is our master's secret recipe. Just this jar costs 10 gold. 10 gold. People couldn't help but gasp when they heard this. Why is the burn ointment so expensive? People looked at Shang Ruai with strange eyes and whispered, Mr. Lingjun is really generous. He gave away such an expensive ointment. It's really too much for the shopkeeper Shang to hold on to it. However, some people hold different opinions. Shopkeeper Shang doesn't seem like that kind of person.
Yes.
Shopkeeper Shang is polite to everyone, but to those two troublemakers, he was as aggressive and harsh as he was today. Shang Ruai sneered. In my opinion, Master Lingjun is no different from an ordinary doctor. What miracle doctor? It's just a rumor.
You.
Xiao Tao was about to step forward when she was stopped by the woman in white. Shopkeeper, it doesn't matter what you say about me, but if you question my medical skills, I can't bear it anymore. Am I wrong? Shang Ruoi opened the jar for treating burns that she handed over and pointed at the ointment inside. This is just the most common burn ointment in the pharmacy. You exchanged it for another jar, scooped out a small spoonful, and said it was your secret recipe? And you sell it for 10 gold coins. Should I say you are black-hearted or greedy? What? This is just an ordinary burn ointment? Shang Ruai took the ointment in her hand. If you don't believe it, you can go to the clinic in front and buy a large jar for 10 coins to compare and see, and you will know whether what I said is true or false. The woman in white frowned when she heard this. She didn't expect that her trick would be exposed by her. Unexpectedly, someone really spent 10 coins to buy a large jar of burn ointment, which was 10 times more than that woman's. If it is exactly the same, then wouldn't this Lingjun Gongzi make all his money in a dishonest way? People compared the two ointments and couldn't help but be shocked. Whether it was the color, smell, or texture, they were exactly the same. They looked at the woman in white with very strange eyes, even contempt. It was obviously an ordinary ointment. According to the dosage of this jar, it was worth at most 1 penny, and it was sold for 10 gold? 10 gold is 100 taels. How many times is this? The woman in white felt the look in their eyes looking at her, as if she was on the back. But she soon calmed down. It's just burn medicine. Most of them are similar, but the effect of my ointment must be better. Really? Why do I remember that the burn ointment that the young master gave me was not like this? She took out a small porcelain jar from her sleeve, opened it, and a faint fragrance wafted out. She pulled Hyuni's hand over and saw that the heat on it had been suppressed by the ice water, and then applied the ointment on the back of her hand. In just a few breaths, the red mark on the back of her hand disappeared. Hiss! The effect of this ointment is too good. The woman in white didn't expect that she would kick the iron plate today. Shang Ruai covered the jar and glanced at her. If you want to cheat, You'd better change your identity. Doctors are no different from others. Any mistake will hurt your life. Shang Rui's voice fell, and the onlookers looked at the woman in white with anger. So she was swindling here? How much silver did her maid say that the pills for curing plague cost? A huge sum of money. Why not just rob? Who here can afford a huge sum of money? Now think about it, isn't he just a liar? The man who told her that any amount of money would do was sweating coldly. He could afford the money, but if he used that much money to buy a fake medicine, he would be angry to death before he got the plague. The woman in white fled from the store and got on the carriage and left. Shopkeeper Shang, thanks to you today. Yes. If it weren't for you, we would have been cheated of our money by that woman. Shang Rui smiled and said nothing. She had expected someone to impersonate someone else, but she didn't expect to be caught in the act today. They had to say that they were unlucky to have cheated the real owner. The woman in white in the carriage took off her veil, her face gloomy. Mississippi Xiao Tao said in a low voice, "We." The woman in white glanced at her. It's not all your fault. Originally, they wanted to create some accidents to let people know her identity as Master Ling Jun, but they didn't expect that this woman had actually seen Master Ling Jun. Didn't the master say that Master Ling Jun has never shown up? She said in a deep voice. Where did the shopkeeper see her? Xiao Tao shook her head. I don't know. Maybe she just said it casually to scare people. The woman in white looked heavy. She doesn't look like she's lying. Let's report to the master first and make a long-term plan. Miss, if we don't use this identity, how can we enter the palace smoothly? At this moment, the carriage stopped suddenly, and before Xiao Tao asked, a man's voice came from outside the carriage. Miss Su, I'm willing to help you. Su Ziluo opened the car curtain, and outside the car door stood a man in a dark blue robe and a dark cloak. You are. Su Ziluo's heart skipped a beat. Who is this man? He blurted out his name, so he must have investigated his background. The man slowly raised his head, revealing a handsome face. My name is Ling Feng. Mr. Ling and I have never met before. How do you know my name? Hee hee. Ling Feng laughed in a low voice. The girl's father was Su Xian, a first-rank official of Tianshan. Later, his entire family was executed for the crime of treason. There were more than 140 people in the mansion, and no one survived. But no one knew that the nanny serving in the room of Su Xian's legitimate daughter had a granddaughter who was in her early 10 years old. Her figure was very similar to that of the Su family's legitimate daughter, and she was not included in the roster of Su family servants. On the day of the execution, it was that little girl who replaced the Su family's legitimate daughter. The legitimate daughter who survived is Yu, Su Ziluo, the only remaining bloodline of the Su family. Su Ziluo's face sank slightly. He had investigated such a secret matter in such detail. What was this person's background? Seeing that she didn't say anything, Ling Feng knew that he had said all right. How is it? Miss Su, do you need my help? Why does Master Ling want to help me? Ling Feng curled his lips slightly and smiled. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I am willing to help you get revenge, and in return, you can also help me. What do you want me to do? Su Ziluo asked in a low voice. This is not a good place to talk. There is a tea house not far ahead. If you trust me, how about going down with me to have some tea? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a delicate shout from the side. You lecher! How dare you be so disrespectful to my lady? A man and a woman are in the same room. If they're seen by someone with ulterior motives, gossip will definitely spread. Xiao Tao. Su Ziluo said in a low voice. Don't be rude to Master Ling. Since he was able to find out such a secret thing many years ago, he must know everything about her. Arriving at the tea house, she put on a hood to cover her face and followed Ling Feng to the private room on the second floor. At this time, the first floor was full, and several rooms on the second floor were also occupied. There were many guests coming and going here every day, and no one paid attention to them. If you have anything to say, please speak directly, Mr. Ling. Miss Su wants to enter the palace as a concubine? Ling Feng poured her a cup of tea and revealed her thoughts in one sentence. Mr. Ling is really a god. Su Ziluo smiled. I really want to enter the palace as a concubine. Only in this way can I kill my enemies and avenge more than 100 people in my Su family. Su Zilluo nodded. Wait until next spring, when the election is held every 3 years. You can pass this election and enter the palace. I will arrange for you to live in the general's mansion of the Western Cavalry and enter the palace as the legitimate daughter of the general's mansion. General's mansion of the Western Cavalry? Su Zilluo's hand suddenly stopped. She stared at him without blinking and found her voice after a while. Is what you said true, sir? Ling Feng smiled, drank the tea in the cup, and whispered, I will definitely do any promise I make. Hearing this, Su Zilluo stood up suddenly and bowed. If you are willing to help me, my life will belong to you. As long as I can avenge the extermination of my family, I will not hesitate even if I die. Ling Feng nodded with satisfaction. I will not take your life, but if you are selected, then I will need your help in all matters of the harem.
Don't worry, sir.
Okay, then today I will use tea instead of wine and wish our alliance all the best. Shang Ruai was in the shop. Her eyelids twitched a few times, and she felt a little irritated. At this moment, Ah Chung rushed into the shop. What's wrong? You're so flustered. Miss, it's bad. The third young lady had a miscarriage. The old lady asked me to ask you to go back quickly.
What?
Miscarriage? How is that possible? Hyuni heard and hurried out. Sister-in-law, I'll go back with you. Okay. When the two arrived at the He mansion, a servant was carrying a bowl of medicine and preparing to send it in. Shang Ruai smelled the smell and grabbed her. What is this medicine for? She asked sternly. Young madam, this is an abortion medicine prescribed by the doctor. He said that the baby in the third young lady's belly is dead and must be aborted with medicine. Nonsense. Shang Ruai walked in quickly and saw the doctor picking up a silver needle and preparing to stab Song. Stop! She shouted loudly. The doctor was startled by her, and the needle in his hand almost pierced into the skin. He turned back unhappily and looked at Shang Ruai, who was walking over. What are you yelling about? Can't you see that I'm treating you? Shang Ruai glanced at him. Treat? If you want to treat you, why do you want to insert the needle at this acupuncture point? If you insert the needle here, not to mention the child, even the adult may not be able to be saved. Shang Ruai's sharp eyes made the doctor feel uneasy. He put away the silver needle and said angrily, If you think my medical skills are not good enough, you can do it yourself. After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave. Shang Ruai looked at Ah Chung. He understood and stopped the doctor directly. What are you doing? The doctor said angrily, Do you want to keep me under house arrest here? As a doctor, you must know what this acupuncture point means. It is the fatal point of the human body. We have to ask you what you are thinking. Shang Ruai said lightly, You are not qualified to use dirty tricks under my nose. What do you mean? Are you saying that I intend to harm her? The doctor sneered, I don't know you. Why do I want to harm her? So, we have to try him first. Shang Ruai looked at him coldly. Keep an eye on him. Yes. You really don't know the rules. No wonder you were exiled. As soon as the doctor finished speaking, he felt that the momentum of the people around him began to change. Shang Ruai sneered, Since you know that we are exiled, you should know to be more careful in what you say and do. The coldness on her body made the doctor shiver. Yes, although these people are exiled, they are from the Dingwa Palace. How can they be fooled so easily? Especially the woman in front of him. Shang Ruai put her hand on Song's pulse. She was now in a coma, but her brows were still tightly knitted, as if she was in great pain. There is still hope. After a while, her tightly knit brows slowly relaxed. She took out the silver needles, and soon, more than a dozen silver needles had been inserted into her body, which frightened Lin. Ruai, how is Fengji? Can the baby in her belly be saved? At this moment, He Jingxi's voice came from outside the door. Sister-in-law, Fengji must not be allowed to get into trouble. If anything happens, I will choose Fengji. Shang Ruai listened and smiled. This He Jingxi was really nice. Second aunt, don't worry. Fengji and the child will be fine. After several hours of struggling, the child in Song's belly was finally saved. She wiped the sweat from her head and said tiredly, It's okay. Song Fengji woke up from her coma. In a daze, she looked at Shang Ruai and murmured, "Mother, I will definitely take good care of her." Her voice was very low, and only Shang Ruai could hear it. After saying this, she fainted again. Take good care of her? Take good care of what? But this is obviously not the time to worry about these things. Shang Ruai came to the doctor. The doctor didn't expect that she had such superb medical skills. Seeing her sharp eyes, he coughed dryly. "It's because my medical skills are not good enough. I admit defeat. Is that okay? Who ordered you to do that?" Shang Ruai went straight to the point and said in a deep voice, "Who ordered you to do that to her?" Shang Ruai's words stunned everyone in the room. Seeing this, Lin hurried forward. "Ruai, you blamed him wrongly. He didn't ask me to come. I sent someone out to find him." "Where did you find him?" "What a coincidence. I just sent someone out to find the doctor, and I met him." How could there be such a coincidence in the world? All coincidences are deliberately arranged. There is no clinic nearby, and there is no place to grow herbs. Why did the doctor come here? She sneered. "Could it be that you came to this place of exile to relax?" Lin was shocked when she heard her say that. Look at how confused she is. She was so careless. Isn't this just the dirty tricks used by the people in the mansion? How could she be so confused? What a close call. If Ruai hadn't come back, her daughter-in-law and her grandson, whom she hadn't met yet, would have died cold. Thinking of this, she felt cold all over. She looked at the doctor with an unfriendly look. After hearing this, the doctor's face changed slightly, and he argued, "I just got lost." "Lost?" Shang Ruai sneered. "Why get lost anywhere else? Why did you have to get lost in my house? Next time, you'd better make a better excuse. You're so old, and the excuses you make up can't even convince a child. If you tell the truth, we may consider letting you go. After all, every grievance has its perpetrator, and I won't make things difficult for you. But if you are so stubborn, I will immediately send you to the government and let the official judge us. At that time, you'll be charged with intentional homicide, 1 life for 1 life, or you'll be beaten half to death and imprisoned in prison for life. It's your choice." Shang Ruai's words were really bluffing. After hearing what she said, the doctor fell to the ground in fear. He couldn't be locked up, let alone die. Otherwise, how would the women in his family survive? He just took in a concubine. Seeing that he had not responded for a long time, Shang Ruai gradually lost her patience and said to Ah Chung, "Send him to the government office." Ah Chung stepped forward and was about to drag him out. The doctor hurriedly said, I'll tell you. Some time ago, someone came to me and asked me to hang around here for the next 2 days. By then, someone from the He family will come to me and ask me to protect the fetus of a pregnant woman. All I have to do is to let them lose both mother and child." He took out a silver note of 100 taels from his arms and handed it to her. "That person gave me a silver note. That's it. I don't know anything else." "What does the person who came to you look like?" The doctor thought for a while and said, "He is a man with a burly figure. He doesn't look like someone from our side, but a bit like someone from the western regions." Shang Ruai frowned when she heard this. Could it be that the Dingwa Palace has also made some powerful enemies in the western regions? She asked the secret guards who escorted Hyuni that day, and they were also people from the western regions who were intercepted and killed halfway. Hearing that his words did not seem to be lying, Shang Ruai had a plan in mind. "Miss, please have mercy. I can't go to jail. If I go to jail, my whole family will starve to death." He knelt on the ground, crying, "I have told you everything you want to know. Please let me go." He. Shang Ruai sneered. "Why? The lives of your family are lives, but the lives of our He family are not lives?" She said angrily. "You are a doctor. How can you despise other people's lives so much? With your character, you are not worthy of practicing medicine at all." The doctor heard her say this and felt ashamed. "I have no other choice but to do this. The burden on my family is too heavy. Shang Ruai had no pity in her eyes. "I see that the black and blue under your eyes are caused by kidney deficiency." She did not point it out, but the contempt in her words made everyone understand. Everyone looked at him with extremely shameful eyes. Don't you even look at your age? You still indulge in excessive activities. He was furious, and the flattering look on his face just now is gone. You just promised me that as long as I tell you what I know, you will let me go. You can't break your promise. Shang Ruai smiled. I said I would consider letting you go, but now I have considered it no. She said firmly, people like you should not continue to be doctors. With such a character, I don't know how many lives will be buried in your hands. She waved her hand, and Ah Chung stepped forward. Send him to the government.
Yes.
No matter how the doctor shouted, Ah Chung did not let go. Hyuni clapped her hands and cheered. Sister-in-law is awesome. Such a person should not be alive. Shang Ruai looked at Song Fangji, who was still in a coma lying on the bed, and her heart sank slightly. Things happened to her one after another. How could she, a daughter-in-law who married and later, be targeted? And they all want to get rid of the baby in her belly. What is going on? And there is the Western region. Who did the He family offend in the Western region? It attracted these killers. But now, the most important thing is to find the person who poisoned. She checked the food and bowls used by Tsong Fangji, and there was no poison or things that could harm the fetus. At this moment, a strange fragrance came, and Shang Ruai looked to the side suddenly. I saw a sachet hanging on the head of her bed, and the strange fragrance came from it. She took the sachet down with a cold face. That's right, it was this sachet that caused her poisoning and miscarriage. A large amount of tan grass was put in this sachet. Tan grass itself is highly poisonous. The smell it emits, if smelled by a pregnant woman, will cause miscarriage within a few days. Judging from the newness of this sachet, it should have been made not long ago. She looked around with a sharp gaze. The person who poisoned must be a member of the He family. In Song's room were gathered together. Shang Ruai was holding a pink purse in her hand. She looked at the three maids fiercely. Normally, there was only one maid serving in a room, but Song was pregnant, so the old princess specifically instructed to assign 2 more servants. If they were still in the Dingwa Palace, the number of people serving them would have to be multiplied several times. Do you remember the sachet? Shang Yun walked forward, took a look, and said, this was sewed by the young lady a few days ago. It was specially added with albizia flowers, amber, and Schisandra chinensis that can calm the nerves, as well as some spices that she likes to use on a daily basis. Xiang Huan also nodded. After the young lady finished it, she specially asked me to hang it on the head of the bed. Xiang Yu looked at the sachet and frowned slightly. What's wrong? Shang Ruai asked. Before going to bed today, the young lady asked me to put the sachet away. I put it in the cabinet, and I don't know when it was taken out again. Xiang Yu whispered. The young lady said that she had a headache these 2 days, maybe because of this sachet. There is tan grass in it, and it is natural to have a headache after smelling it for a long time. She can drink some spiritual spring water every day, otherwise she would have been poisoned long ago. Has anyone come in after your young lady's nap? The young lady has been sleeping lightly recently. Before she went to bed, she specifically told the servants not to disturb her, so no one has come in. Shang Yun said softly. The servants were all resting in the lower room. Did anyone leave during this time? Xiang Yu shook her head. The servants thought that the young master was about to be born, and we didn't have much money, so we wanted to make some tiger head shoes and a small pillow for the young master. While the young lady was taking a nap, we were doing needlework in the lower room. Shang Ruai looked around the room and found no signs of being searched, which meant that the person who hung up the purse knew where it was placed. Did anyone see you putting the purse away? There were only the young lady and me in the room at the time. As for others, a figure flashed through Xiang Yu's mind. It was Aunt Zhao from the first room. Aunt Zhao? What did she do in your young lady's room? Shang Ruai frowned and asked in a deep voice. When talking about this, Xiang Yu's face turned slightly red. Aunt Zhao said she had something to ask the young lady. I was listening nearby, and it seemed to be about offspring. Xiang Yu said, Aunt Zhao asked the young lady if she had a secret recipe for having children. Lin said angrily, How dare you pass such dirty words to the main wife's room? You have lived in vain at such an old age. She said to the servants outside the door. Bring Aunt Zhao here. The news that Song was poisoned and almost had a miscarriage soon reached the ears of the old princess. She didn't like Aunt Zhao in the first place, and when she heard that this matter might be related to her, she gathered everyone in the main hall. Before leaving, Zhang Ruoi asked Ah Chung to secretly guard Song's courtyard to prevent anyone from having any bad intentions. Aunt Zhao was brought to the main hall, and she felt a little guilty when she saw the scene in the hall. She bowed slightly. Old madam. The old princess slammed the table fiercely. You evil creature.
Tell me.
Did you poison Fangji? Poison? She waved her hands quickly. It's unfair. I didn't poison her. You are the only one who entered Fangji's room that day and knew where her purse was. Who else could it be but you? Lin said angrily. Tell me, why did you poison her? Fangji has not met you since she joined the He family. What grudge could there be between you? Aunt Zhao's face turned red when she said that, and she shouted, What evidence do you have to prove that I poisoned her? As you said, I have never met her. Why would I harm her? Did you put the tan grass in the purse? Shang Ruai said coldly. What is tan chow? I don't understand. Aunt Zhao looked like she didn't do it, and you're just wronging me. She knelt on the ground with tears in her eyes. I know that I am the only concubine in the He family now, and my status is the lowest, but you can't wrong me just because of this. I have to admit that Aunt Zhao is very beautiful. This tearful look really makes me feel pity. But all the people present were women, so no one would buy her look. Aunt Zhao, you don't have to bring up your status as a legitimate or illegitimate child. When I was still in the palace, others didn't know, but I knew that Dad always gave priority to your courtyard. Every time he came back from the expedition, if there was only one new thing, it would definitely go to your courtyard. My mother and I have never seen it. If my mother really took your status so seriously, you would have been sent to the palace. Hyuni pouted and said, I have never seen a person like Aunt who confuses right and wrong. Aunt Zhao wiped her tears and whispered, But I have never done anything poisonous. Aren't you trying to force me to confess? Shang Ruai sneered. Aunt Zhao, do you know what tan chow is? Aunt Zhao shook her head. She really didn't know. Tan grass is a kind of poisonous grass that grows in extremely cold places. It is very toxic. Not to mention eating it, even smelling the scent of tan grass will cause poisoning. This poisonous grass itself has a strange fragrance, which comes from the powder on the poisonous grass. It is difficult to get rid of it after being contaminated. Because of this, the people serving in Fangji's room are more or less contaminated with this smell. Xiang Yu and the others smelled themselves, and it seemed that they did have a faint fragrance on their bodies, as the young lady said. Maybe they had smelled it for a long time, so they didn't think it was very obvious. At this time in the main hall, the smell was much more obvious. Shang Ruai looked at Aunt Zhao and saw a trace of panic in her eyes. Shang Ruai knew that her guess was right. What do you say have to do with me? How can it have nothing to do with me? You are not familiar with Fangji, or even the entire third house, so why do you smell like tan chow? I went to her room some time ago and asked her if she had any secret recipes for pregnancy and childbirth. Maybe I got it at that time.
Hee.
Shang Ruai smiled faintly and looked at her mysteriously. Really? Then why does Aunt Zhao smell stronger than Xiang Yu and the other maids who serve in the room all day?
What?
How is it possible? Aunt Zhao interrupted her hurriedly. I clearly washed my hands. As soon as she finished speaking, she confessed. Aunt Zhao knew that she had said the wrong thing and closed her mouth in dismay. It's really you. Lin stood up, walked up to her, and slapped her twice in the face. We in the third house have no grudges against you. Why are you so cruel? That's not cruel, is it? Shang Ruoi stared at Aunt Zhao's eyes and said slowly, You not only want her to have a miscarriage, but also want He Jingxi to completely lose his qualification to be a father. Lin was stunned when she heard it. What does this mean? Tan grass is not only harmful to pregnant women and fetuses, but men who smell this smell for a long time will also. Shang Ruai didn't finish her words, but everyone could understand. You have such a vicious heart. Lin pointed at her nose and wished she could slap her twice more. What is it for? Lin roared. You vicious woman. Aunt Xiao lowered her head and said nothing. Shang Ruai smiled faintly. I guess it's for property. Aunt Xiao's body stiffened and then slowly slumped down. She looked at Shang Ruai and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her lips. I didn't expect that a little concubine like you would have so many abilities. Shang Ruai smiled. You are too kind, Auntie. When the old princess heard her say this, she couldn't help but said angrily, You, how dare you do such a thing? A concubine actually wants to control the heirs of the principal wife, without even considering your own weight. Aunt Zhao, you think that if the two principal wives can't give birth to children, all the family property of the He family will be yours, right? Shang Ruai sneered. I wonder which master gave you the advice? Aunt Zhao shook her head. I thought of it myself. Aunt Zhao, are you trying to deceive me? It has come to this point. If you don't want to implicate others, you'd better tell the truth. Shang Ruai threw the purse at her feet. The tan grass in it is not something you can get. This tan grass grows in the extremely cold land of the western regions. It cannot be seen here at all. Aunt Zhao, where did you get your tan grass? Aunt Zhao's face was tense, her thin lips moved, and she didn't say a word for a long time. At this moment, He Chinian rushed in. He knelt beside her and said in a deep voice, Mother, what are you doing? Why do you poison others? Aunt Zhao saw that her own son said this, and said angrily, Why? Why do you say you are useless? She pushed He Chinian away forcefully. Both are sons of the prince. How come you are so much worse than He Jingheng? She pointed at Lin Xiyu, who was standing at the end of the main hall, and said, Your wife is also a waste. She is not even as good as a concubine's daughter. In this situation today, you still have to look at the face of the main wife. I have planned for you 2 useless things. Mother, didn't I say that you don't need to do this? He Chinian sighed. Aunt Zhao glared at him. What does he know? The old princess snorted coldly. Since you plead guilty, I will punish you according to family rules. She said in a cold voice, Even if the Dinghua Palace no longer exists, the rules left by our ancestors cannot be abolished. Zhao poisoned his descendants. Drag her out and beat her with 50 boards. Lock her up in the woodshed and wait for her to be sold. Hiss. 50 boards. If she is beaten with these boards, let alone being sold, it is not certain whether she will still be alive. Grandmother. He Chinian said hurriedly. Grandmother, Auntie is wrong, but it is not so serious. Please, Grandmother, please give her a lighter sentence for the sake of our past friendship. Not so serious? She poisoned Song and almost killed 2 people. She also poisoned your 3rd brother and almost made him impotent. For every one of these things you tell me that she is not so serious? The old princess was so angry that she slammed the table. If the child of the 3rd room has an accident, will her bones be enough to compensate? The old princess became more and more angry as she spoke. In a rage, she threw the teacup on the table to the ground. Seeing this, everyone lowered their heads and said nothing. Only the shallow breathing of people could be heard in the main hall. Grandmother, if you really want to punish your grandson. He protected Annie Zhao and said earnestly, Grandson is willing to be punished. The old lady's face turned ugly when she heard him say this. What is the difference between this and a disguised threat? Thinking of this, the anger on her face became even more intense. For so many years, no one has dared to offend her. The old princess's face was gloomy. If you want to accompany her, go ahead. Shang Ruai watched from the side and saw that Aunt Zhao had a fearless look on her face, and she felt a little uneasy in her heart. How could she survive if 50 boards fell on her? But she didn't seem to care at all. She didn't look like she was ready to die. At this moment, the sound of fighting suddenly came from the backyard. Shang Ruai frowned and quickly went to the backyard. What's going on? The old princess' heart tightened, knowing that something must have happened. When Shang Ruai came to the yard, she saw 2 men in black fighting with Ah Cheng. At this time, both sides were evenly matched, but as the fight went on longer and longer, after all, it was a 1-on-2 fight, and Ah Cheng's physical strength began to fail. The two saw Shang Ruai appear outside the yard and slapped him on the chest. Ah Cheng's mouth was bleeding and he fell to the ground. Seeing this, the two flew forward and prepared to catch Shang Ruai. At this moment, Shang Ruai pressed the mechanism on her wrist, and dozens of silver needles burst out. They went straight into the bodies of the two men. The two did not expect that she would use hidden weapons, and they were shot by her for a moment. Feeling their bodies gradually becoming numb, they did not dare to delay and hurriedly flew away. Ah Cheng wanted to chase, but was stopped by Shang Ruai. They were poisoned by me. They can't run away. Girl, these people are all from the western regions. Ah Cheng wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect that their martial arts were not bad. I underestimated them. It doesn't matter. She looked solemnly at the direction where the two men had just left. If someone is poisoned by her, no one can cure him unless she comes to cure him personally. At this moment, the old princess and others who were waiting in the main hall came to this yard in a large crowd for some reason. Grandma, why are you here? Shang Ruai's eyelids jumped and she asked in confusion. Didn't you send someone to tell us that the main hall is not safe and asked us to come here? Oh no! Lure the tiger away from the mountain. Where are Aunt Zhao and the others? Shang Ruai looked behind the crowd. At this time, where was Aunt Zhao and the others? Who notified you? It's just a maid. She looks unfamiliar, but I didn't think too much about it because I thought she was in our house after all. Lin felt a chill down her spine. They were actually being played around by the enemy in their own house. Shang Ruai's face looked a little ugly.
Who was targeting them?
Now Aunt Zhao and the other three are missing. What should we do if they are found? Just then, a servant came to report. Zhao Junyi, Master Zhao is here. What a coincidence. Shang Ruai frowned. Zhao Junyi came just after the three men disappeared. Could it be that he heard some rumors? Shang Ruai walked to the door, where Zhao Junyi was guarding with a group of people. Sir Zhao, why are you here today? Zhao Junyi had a slightly flattering smile on his face. I wonder if there is any grain left in Madame Shang's warehouse? Why do you ask this, Sir Zhao? If there is, I want to spend money to buy some.
Buy?
When did Zhao Junyi become so promising? He actually knew how to use money to buy things. The second batch of grain in the greenhouse is grown, and the quality is still top-notch. But it will take some time to harvest. There is still a lot of wheat and corn in the warehouse. I originally wanted to sell it to Manager Lee, but there have been too many things to do, and I didn't have time. There is still some left, but not much. After all, there are many people in our family, and we have to provide food for the workers every day. Shang Ruai's words were full of refusal. How could Zhao Junyi not understand? But now the epidemic is spreading everywhere. Liangzhou City was once used mainly for trading food and grass. Now the whole city is blocked. In addition, due to the severe drought, many places have no harvest. The price of food in their town has increased several times. Even so, the food in many grain shops has been snatched up. After all, compared with starving to death, gold and silver are nothing. If you lose your life, what's the use of so much gold and silver? Only 500 kilograms will be enough. Zhao Junyi's eyes flashed with a trace of calculation. He can only eat 100 to 80 kilograms in a whole winter, and he can sell the rest at a high price, and then he can make a lot of money. How could Shang Ruai not know his thoughts? Smiled and said, Lord Zhao, it's not that I don't want to sell it to you. There are so many people in my He family who need to eat. Now the food in the town is expensive and scarce. If I sell the food to you, what will these people eat? She smiled. It's okay to sell you 50 kilograms, but it won't work if it's more. 50 kilograms? How can 50 kilograms be enough? These 50 kilograms were barely enough for him to eat alone. If that was the case, how could he make a profit from it? He Jinghe has not been caught yet, and the court is extremely dissatisfied with this. If it weren't for me helping you, maybe you would have been beheaded by now. Zhao Junyi snorted coldly. You owe me such a big favor. Don't you even think about paying it back? Shang Ruai couldn't help but sneer in her heart. He helped me? That was really nice. That is really hard work, sir. In that case, I won't charge you for these 50 kilograms of food. I'll give it to you.
This.
Zhao Junyi didn't expect her to say that. At this moment, a yamen runner ran over in a hurry and whispered a few words in his ear. Zhao Junyi's face changed slightly, and he left in a hurry, without saying hello. Shang Ruai came to the granary alone. She waved her hand, and half of the grain in the granary entered her space. It seems that it's time to talk to Manager Li about cooperation. The next morning, she was half asleep when her face suddenly trembled and she felt a chill beside her. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked at He Jingheng, who was sitting not far from the bed. Then she slowly let down her guard. Why are you back?
She yawned.
Although it was winter, the room was still very warm and Shang Ruai was wearing thin clothes. He Jingheng's eyes sank slightly. What nonsense. The weather is so cold, and you are wearing so little. I'm afraid you will catch a cold. Shang Ruai glanced at him, felt the warmth in the air, and said nonchalantly, Prince, how warm is this room? Can't you feel it? She looked at He Jingheng's slightly pale face and her heart moved. Has your ice bone poison taken effect? He Jingheng nodded slowly. This time the poison took longer than before. Ice bone poison is like this. In the end, the poisoned person will die in the ice. Shang Ruai stood up and was about to get out of bed, but seeing the look in He Jingheng's eyes, she had no choice but to put on an outer robe. After taking the pulse, Shang Ruai said in a deep voice, I didn't expect that the poison would spread so quickly in your body. Is there any way to detoxify? Shang Ruai nodded. The Tianhun grass brought back by your secret guard can help you detoxify, but now is not the best time. The ice bone poison needs to be detoxified when the weather is warm. It is best. It is just the beginning of winter now, and it will take several months for the weather to warm up. According to the current degree of poisoning, it is probably difficult to hold on until then. Shang Ruai looked solemn and whispered, I will try my best to keep you going until then. At this time, the sun shone into the room through the window and fell on He Jingheng's body. He felt that the coldness in his body was slightly relieved. I already know about Aunt Zhao's matter. After a while, He Jingheng's voice came. At this time, his complexion had returned to normal. It seems that she has had second thoughts for more than one day. Shang Ruai asked him about Tsong Fengji's family background again. All these assassinations seemed to be related to her. Shang Ruai felt strange. Who would embarrass a woman for no reason? Could it be related to Tsong Fengji's mother's family? Shang Ruai thought of the fact that Tsong Fengji mistook herself for her mother when she was in a daze. He Jingheng shook his head. He really hadn't investigated Tsong Fengji's mother's family in detail. After breakfast, she went to Tsong Fengji's yard. She had already woken up, but she was still a little tired and lying on the bed. Sister-in-law, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I and the baby in my belly would never wake up again. Tsong Fengji held her hand with a grateful look on her face. You're welcome. We are a family. Just then, Shang Ruai felt a foreign body in her palm. Her heart skipped a beat, but she didn't show it on her face. After taking her pulse and telling her to have a good rest, she left on the pretext of having something to do. After she left, the smile on Tsong Fengji's face disappeared, and a wave of worry crept onto her face. Shang Ruai returned to the room. At this time, He Jingheng had just fallen asleep. She opened her palm and found a note inside. On it was quietly written the word prisoner. Shang Ruai's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she was right? At the moment, He Jingheng hadn't gotten up yet. Perhaps the poison consumed too much of his physical strength, so he was sleeping very deeply at this time. She thought about it, called Ah Qing to her side, explained a few words, and then left the He family. After Zhao Junyi left yesterday, she sent someone to pass the message to the town's shopkeeper Li, saying that she had business to discuss with him today. When she arrived in the town, the whole street was much more desolate than usual. Even the people walking in the town were in a hurry. There are sometimes vendors setting up stalls on the roadside, but you hardly see any selling food. It is unknown how long this drought and plague will last. Every family wants to store more food. Shopkeeper Li's grain store has been closed for a long time. There is not a single grain of rice left. The prices of grain stores that are still open have increased by more than 5 or 6 times. The high prices mean that ordinary people cannot afford them except for some wealthy families. Even the cheapest wheat brand is unaffordable. Shang Ruai looked at this bleak scene, and her heart sank slightly. The current situation is still good. When people starve to death here, the plague may begin to spread. Most people couldn't help but sigh and shake their heads when they walked out of the grain store. Seeing this scene, Shang Ruai's heart sank slightly. When Shang Ruai arrived, shopkeeper Li had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Shang Ruai's carriage stop, he hurried to meet her. "My benefactor," shopkeeper Li said with a smile. "I am honored to meet you." "Shopkeeper Li, you are too polite." Shang Ruai smiled. "You look radiant. I guess you have recovered well." "Thank you, Madam Shang." Shopkeeper Li smiled and thanked her sincerely again. "If you hadn't saved me, I would have died long ago. You are my second parent." The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, and Shang Ruai went straight to the point. "I came here today to discuss a business deal with you, shopkeeper." "Please go ahead, young lady." Shang Ruai took out a small bag of wheat and handed it to him. "Shopkeeper Li, take a look. How is this wheat?" Even though shopkeeper Li had been dealing with grain for half his life, he had never seen wheat of such good quality. When he saw the wheat, his eyes widened and he couldn't speak clearly. "Where did you get this wheat, Madam Shang?" "I won it myself." Hearing her say this, shopkeeper Li was even more shocked. This wheat was the most he had ever seen in his life. "Miss, do you have a lot of this wheat?" Shang Ruai nodded. "As much as you want. In addition to wheat, she also has rice and corn in her space, which have matured in batches and piled up into mountains. With the blessing of spiritual spring water, the time required for various crops to mature has been greatly reduced." "Hiss!" Shopkeeper Li was shocked. "As much as you want? This is too outrageous. Is this the business that Madam Shang is talking about?" Shang Ruai nodded. Shopkeeper Li struggled in his eyes. After a moment, he closed his eyes and slowly exhaled. Shang Ruai thought he would agree immediately. Shopkeeper Li's reaction at this time was a little beyond her expectations. After a while, the beautiful shopkeeper opened her eyes and said lightly, "Madam Shang, I am really sorry. Li has his own principles in doing things. I will never do anything to harm the people's money." Shang Ruai was stunned. It took her a while to realize what he meant, and she couldn't help laughing. "Shopkeeper Li, do you think I want to sell these grains at double the price?" Shopkeeper Li was stunned when he heard it. "Aren't you?" Shopkeeper Li looked at her and was shocked. Did he misunderstand her? Shang Ruai waved her hands. "Shopkeeper Li, do you think I am someone who makes a fortune from the national crisis?" Shopkeeper Li's mind moved. "Madam Shang, do you mean you are willing to trade these grains at the usual price?" Shang Ruai nodded. "In addition to wheat, I also have rice and corn, and I am willing to trade them at the original price." Shopkeeper Li was so excited when he heard it. "Thank you, Madam Shang." Shopkeeper Li had a smile on his face. "The quality of the grain that Madam Shang brought is something I have never seen in my life. I will not let you down at this price. Besides, you are my savior, so I will definitely give you the highest price. But I have a request." The smile on Shang Ruai's face faded. "Don't let others know that I am the one supplying grain to you." Shopkeeper Li nodded in agreement. As smart as he was, he did not ask the reason. Shang Ruai gave him an address. "You can go to this place to get the grain later." It's not that she has never thought about opening a grain store in the town, but the output in the greenhouse is always limited. How can she explain the extra grain? At that time, the secret of her space might be exposed, and the gain would be worth the loss. When Shopkeeper Li came to the place Shang Ruai said, he almost dropped his jaw in shock. No wonder she said she would have as much as she wanted. Several warehouses were filled with all kinds of grain. He was holding a corn that was as long as an adult's forearm and was amazed. This corn was so fresh. In the past, most of the corn they collected was dried and hard, and they would grind it into cornmeal after receiving it. Where have you seen so much fresh corn? Smelling the sweet smell coming from it, he wanted to bite it raw. The rice was also full of grains. The quality of these grains was far beyond his expectations. He asked the servant to take the grain back to the shop under the cover of night. Late at night, the rutting sound was very obvious on the quiet street. Many people got up with lights to see what was going on. Many people saw that Manager Lee was leading a very long convoy. Manager Lee, what are you doing in the middle of the night? Manager Lee could not hide his excitement and a long-lost smile on his face. Good news. I got a batch of excellent grain outside the pass. Tomorrow morning, everyone can come to buy it. Enough.
What?
Grain? At this time, the sharp-eyed people had already seen the cloth blown up by the wind. The huge corn came into view. They were shocked. Oh my God! Am I not awake and my eyes are blurry? Is that corn? It seems to be, but it's so big. I have never seen it in my life for more than 70 years. Shopkeeper Lee smiled even more. You are not mistaken, it is corn. When everyone heard him say this, the smiles on their faces disappeared before they could get excited. How much silver does such good food cost per pound? A few days ago, the old rice they bought was several times more expensive than the new rice in previous years. Such a good thing, let alone buying it, they didn't even dare to look at it. Shopkeeper Lee knew their concerns and said with a smile, In our grain shop, all grains are maintained at the original price.
What?
The original price? How is it possible? They all suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. The next morning, just after dawn, a long line formed in front of Shopkeeper Lee's grain shop. Shopkeepers of other grain shops also received the news. Is Mr. Lee crazy? Isn't the price of grain going up?
Yes.
The servant who went to get the news wiped the sweat from his forehead. Not only that, the quality of the grain is absolutely top-notch. I have never seen such good rice. He sold all his grain. Where did he get all this from?